Hello, welcome to Workhorse Hypnosis Inductions. I am Brian David Phillips, and this is the first part in a comprehensive basic hypnosis course. Workhorse inductions are the inductions that we use the most in hypnosis practice, or the inductions that we go back to when we know that we need something that will absolutely work. In this video, I will explain a number of hypnotic induction techniques and then give you examples of myself taking someone, a member of the public, through the process. This is a very demonstrational program. Now, this is the first part of a comprehensive program. Either you have this DVD that you purchase separately because you want to focus on this material, or you purchased it as part of a program and you received the other parts. I may refer to other parts of the program. If you only have this portion, that's okay. You're still getting the basic information. And in this video, it's all about inductions. Solid techniques to guide someone into hypnosis. The Elman hypnosis induction is a classic standard induction that many courses teach. It happens to be one of the first inductions that I mastered, and I still fall back on it. It's a very nice process. The Elman induction was developed by Dave Elman, hence the name, the Elman induction, and it relies on a number of hypnotic phenomena that are very nicely put together. It's a rapid induction, and so it should be performed in 4 minutes or less, although give or take a couple minutes, honestly it doesn't really matter. If you take over 6 minutes, you're really losing a lot of the benefits. So under 4 minutes and under 3 minutes, then you get a lot of the benefits of a rapid induction plus the use of a number of hypnotic phenomena. Now, the Dave Elman induction goes in a sequence, and I'll run through the sequence. What you need to do is watch the examples to see how the sequence runs with an actual session. Many hypnotists will teach you that the sequence order is extremely important. That's not true. You can put things out of order. You don't need to memorize a script. With this video program, there are no scripts. You just listen to the explanation, outline the process, and then put the process in your own words as you run it. But here are the steps of the Elman induction. 1. Eye closure. Ask the person to close their eyes. You do this for a number of reasons, one of which is you're cutting out outside distractions, and 2, you're enhancing their concentration on your voice. They listen to you and pay more attention. Then we do second step, which is the eye catalepsy. That is, you ask the person to imagine their eyes relaxing. Relaxing so much that the eyelids get heavier and heavier. Imagine that your eyelids are so heavy they just won't open. And even if you wanted to, and you don't, that's not why you're here. Even if you wanted to, the eyes would be so heavy that they just won't open. Then you ask the person to test it and make sure the eyes are so heavy they won't open. And watch. You should see them testing. Now, for those people whose eyes pop right open, you need to stop the induction and just go over the process with them so that they understand that yes, you were able to open your eyes. That's amazing, but that's not what I asked you to. I asked you to imagine they were so heavy. You really need to make that connection between the imagination and actual effect. Once you got the eye catalepsy, you move to step 3, which is deepening. Now, you tie this in always with breathing. Every time you breathe out, you go deeper and deeper. But the deepening set for the Elman induction is to ask the person to open and close their eyes and go deeper into trance. You do this for the benefit of what's called fractionation. Fractionation is an effect in hypnosis that when you're hypnotized and you immediately are hypnotized again, you seem to go deeper into the imaginative involvement. The experience feels even more powerful. So the element induction takes that into account by using patterns such as this. In a moment, I'll ask you to open your eyes. When you open your eyes, hang on to this relaxation. I will count from 3 to 1. At the number 1, and not before, but at the number 1, your eyes close and you go into a very deep, relaxed state, even deeper each time. And then you ask them to open their eyes. Now, I always put my hands up here so that they look at my fingers, and I count 3, 2, 1, and move the hand down, the eyes shut. Now 3, 2, 1 at the same rate. And watch. If the eyes close early, they're anticipating. They're not being a good subject. Stop the process. Talk to them. At 1, the eyes close. And then once more, breathe in. Open your eyes. 3, 2, 1. Down. Same rate. Once again. Open your eyes. 3, 2. And at that third time, hold it. So you're not going 3, 2, 1. You're saying 3, 2, 1. And they go down. Now, why are you doing this stage off? Because if they do this, 3, 2, 1, you know they're anticipating. They're not following your instructions, which is what you need them to do. You also know they're not fixated and they're not in trance. They're consciously closing the eyes through anticipation. But if they 3, 2, and they wait, looking at the fingers, that gives you a couple things. It gives you an indication that they are in trance, and 2, you can check for trance indicators in the eyes. The eyes are red or bloodshot. That means they're relaxed in the capillaries and the blood is flowing through. You get a redness, you get a wetness, you get a tearing or wetness in the eyes. These are signs of trance, which you're able to check for in the eye open part. And if they hold off, you go 3, 2, 1, fine, you go down. Otherwise, you go back to deepening and other processes. But let's assume that they pass that particular hurdle and you're moving on to step 4, which is the arm test. The arm test in the element induction is very simple. In a moment, I'm going to lift your arm. Don't help me. Let it be loose like a wet rag. And then lift it. Check for heaviness. If they're helping you, you can feel that they're helping you. Lift up the arm because it'll be lighter than it should be. That tells you they're not hypnotized. It needs to be heavy. If they don't do it, you've got to show them how to relax their arm. Hold it up for a moment when it's relaxed and heavy, and then on an exhalation it's best, but you don't have to. You can do it anytime. Some people say, you must do it on the 3rd exhale. That's not true. Just do it whenever, but when you're ready and they're breathing out, let go. Let the arm fall and they go deeper into relaxation. Now please be aware where you drop that arm. If it's a man, you don't want to be whacking anything in the middle of their legs because you want to be hypnotizing someone, and hypnosis through pain is not fun. So be aware of where the arm goes. Don't let them hit the chair. Don't let them hit things. So I usually let it bounce off the thigh. Same thing for women. Be aware of where the hand is going and be aware of where you're putting your hands. So you need to stick to appropriate touch. But that's arm catalepsy test is just for checking for relaxation in the arm. Okay, catalepsy is a hypnotic term for muscles being either so relaxed that they won't move, they're stiff, or they're heavy. And we'll go into other forms of catalepsy as well. The next step of the element induction is to do a deepener. And you can do the deepener through breathing, Just tell them every time you breathe out, you relax more, or do a countdown deepener. But what I tend to do is to then go right into what's called the amnesia deepener and simply go through patterns such as, well, we've relaxed your body, let's relax your mind. In a moment, I'm going to count backwards from 100. And with each number you say, you relax so deeply that the numbers just relax out of your mind. As if you're erasing a chalkboard, you relax even more until by the time you get to the number 97 or even 98, you relax so deeply that the numbers just go away. And begin counting now. Now you have them count backwards from 100, and each number you say, deeper relax, deeper relax. Now when you get to about 97, they should stop counting. If they don't, just keep up with it until deeper, deeper relaxed. But most people, there'll be a point where they just go and you just say, push it out of your mind. All gone. Don't ask. Don't say, are the numbers gone? Because then they'll get the numbers back. Instead, say, all gone. Now, if you don't get the number amnesia or the disappearing, relaxing numbers, switch to something else. Have them do the letters of the alphabet backwards or some other effect. Some people just won't give up those numbers. But for most people, you'll be fine at this point. Then you can do a countdown deepener for the body and mind relaxing together. Every number I say, double that relaxation. 5, deeper relaxed. 4, so deep. And you can say the numbers on an exhalation. I like to skip a number as I go slower because that will enhance the effect of going deeper into hypnosis. Now that's it. That's as far as you need to go for the element, and you're hypnotized. And you start running your suggestions, and then you do an emergence. In a moment I'll count 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open, you're fully alert, feeling wonderful. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling great. Oh, and they're back. Or whatever you're going to be doing as you run the process. Of course, you're going to watch the rest of the DVD program, and you're going to read many, many books, participate in email lists, watch videos, and experiment to get your legs. But the element induction, it's a great induction, and it's absolutely wonderful. I'd like you to breathe in. Breathe out, close your eyes, and relax. Just let go and relax. Just close your eyes and relax your entire body. That's right. I'd like you to concentrate on the muscles around your eyes and just relax your eyes. So relaxed to the point that they just won't open. And when you've relaxed your eyes to the point that they just won't open, even if you wanted to, but you don't, that's not why you're here. When you've relaxed your eyes to the point that they just won't open, test and make sure that they just won't open. The more you try to open them, the tighter they become. Try to open your eyes, they get stuck tighter and tighter. And stop trying now and let a wonderful wave of relaxation go from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. Breathe in, breathe out, and relax. In a moment, I'll ask you to open your eyes, and when you do, hang on to that relaxation. When I count from 3 to 1, at the number 1, and only on the number 1, your eyes close and you go into an even deeper relaxation. Breathing in, eyes open. 3, 2, 1. All the way down. Double that relaxation. Breathing in, eyes open. 3, 2, 1. All the way down. That's right. One more time. Breathing in, eyes open. 3, 2, 2, 1, and relax. Just let that wonderful relaxation deepen, deepen, deeper relax. That's right. Breathe in and relax. Deeper, deeper down. Now in a moment I'll lift your arm, and when I do, don't help me, just let yourself go loose, limp, and relax like a wet, heavy rag. When I let go, double that relaxation. Relax. Deeper, deeper. The other arm, don't help, just relax even more. Relax all the way down. Breathe in and relax all the way down. Now in a moment I'll count from 5 to 1. With each number, allow yourself to relax even more deeply. 5, deeper, relaxed. 4, so deep. 3, deeper still. 2, all and 1. That's right. Deep, deeper, deeper relax. Now we've relaxed the body, let's relax the mind. In a moment I'll ask you to count backwards from 100, and with each number you say, relax your mind to the point that by the time you get to 97 or 96, the numbers are so relaxed they just won't come. They just push them out of your mind. And start counting now. Deeper, relaxed. Even deeper. Just push them out of your mind and relax them away. And relax. All gone. And relax. Deeper, deeper, deeper relax. Let a wonderful feeling wash through you. That's right. Now in a moment I'll count from 1 to 5. At the number 5 you're fully alert, feeling wonderful. 1, 2, coming back to the here and now. 3, 4, stretching. And 5, eyes open, feeling wonderful. How you feel?
Good. 3.
Now we're going to talk about the Elman-Phillips induction, also called the Phillips variation or Phillips-Elman induction. This is my variation of the Elman induction. It's basically a static, classic Elman induction with a couple key additions. So run through the Elman process as you learned earlier in the set, and then once you get to the arm catalepsy where you lift the arms and they relax more and more, you then use what I call happy balloons. That is, in a moment, I'm going to ask you to imagine that I place strings on your wrists, and with every breath in, imagine those strings are attached to balloons, lifting your arms higher and higher. Now, then you just go ahead and breathing in, breathing out, relaxing, breathing in, the arms lifting, the balloons getting higher and higher. 10 more balloons, 20 more balloons. Now watch the reaction as you run the pattern. If the arms don't move, don't assume that they don't feel something. I usually, I'll just pull the arm up a little and let it hang there in space, and it's more likely to rise there. Sometimes it needs a little help getting in. Other times I just leave it, but I run the pattern as if they're moving. If I find myself getting particularly impatient, I'll switch and move to another effect. But if you get a slight movement as they begin to rise, once you've got it rising, Then switch the pattern to an effective and positive emotional affect. That is, you're hooking in an emotional context to it. These are happy balloons, so the higher they go, the better you feel. The better you feel, the higher they go. The higher they go, the better you feel. The better you feel, the higher they go. I'm clicking in both suggestions so they feed upon each other. You will notice that the arms begin rising a little higher. Once I get to here, I'll often say, and these balloons begin lifting so high that the more you try to pull them down, the higher they go. The more you try to pull them down, the higher they go. They go all the way up until your arm is stiff as a steel rod. Your arm is stiff like a steel rod. The more you try to bend it, the tighter it becomes. Now I've locked in positive emotional states to a kinesthetic or physical movement. I've locked in a classic suggestibility effect, which is arm catalepsy, the unbendable arm. And once they're at that point, I'll then say, in a moment, I'll count from 3 to 1. At the number 1, I cut the strings, the balloons fly away, your arms drop, your body relaxes, and you go even deeper to a very, very deep hypnotic state. 3, 2, 1. And down they go. I've just deepened the experience. I've given them something they will remember as a genuine convincer of hypnosis, and I've also shown that they're able to tie in emotional input, which you're going to need for therapeutic use later, or whatever use I'm actually going to be putting the trance state to. I want that emotional connection as well as the physical effects. And it's all wiped in nicely, and then I continue with the standard Elman induction. Usually, when I run my variation of the Elman, I tie in deepeners, the Esdale deepener, the Dial deepener, and some other effects, which you're going to learn later. All right, here we go again. Okay. Breathe in, breathe out, close your eyes and relax. Just relax your eyes, that's all. Just relax your eyes. Relax your eyes to the point that even if you wanted to, and you don't, that's not why you're here, but even if you wanted to, your eyes are so relaxed, so heavy, 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 they just won't work. They just won't open. The muscles around the eyes just relax. So they just won't open. When you're sure they just won't open, test it and make sure they won't open. Try to open your eyes, they get stuck. Tighter, tighter. Try to open your eyes, they get stuck even more. The more you try, the tighter they become, and stop trying. And let that relaxation go from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. Breathe in. And relax. Breathing out. Relax. Every breath out, relax. That's right. In a moment, I'll ask you to open your eyes, and when you do, I'd like you to listen carefully. I'll count from 3 to 1. At the number 1, your eyes close and you double that relaxation. Breathing in, eyes open. 3, 2, 1. Relax. Double that relaxation now. Breathing in, eyes open. 3, 2, 1. All the way down. Breathing in, eyes open. 3, 2, 1. All the way down. That's right. Breathe in. And relax. Double that relaxation. In a moment, I'll lift your arm. Don't help me. Just let yourself go heavy, like a wet rag. When I let go, double that relaxation and relax all the way down. The other arm, don't help me. Heavy like a wet rag and relax. Double that relaxation. Imagine I place a string on this wrist. I place a string on this wrist. The strings are attached to balloons. So each breath in, the balloons begin lifting higher and higher. Every breath out, your body relaxes more and more. Breathing in, the balloons begin lifting. 10 more balloons, 20 more balloons, 30 more balloons, lifting higher and higher with every breath, higher and higher. Every breath out, relaxing more and more, sinking heavier into the chair. And these are special balloons. They're happy balloons. The higher they go, the better you feel. The better you feel, the higher they go. The higher they go, the better you feel. 50 more balloons, 100 more balloons, lifting all the way up, up, up. 3,000 balloons, lifting so high, so happy, feeling wonderful. The higher they go, the better you feel. In fact, they lift so tight, like a steel rod. The more you try to bend them, the tighter they become. The more you try to bend them, the tighter they become. In a moment, I'll count from 3 to 1. At the number 1, I cut the strings, the arms fall, and you go into a very, very deep, relaxed state. Deeper than you've ever been before. 3, 2, 1, relax. All the way down, sitting up comfortably, but relaxing even more. 5, deeper, relax. 4, deeper, relax. 3, so deep. 1, all the way down. Now we've relaxed your body, let's relax your mind. In a moment I'll ask you to count backwards from 100. With each number you say, your mind relaxes even more, deeply relaxed, till by the time you get to 97 or 98, you relax so much the numbers just disappear. They just push them out of your mind. And begin counting now. Deeper, relaxed. That's right, even deeper now. And push them out of your mind. All gone. Just relax. All gone? And relax. That's right. Breathe in. Breathe out and relax. Deeper. Deeper. Deeper relax. That's right. In a moment, I'll count from 1 to 5. At the number 5, your eyes open, fully alert, feeling wonderful, knowing that each time you go into trance, it's even deeper, even more wonderful, even more experiential. 1, 2, back to the here and now. 3, 4, stretching, and 5. Eyes open, feeling wonderful. How do you feel? Okay. An eye fixation induction is a classic hypnosis induction. It was first developed from an accidental discovery by James Braid in the 19th century. Basically, hold up an object or have the client look at something which you'll use as a fixation object. It could be a spot on the wall or the ceiling, a shiny coin, the pocket watch, a pendulum. It doesn't actually matter what you have them looking at, as long as they continue to stare at that object. When I use an eye fixation induction, I usually have the trance partner looking upward, not so high that their eyes are turned up so that it's painful, but just high enough so that they're looking at a spot on the wall or ceiling where they have to look up comfortably, but their eyes are still under a stress position. In this position, the eyes will begin to tire more quickly and more readily. While they're looking at that spot, deliver suggestions or patter along the lines of breathing in and breathing out, relaxing more and more. I like to say relax on the breath out. Then give suggestions of As you continue to look, you notice your eyes are beginning to get heavier and heavier, more and more tired, but you keep looking at that spot as your eyes begin to blink more and more. First quickly, but notice your eyes get heavier and heavier, so that as you continue to blink, they get so heavy you just want to close them down, but you don't. Keep looking at that spot. Find your eyes getting so tired. And then watch. And as they continue blinking, you'll notice the whitening or the reddening of the eyes. You'll notice the tiring, the heaviness, the lack of focus. And then you can continue suggesting either to run it into a instant process or simply say something along the lines of, in a moment, I will count backwards from 5 to 1, or 10 to 1, or 15 to 1, however relaxed the person appears to be. And with each number I say, your eyes get so heavy, till by the time or before I reach the number 1, your eyes are so heavy they just shut right down. 5, deeper, deeper, relaxed. And then do your countdown to 2 and 1. Eyes closed and relax. Just stop looking at that spot and just let yourself go into a deep level of relaxation. Now, an eye fixation induction like this is a nice way to get started in trance, but you're probably going to want to switch into a deepener and interactive processes as well. But that's it, actually. Very simple to learn, nice, easy process, but incredibly worthwhile as you practice it for yourself. This is a pocket watch. You've seen that before. And I'm just going to hold it up just like this so you can sit up, and don't tilt your head up, but I'd like you to look at the watch. Okay? And as you look at the watch, I'd like you to notice the colors. And just pick a spot somewhere on that watch. And just pick that spot and keep looking at it. And that's right. And just keep looking at it. And breathe in. Breathe out and relax. And just keep looking at that spot. And every breath out, let yourself relax more and more. And notice the colors and reflections and lights at that spot. And just keep looking at that spot. And notice your eyes beginning to get heavier and heavier. As you keep looking at that spot, just keep looking at it, but your eyes get heavier and heavier. And you can allow your eyes to begin to blink. But make sure you keep looking at that spot. And your eyes begin to water. Perhaps they begin to tear a little bit because they're just so tired looking at that spot. Your eyes just want to close down, but they don't. They just keep looking at that spot. And they begin to blink. And notice that every blink gets slower and harder to open your eyes again. But you keep looking at that spot with the eyes getting so tired and so restless. As you keep looking at that spot, the eyes begin to blink heavier and heavier. And notice with each blink, it's just so hard to open them again. So hard to keep them open, but you keep looking at that spot until your eyes just keep blinking and so tearing and so heavy and so tired until they just want to shut down. They just want to close, but you keep looking at that spot. In a moment I'll count, and with each number I say, I'd like you to imagine your eyes getting heavier and heavier and heavier, but you keep looking at that spot. 10, heavier and heavier and heavier. 9, so heavy. They just want to shut. 8, so heavy, so heavy. 7, 6, so heavy. 5, I don't know when and I don't know how, but eventually your eyes get so heavy they just won't open. They just shut and they stay shut. 5, 4, so heavy, so heavy, so tired. 3, 2, 1. Close your eyes down and let that wonderful wave of relaxation go from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. And just let yourself close your eyes down. Relax. Just relax. That's right. And relax. Your eyes can relax. Your body can relax. And you can just let go. And relax. Deeper. Deeper. Deeply relax. And relax. That's right. Just relax. The muscle tension relaxation induction is a hypnotic induction that works on the process that we tense our muscles and relax them. And if we go through a progressive system of doing this, the entire body, followed by the mind, relaxes nicely. Now, when I do this induction, I'll start with the lower limbs and work up. Some people start with the eyes and work down. I like to start below and come up. Basically, the induction pattern is very simple. Something along the lines of, and relax. I'd like you to tense up all the muscles in your feet. Just tense them up tighter, tighter, and relax. And let your feet just relax. Now tense up all the muscles in your calves, the muscles at the lower bottom of the leg, and relax. Tense up all the muscles in the upper part of the legs, the thighs. Just tense them up and relax. And find that as you continue doing this process, you relax more and more. Go to the butt, the groin. In appropriate circumstances, some people you won't mention the butt and the groin. Most people you're going to. Okay, and then the lower muscles of the trunk, that would be the stomach muscles and the muscles of the lower back, the chest and the upper back, the shoulders, and relax. And then go to the arms, the upper arms, the lower arms, the fingers, and relax those. And then we start going up to the neck. Relax, and go to the scalp, relax, face, relax, and the eyes, relax, and of course the jaw. The jaw is very nice to do this with because once they relax the jaw, you should notice or give pattern to the effect that the jaw relaxes so much it just lowers on its own. Now, I have found that in some cultures, people are uncomfortable with their jaw hanging open, so you want to be aware of that. Most people, it's okay, and it is a sign of relaxation. Run through that process, do the whole body, then do general deepening, counting and breathing for relaxation. Very simple, very straightforward. For self-hypnosis, this is often called autogenic muscle tension relaxation, and it's very nice for that sort of a process. Okay? All right, sit up straight. I'd like you to sit comfortably and close your eyes. Now what I'd like you to do is just tense up, sit with your legs so that they're comfortable, okay? Don't put your leg on top of the other. Uncross them. That's just so that when they get heavy and relaxed, you don't fall asleep, okay? All right, with your eyes closed, I'd like you to tense all the muscles. Just tighten up everything in your feet. Tense your toes. Tense them really tight, really tight, really tight, and release. Release, and let it relax. Now tense up all the muscles in your calves, in your lower legs. Tight. Tense it now, tight. Tense the muscles, tighter, tighter, and relax. Just release. Release. Now tense all the muscles in your thighs. Tight. Tighten your thighs, your upper legs, tighter, 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 and relax, release. Tense all the muscles in your groin and your butt. Just tighten up your butt really tight, 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 and relax. Now tense the muscles in your stomach and your lower back. Tense them, tighter, 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 and relax. Let go, just let it go loose. Tense the muscles in your chest and your upper back. Tense, tight, 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 and relax. Just let it go loose. Now tense the muscles in your shoulders. Tighten them, tight, 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 and relax. And relax, just let it go. Tense the muscles in your upper arms. Tight, tight, tight. Really feel it tighter, tighter, tighter. Tighter, tight, 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 and relax. Tense the muscles in your lower arms. Tighten it, tight, 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 and relax. And the muscles in your hands and fingers, your wrists, hands, and fingers. Tight, 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 and relax. Just relax, 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 relax. Tense the muscles in your neck. Tighten it up, tight, 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 and relax. And the muscles in the back of the scalp, back here, just tighten it, tight, tight. And the muscles in your scalp, tight, 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 and relax. Really feel it. Now tighten all the muscles in your face. Tighten your face, tight, 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 and relax. And the muscles in your jaw, tighten the muscles in your jaw. Really tighten it. Tight, 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 and relax. Relax. Let all the muscles in your body just relax. Breathe in. Breathe out and relax. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. Progressive relaxation is one of the classic hypnosis inductions. It's also one of the most common processes to guide someone into trance. Now, the induction itself doesn't guarantee that they're in somnambulism or deep trance or deep hypnosis, but it is a nice relaxation process, and you can convert it other ways, use deepeners and condenser effects to get your imaginative involvement. Similar to muscle tension, you go through the major muscle groups, but instead of actually actively tensing them, you focus on just relaxing them and letting go. It's very wise to key these suggestions in with pattern to relaxation and breathing. So something along the lines of breathing in and out, relax. And imagine all the muscles in your eyes just relax, heavier and heavier. And all the muscles in your face relaxing more and more. And just allow that feeling of relaxation to go down your face to your neck, and all those muscles relax. And you can sit comfortably and still relax as your shoulders just let go and relax. Your arms just letting go and relaxing. Your fingers, just let them go loose, limp and heavy, so relaxed. As your chest relaxes and all those muscles just let go. The muscles in your lower back and your stomach, they can and on. Follow all the muscle groups just like the other process, except going with suggestions of relaxation. Now, if you really want to get nice with this, you can have them imagine a wonderful soothing massage, just letting it go. Some people are uncomfortable with being touched like that, even in their imagination. So just saying relax in a nice soothing voice is usually fine. And you can run that process either quickly, I've done it in 3 minutes for the whole body, or traditionally 35 to 40 minutes for progressive relaxation induction. However you want to run it and the context of your particular session. Now notice I just started at the top and went down. You can also start at the bottom and go up. For muscle tension, I tend to start at the bottom and work up, but for progressive relaxation, I will often start at the head, the eyes rather, and then work the face, the head, and down. Just that way I can tie it into breathing, and every breath out, they go down, down, deeper down. But you don't have to do it that way. In fact, I've done it both directions and other ways. I've just said, okay, breathe in, breathe out. Now relax your entire body and relax it more. That's right. Honestly, the process is very straightforward. You can buy books that have scripts for it, but once you've got the outline, it's just a matter of using your own voice, your own vocabulary, and your own tone and timbre to really create a nice relaxing experience. All right, just sit up comfortably. Okay. Close your eyes. I'd like you to breathe and relax. Breathe in deep and relax. Just let yourself relax. That's right. I'd like you to imagine all the muscles in your feet. Relax. Just imagine your feet relaxing. As you breathe in relaxation and let all the muscles in your feet relax. And as you breathe out, you just relax even more. Now imagine all the muscles in your calves or lower legs. And imagine them relaxing. Just relax. And as you breathe and relax, imagine the muscles in your legs relaxing. And as you breathe in, and as you breathe out, the muscles in your thighs relax. As you breathe in and breathe out, the muscles in your groin and your butt, just relax those too. Perhaps you can feel your legs getting heavy in the chair now. Imagine as you breathe and as you breathe out, all the muscles in your lower stomach and lower back relax. The muscles in your waist relax. And imagine the muscles in your chest and in your upper back relax. And imagine the muscles in your shoulders. Imagine them relaxing now. All the muscles in your upper arms relax. The muscles in your lower arms, relax. The muscles in your hands and fingers, relax. The muscles in your shoulders, relax. The muscles in your neck, relax. The muscles in the back of your scalp, in the back of your head, just let those muscles relax too. The muscles in your scalp or at the top of your head, feel all that skin just relax. Imagine the muscles in your face now, just relax. The muscles in your cheeks, in your jaw, just relax. And imagine the muscles in your eyes, just relax. So your whole body just relaxes. Deep, deeper, deeply relax. That's right. Breathe in and out, relax. In a moment, I'll count from 5 to 1, and with each number I say, just allow yourself to relax more and more. 5, relax. 4, deeper relax. 3, so deep. 2, all the way down. And 1, that's right. Just relax. In a moment, I'll count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open, feeling wonderful. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. One of the absolutely easiest ways to hypnotize someone is through a post-hypnotic suggestion. That is, once you've hypnotized them once, during hypnosis, you give them a trigger. You simply say, the next time I hypnotize you, you'll go even deeper. Or a specific trigger, rather than a generalized statement. A specific one might be, when you sit in the hypnosis chair, and when I touch my nose with the intention of hypnotizing you, your eyes shut down, and you go into a very deep hypnotic state. And then bring them up, test it, boom, emerge them, test it, boom, each time getting more and more powerful and more easy. Of course, give them a self-hypnosis trigger, and that'll be easy for them as well. But this is really simple, and honestly, between you and me and the world, you don't even have to have a trigger. If someone's been hypnotized once, they can be hypnotized again very simply and very easily. However, ritualizing it with a post-hypnotic suggestion trigger really makes things easier. So play with it. Now, when you give a trigger, make sure that if it's a set trigger, a word, expression, music, or whatever, that you use something that's not so common, so they don't randomly hear it very often. Also, make sure that you lock it into a context, and that context is only when you wish to go into hypnosis, and only when I say the word, or you say it to yourself, or appropriate persons within an appropriate context. And then you'll be much better at that particular suggestion effect. But post-hypnotic triggers are the way to go. Once you've played around and you've practiced these inductions, make sure that you set reinduction triggers and your life will be so much easier. Now, don't assume that they're going right into deep trance right off. Make sure you deepen the experience each and every time, and you continue running processes to make yourself more effective and to enhance the trance experience for your trance partners. Give me your hand. Place it here. Look here. Press. Sleep. Breathe in. You can sit up comfortably and go even more deeply relaxed. That's right. Breathe in. Breathe out. Relax. Now in a moment I'll ask you to open your eyes, and when you do, I'd like you to remember this. When I touch my nose with the intention of hypnotizing you, and when you are ready to go into hypnosis, when I touch my nose, your eyes close, your body relaxes completely, and you go into a very, very deep trance. Is that okay with you? And that's right. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. How do you feel? You feel good? All right, let's just see. And 1, 2, 3, eyes open. How do you feel? Each time going deeper. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. Yeah. And this time when I ask you to open your eyes, my touching my nose has nothing to do with you going into trance. You will not be hypnotized when I touch my nose. You will only be hypnotized with those triggers you wish to use or other hypnotic inductions. But my touching my nose is just some guy touching his nose. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. Okay, let's see how that goes. And my nose touch is not a trigger anymore. Just let it go. Just let it go. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, fully alert. Feeling wonderful. All right, let's. Okay. You're okay now? You sure? Because I got 2 of them. All right. Okay. Okay, the energy hypnosis induction. This is a bonus induction. It's not really what I call a workhorse induction in and of itself, but it's based on a workhorse induction, which is the expectancy induction, where we heighten the expectation and imagination of the trance partner so that they go right into trance. Now, in this particular one, I use a concept which is very familiar for some people, and that is of some sort of energy, and that energy is the force or chi or magnetic energy or whatever. It is a placebo. Doesn't really exist, at least not insofar as the way I present it here. But the setup alone is enough to excite the imagination and create an expectation that it'll happen. And you'll notice it works exactly the way I do it. The energy induction is basically, I tell the trance partner that in a moment I'm going to use an energetic system to hypnotize you. I will energize my hands. Now, I rub my hands together really fast to make them warm. Okay, and I've done this for years, so sometimes my hands actually get hot because I rub really fast and hard. And then when they hold my hands, I tell them the energy is passing through. They feel the warmth, and that kicks in as energy, and they actually feel physical energy going through their body like a soft, pleasant electrical current. And it washes through their body in a circle, which they then experience as euphoric feeling, and they pop into trance. And that's all there is to it. Doesn't have to have any real psychic energy involved, but a person may experience it that way. I've used other metaphors for the energy rather than psychic or chi or force, but it's kind of fun to play with it, particularly if you have someone you want to really mess with in that regard, or someone whose values and beliefs would be sympathetic to that sort of an induction as opposed to another type of induction. But that's an expectancy induction. It's very simple, very straightforward, and a lot of fun. But when you use an induction like this, you have to have confidence, you have to know it's going to work, and you have to project that confidence to your trance partner. If they in any way suspect that you're just screwing around or that you don't believe in something, it's not going to work. So make sure you do it right and have fun. Okay, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a little bit with the energy. Now I'm going to energize my hands, then I'm going to ask you to hold my hands. And what I want you to do is notice the change in the energy as I send the energy from my hands through yours. It's going to travel through your body in a circle. And when it gets to your mind, your entire body shuts down and relaxes. Okay? Now you'll feel that as a kind of wave of euphoria. You're familiar with. Okay? First I energize with some energy. Now I'm increasing the energy in my hands, and you'll feel it. You'll feel it. And I'm going to ask you to hold my hands and hold them tight and feel the energy coming in. And feel the energy going through your arms and cycling through your chest, down your body, up to the back of the head. And when it starts coming down, sleep. Breathe in, breathe out, and relax. Breathe in. And feel that energy beginning to cycle again. It goes down the front, up the back, over the skull, and down the front. Every time it cycles through, feel it stronger and more wonderful, like an energy wave washing through you. And notice this energy can go to all the places in your body and your mind with a wonderful healing energy. That's right. Feel that energy getting stronger. And notice something wonderful now. And that is, you can begin to feel this area, that third eye, just slightly opens. And feel a wonderful thing. As you breathe in, that energy gets stronger as energy from the universe of unconditional love washes through you. And it joins that energy going down the front and up the back. Down the front and up the back. And that healing, unconditional loving energy washes through you in all those places that need healing or love or freedom. And feel that energy now expanding as it begins to get wider and deeper. And it begins to corkscrew, it begins to channel around and around like a spiral. As it goes down the front, it begins to spiral down and up the back, spiraling around and around and over the skull, down the face. And notice how you can just feel your muscles let go, and you feel any grief or pain or guilt just let go. And that energy begins to feel wonderful. And as it connects you to the universe, and you feel a wonderful sensation washing through you as that energy grows and grows. How does that feel? Does that feel wonderful? How does that feel? Good. Okay. Eyes closed just for a moment. Let me count you back as the energy settles down and it rests in a place in your heart just for you, continually spiraling, giving you energy. In a moment, I'll count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open, fully alert, feeling wonderful. Your head is clear. You have lots of energy. For the rest of the day, you can feel yourself feeling wonderful. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. How's that feel? Good. Did you feel the energy coming through? Okay. Which direction did it come?
So,
Oh, okay.
up and down.
Okay. Another form of expectancy induction is the mesmeric magnets. Now, mesmerism is the direct father of hypnosis. Franz Anton Mesmer witnessed a street preacher, Father Hell, great name for a priest, who was using magnets to hypnotize people. And they believed that these magnets had energy that would take the life force, line it up, and cause a trance. Eventually, Mesmer discovered he didn't need the magnets, so he was using what he thought was animal magnetism. And just for fun, I'm including an expectancy induction where I use that particular metaphor in this DVD set. Some people still practice magnetic energy inductions, and so for some people it's very, very powerful. Other people, they just look at you like you're some sort of crazy guy. So go ahead and play with it. Have some fun. All right, you see this? Okay, it's got a magnet on the back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this magnet and I'm going to pass it over you and towards you. Now, as it gets closer to you, notice how you can feel it closer, like an energy. And as it's further away, it's not as strong. You feel that? Stronger and stronger, and not so much. Now, as I begin to pass that around you, notice how you can feel a difference, a change in your body. It's kind of like a relaxation, but there's a tingling sensation too. You feel that? Yeah. Okay. Now notice what happens as it gets closer to you. It gets stronger and stronger. And as I pass my arms down, you can feel yourself beginning to relax. As I pass down, you begin to relax more and more. Feel the magnet just like an energy, and it kind of relaxes as the top of the head begins to relax and the lower body begins to relax. Stronger and stronger. Now what you're going to start feeling is a heaviness. You can sit back comfortably and allow that heaviness to begin to come. Now your eyes might begin to become heavy, or your body gets heavier first. I'm not sure which. Sometimes the body just becomes loose and limp, and sometimes it's the mind that begins to kind of float, like a wavy, floaty, tingling feeling. And as you feel that magnet beginning to pass closer and stronger, notice how your eyes begin to get heavier and begin to blink more and more, rapidly and then slowly. And each time they start to get heavier and heavier until they just won't open. Just imagine that tingling. You feel that energy? Just allow that to get stronger now. Breathe in and you feel it even stronger. There it comes. And notice your eyes beginning to get heavier and heavier and heavier. And notice the eyes begin to go. They begin to close and get heavier and heavier, and they just lock down. And you might begin to feel that energy even stronger now That's right. And you might feel that wonderful feeling passing through your entire body now, as that feeling gets even stronger and stronger. And let that feeling grow even stronger, even stronger. And you just sleep, let go, and relax. That's right. Relax deeper, deeper, deeper. In a moment, I'll count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. 1, 2, 3. How's that feel?
Good.
The repeat eye closure induction is based on the work of John Kappas. Basically, the induction is very straightforward, very simple. Ask the person to open their eyes, say a number, and as they say the number, breathe out, close their eyes, and relax. Eyes open, next number, close their eyes and relax. Okay, and they just keep counting until eventually they get so fatigued and so loopy that they go into a nice, beautiful hypnotic state. Some people will start with 1 and they just keep counting up until they're done. Others count backwards from 100. Doesn't really matter, but if you're going up, then if you have a particularly analytical person, they can keep going past 100, and some people do that. For me, I don't have the patience for that, and so I normally don't use this induction, but if I did, I'd go backwards, and by the time they got to, 80, if they hadn't dropped out by the time they get to 80, I'm impatient. I'm just going to pop them in with an instant or a rapid. But for our purposes, you can see how that can run and how you can use patter to increase the likelihood of going into deep trance before you get bored waiting for the person to drop. Here's what I want you to do. I'm going to ask you to count backwards from 100. But every time you say a number, you open and close your eyes. That's all you have to do. And every time you breathe in, your eyes are open. And then you say the number. As you breathe out, your eyes close. And then breathe in, eyes open. Breathe out, eyes closed as you say the number, counting backwards from 100. And with each number, just go ahead and let yourself relax, okay? All right? Say it out loud. So you're counting out loud backwards from 100.
100.
Deeper, relax. And as you breathe in, your eyes open. And as you breathe out, say the number and close your eyes and relax. Just deep breaths. Every breath in
98.
and every breath out, you let yourself relax more and more.
97.
Each time going deeper on every breath.
86.
And you can just listen to me as you continue to breathe and count, so that every breath, and you relax every time until you just relax more and more, and notice how you can relax and let go and relax, and notice as you continue to count, and every breath out, you say the number and relax. And every breath in, your eyes open. But notice how it just gets heavier and harder to concentrate. Then you might even notice you forget the numbers, or forget to remember to remember the numbers as they just float and you continue talking and counting and relaxing. You might even forget a number, but that's okay. Just start at another number. And every time you close your eyes just get heavier and heavier. and harder to open until they just stay shut. And they're just so heavy, so heavy, so heavy. And they just stay closed. And your body relaxes, and your mind relaxes, and you relax. Your body, your mind, relax deeper, deeply relax. That's right. Just relax. In a moment, I'll count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open, feeling wonderful. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. How's that feel? It's kind of tiring, kind of floaty. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about deepeners. Once you do an induction, whatever type of induction you're doing, you really need to deepen the experience. So there's a number of different ways to do that. Now, we talk about deepening as if a trance goes down, down, down. But actually, depth of trance is an illusion. It's actually the degree of imaginative involvement in the experience. But we use words like deeper. And in fact, if you tie in the word deeper, deeper down, deeper, with an exhalation, psychologically we tend to go deeper into trance, if there was such a thing. Because when we breathe out, our shoulders go down, and we naturally tie that into a deepening experience. There's a whole bunch of ways to deepen trance. And in any hypnosis experience, you need to use those deepeners. Even if they're a deep trance subject, a natural somnambulist, you've got to use a deepening approach in order to maintain the hypnotic state. Otherwise, they'll just simply float out and come to full awareness before you're ready for that to happen. So let's go through some deepeners, as well as one way to emerge someone from hypnosis. Breathing deepener. Very simple. Breathe in, breathe out, relax. Every breath out, go even deeper into hypnosis. You just tie in the act of breathing out to relaxation and deepening the hypnotic experience. Use patter or suggestions that reinforce that idea, and then let them breathe, either in silence or with your suggestions. Breathe in, breathe out, and relax. Every breath out, you can relax more and more. Every breath out, relaxing more and more. Breathing in, relax. And relax. Every breath out, deeper, deeper, relax. That's right. And relax. The dial deepener is very interesting. I really enjoy it. Have the person imagine 3 dials. Okay, and each dial has numbers from 1 to 10. And give them the pattern that the first dial is your relaxation dial. So every number you turn or press, you double your relaxation. So as you turn the dial to each number, you double your relaxation. So number 1 is twice as deep as you are right now. Number 2 is twice as relaxed as number 1. Number 3 is twice as relaxed as number 2. Number 9 is twice as relaxed as number 8. And so on to number 10 is twice as relaxed as number 9. So it's an exponential growth. Then have them do the action. I like to have them press their finger or turn a dial with their hand while they're saying it, and let them run the process. They'll need to speak out loud. As they turn and say each number, they should double their relaxation. The second dial, once they've gone through number 1, the second dial is our relaxation dial. So every number we turn it to, you become 5 times deeper, much more deeply relaxed. Now notice I'll say double your relaxation or more relaxed. 5 times deeper or much more deeply relaxed. Because some people don't do the math. They can't do the numbers. So make sure you're aware of that so that you can be speaking to either type of person. Number 1 is 5 times deeper than you are right now after having used the first dial. 2 is 5 times deeper than 1. 3 is 5 times deeper than 2. Number 8 is very much more deeply relaxed or 5 times deeper than number 7, and so on till 10 is 5 times deeper relaxed or very much more deeply relaxed than number 9. And then I will take my hand and place it on the person's hand, and I will, every number I say, we turn the dial together. So I'll say the numbers 1, and while I do that, I turn the dial as if it were both turning it together, and I'll say very much more deeply relaxed, 5 times deeper. Usually I do the numbers along with the breath out. Don't have to, but that's my policy. Right? Makes it easier to imagine themselves going down. The third relaxation dial is my relaxation dial. So every number I turn, you become 10 times more deeply relaxed or very, very much more deeply relaxed. Okay, and go through the process again. You got the idea. Now what's this doing? It's starting with the trance partner or the client has control of the depth. Then we go together, and then finally it's I have control. Now often while I'm doing the numbers and the deepening, I will lightly snap my fingers. Make sure they know you'll snap your fingers. Don't go right up to their ear and snap without them being aware of it. You're going to shock them. Don't do that stuff, but allow them to know. And then what I'll often do is I will do snapping here. Then I move it. Each number, the location changes. What I'm doing is I'm conditioning them to my voice and my snap so that later I can just say deeper and they automatically use the snap, or deeper and they go down. The trance control is moved from the trance partner to myself. A nice process. It takes a while because you're doing 30 different numbers and different depths, and they really have to focus on it. But it's a lot of fun and it's extremely helpful, particularly if you're after a very relaxing experience. In front of you, imagine there are 3 dials, and each dial is a relaxation dial. The first dial is my relaxation dial. Or, I'm sorry. Imagine the 3 dials in front of you. These are relaxation dials. Each dial relaxes you more and more. The first dial is your relaxation dial. So each number you dial relaxes you more and more, doubles your relaxation. So when you turn the dial to 1, you're twice as relaxed as you are right now. When you turn it to 2, you're twice as relaxed as number 1. 8 is twice as relaxed as number 7. And so on until 10 is twice as relaxed as number 9. So I'd like you to speak out loudly as you turn your dial, and with each dial you turn, double your relaxation, and begin turning it now. Double.
One.
Deeper, relaxed. Even deeper. Double that relaxation. Twice as deeply relaxed. Even deeper. And deeper. And deeper. Each number you dial, you double that relaxation. Every number going even deeper. That's right. Find you can speak clearly, but still relax. And relax. And relax. Now the next dial is our relaxation dial. And each number we turn together, you go 5 times or even more deeply relaxed. So that the number 1, when we turn the dial, you go 5 times deeper than you are right now. Or even more deeply relaxed. Number 2 is even more deeply relaxed than number 1. And so on. Each number even more deeply relaxed than the previous number. And we will start turning our dial together right now as I speak, and we turn that dial together. 1, even more deeply relaxed. 2, even more deeply relaxed, 5 times deeper. 3, so deep. 4, even more deeply relaxed. 5 times deeper. And notice a wonderful feeling washing through you with each dial we turn. 6. Every dial relaxing you more and more, feeling more and more. 7, wonderful, 5 times deeper. 8, even more wonderful. Really let go and feel that wonderful feeling. And 10, all the way. Now the third dial is my relaxation dial. So every number I turn it to, you go 10 times deeper, feel 10 times more wonderful. In your body, your mind, and your spirit, feeling very wonderful. Even deeper, 10 times or much, much, much more deeply relaxed. With each number I dial, 1, feeling wonderful. 2, even more deeply relaxed. 3, feel that wonderful feeling as you go even more, much, much more deeper. 4, 5, and let that wonderful feeling wash through you. 6, stronger still. 7, 8, 9. Take your time as 10. Feeling wonderful. That's right. You're doing perfect. The Esdale process is a deepener that is often described as a step into another state of hypnosis or an altogether different kind of trance state called the Esdale state, named for James Esdale, the physician who worked in India in the 19th century. Dave Ellman read about Esdale's surgeries with Indians, including amputations and all sorts of things, where he had no anesthetic, no chemical help at all, but through mesmerism was able to perform these wonderful surgeries with a high success rate, much higher than what was happening in Europe at the time. Well, Ellman started thinking about it, decided that he wanted to reconstruct a process that would help guide clients and trance partners into the Esdale state, also called the hypnotic coma. And he developed a process for that, which I will describe to you now as the Esdale deepener. Yes, you can use the Esdale deepener along with other hypnotic inductions, particularly the Ellman induction, since that's how it's usually processed, to reach a state where surgery can happen without anesthetic. Although before you do that, make sure that there is a chemical anesthesiologist on hand, and certainly don't go chopping bits off at home. But the Esdale deepener is also a wonderful deepener. Here's how it works in a nutshell. Very simple process. Induce hypnosis, preferably experiential hypnosis, or what we would call somnambulism, a deep trance or deeply intensified imaginative state. Have the person imagine they're at the top of an escalator or entering an elevator, and the elevator takes them to 3 levels. So once they're deepened and relaxed, you then tell them you're now at the ground floor of relaxation. In a moment, you will press the button on the elevator to go to level A. Level A is twice as deeply relaxed as you are right now. And after level A is level B, which is twice as deeply relaxed or double the relaxation of level A, and level C, which is the very sub-basement of relaxation, as deep as you can go. So in a moment, I'll ask you to press the button and we go to level A. When you are twice as deeply relaxed as you are right now, say A and tell them to say it out loud. Also, when we reach level A, this finger will move. You're setting up an ideomotor response so that they say A and the finger moves. After you reach level A, you then, in a moment, I'm going to ask you to press the elevator button again. You'll go to level B, which is twice as deeply relaxed as you are right now. When you reach level B, this finger will move and you will say B. Usually that takes a little bit longer than level A, and they start to speak a little slower or lower or softer. And finally, after you reach level B, in a moment, we'll press the button again. We'll go to level C, which is the very sub-basement of relaxation, where you become so deeply relaxed, the most deeply relaxed you can be. And at that point, when you reach level C, the very sub-basement of relaxation, this finger will move and you will say C. Now here's where you want to make sure you have that ideomotor signal, that finger signal set up. Because many people, when they reach level C, they're so relaxed that they no longer vocalize. They're just so relaxed they don't even bother speaking. Or they can't speak because of the relaxation effect. So make sure you get there. Now, if you reach what is called the hypnotic coma, which many people say the Esdale will automatically get you there, I don't believe that. I believe the hypnotic coma is the Esdale state, is a suggested state. People reach it not because it's a natural process from this deepener, but because it's suggested through hypnosis. And in my teaching, I believe that any state can be reached through hypnosis because of hypnotic suggestion. However, when you do achieve that state of the hypnotic coma, they tend not to take suggestions other than deepening and relaxation. You should be able to move their body into any position, and it will stay in that position for as long as you wish. That's very helpful for surgery, obviously. You can then have analgesia, anesthetic, pain relief, so that the surgery can go without the anesthetics or drugs. However, in my experience, these are suggested effects. I am not aware of anyone who has spontaneously achieved these results without previous knowledge of the hypnotic coma. And so if you want to do that kind of work, obviously get real training, preferably in-person training from a competent, qualified hypnotist who understands this stuff, and make sure you have practiced and make sure everything is above board. But that's the Esdale deepener. It's very straightforward. It's a wonderful process as a deepener in and of itself. Too many hypnotists assume that it goes into the hypnotic coma automatically, which it does not, and so they ignore it as a deepener when it works so wonderfully for that use. I'd like you to imagine now that you're in front of an elevator. And right now you're at the ground floor of relaxation. This elevator goes to 3 different levels. Level A is twice as deep as you are right now. Level B is twice as deep as level A. And level C is the very sub-basement of relaxation. Deeper than you can ever go. Just so very deep. The very bottom of relaxation. And so I'd like you to imagine that you get inside the elevator. And I'd like you to imagine that you can press the button now to go to A. And when you reach level A, you will say A, twice as deep as you are right now, and this finger will move. And push the button now. And you're going down, down, deeper down. When you reach level A, this finger will move, and you will be twice as deeply relaxed. And you will say A. Deeper and feeling wonderful. Now, we're going to go to the level B, which is twice as deep as you are right now, twice as deep as level A. And when you reach level B, this finger will move and you will say B. So let's push the button now. And going down, down, deeper, 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 deeper down. And at level B, notice how wonderful that feels. Now in a moment we'll go down to level C, which is a very sub-basement relaxation. A very sub-basement. When you reach level C, this finger will move and you will say C. So let's push the button. Going down, down, deeper down. And see. It's wonderful. Now notice in this particular place, this wonderful feeling, how you can continue to relax and feel wonderful in your mind and in your spirit. And your body can be placed in any position at all and locked in place. Locked, locked, locked in place. And it can just hang there for hours without feeling it. That's right. And it can be moved, unlocked, and relaxed. And you can just relax, feeling wonderful. Notice as you breathe in, let that wonderful feeling continue. And that's right. You're feeling wonderful. Fractionation. Fractionation is basically just like in the element induction, there's eyes open, eyes closed, eyes open, eye closed. Fractionation is an effect in hypnosis that when someone has been hypnotized once, the next time they are hypnotized, they respond more quickly and more deeply into the experience. So, how do we use that in hypnosis without waiting between sessions? You emerge. You hypnotize, count them up, eyes open, close their eyes, up and down, each time making sure you suggest that they go deeper and deeper. And that's it. That's fractionation, and it works beautifully for many people. Although some people, some small percentage of people do report that the eyes open and eye closure annoys them. So if you encounter persons like that, you may want to skip a quick fractionation, but rather do a stealth fractionation of heightening the experience and deepening, heightening, deepening, or emerge them, talk for a bit, and then hypnotize them again so they don't notice the fractionation effect as an annoying up and down, but rather as a natural part of the process. One, two, three, eyes open. Feeling wonderfully refreshed. How you feel? Kind of floating? Okay. Sleep. Breathe in. Breathe out deeper. Deeper, deeper. One, two, three, eyes open. Sleep. Even deeper, even deeper. Every time you close your eyes, you go even deeper. One, two, three, eyes open. Sleep all the way down, all the way down. One, two, three, eyes open. And sleep even deeper, even deeper. That's right. One, two, three, eyes open, feeling wonderful. How you feel? The number counting deepener is very straightforward. Basically what you do is you tell the client or trance partner, in a moment I'm going to count backwards or forwards, whichever you prefer. I tend to count backwards, but you can go forward. And with each number I say, you become more deeply relaxed and go even deeper into hypnosis. 5, deeper, relaxed. Now what I like to do is time my counting to an exhalation. So as they're breathing out, they get the number and they feel their shoulders going down, and that heightens the experience of deepening. You don't have to do that, honestly. And some people say you must, but you don't. What you might do is, as you count, get slower. So at first you're counting on each deep breath out, and then skip a breath for the next number, and then skip a couple breaths, or skip a couple numbers, so that their mind just gets confused a little more. That's a nice way to heighten the experience. But you don't have to do all that. It's just a nice little side technique. number counting. Deepen through counting on numbers. Each number I say, relaxing more and more. 5. Double that relaxation. 4. Even deeper. 3. So deep. 1. Relax. That's right. Sometimes you're hypnotizing a person in a very loud environment. I've hypnotized people on busy streets, at rock concerts, in restaurants with a lot of noise and conversation and music going on. And in those situations, you really want to make sure that your trance partner or client focus on your words and that they don't get distracted by all the sounds around them. So in those situations, make sure you use what is called the sounds around you pattern. It's a deepening technique where the extraneous sounds become like white noise that filters out all the distractions and help the person concentrate. That way you're less likely to lose them to distraction. And as you go deeper into hypnosis, you can find that it's very easy to listen to my voice, to focus, to concentrate. And all the sounds around you can help you concentrate and go more deeply into hypnosis now. Very straightforward, very simple. You probably will find that it's useful for any hypnosis session, but particularly useful whenever you might have distractions in the environment around you. It is a myth that you need absolute silence to enter hypnosis. It's not true. All you need is focused attention, imaginative involvement, and the expectation of entering trance with a critical factor bypass. You got all that, you're going to get hypnosis. However, sounds around you type pattern will certainly help deal with distractions. All the sounds around you, all the sounds around you can help you relax even more, allowing you to focus on my voice and drift even further into relaxation as all the sounds around you allow you to relax even more deeply. That's right. Deeper, deeper, deeply relaxed. The staircase deepener is a very common deepening effect. Basically, it's based on visualization and guided imagery type imagination involvement. Tell the trance partner, client, that imagine yourself at the top of the staircase. And with each step that you go down, you find yourself relaxing more and more deeply into hypnosis. Now, when I run the process, I usually tie it into the idea of going down the stairs into a beautiful garden of relaxation. I make it a guided imagery. With each step the person goes down, I enhance the sensory awareness. At the top step, notice the colors of the plants growing all around. And the next step, more deeper, deeply relaxed, as perhaps you notice the warmth of the sun or the soft, cool breeze upon your skin. And the next step, even deeper, as the colors of the flower vases and the flowers themselves, the rich, beautiful colors, strike you as very relaxing. In the next step, perhaps you can hear the sound of the birds or the gentle rustle of the breeze through the leaves of the trees, etc., until I get down to the last step and they step out into their garden. It's a nice way to enhance the experience. Many people don't. They just say, first step, relax. Second step, relax. Third step, relax some more. And that's honestly, that's all you need to do, but it's nice to enhance through a visual and guided imagery, an imaginative experience, etc. Imagine now you're standing at the top of stairs, and those stairs lead down into a garden of relaxation. And each step you take down that staircase relaxes you more and more. Your body's relaxed, your mind is relaxed, and let's go into a beautiful garden of relaxation. At the top step, stepping down, notice the colors of the flowers and the green grass and the very varied colors of the trees and the sky. The next step, deeper relaxed. Perhaps you can feel the warmth of the sun. The next step, the cool breeze upon your body. The next step, the smell of the flowers, the sound of the leaves, the whistling of the wind through the tree leaves. The next step, the sound of the birds overhead, the sound of the water in the garden. The next step, almost there. At the next step, you step into the garden of relaxation, feeling wonderful. And there you are, in your own special garden, relaxing more and more. Down the staircase of relaxation and into the garden, feeling wonderful. Okay, you've hypnotized someone, you've done great, you've deepened the experience, and you've given them a couple suggestions for their benefit. Now what do you do? Now we know that people can't really get stuck into hypnosis no matter what Hollywood and bad news reporters say. It's just not possible. However, you still want to emerge them from the experience at a time that's appropriate for the session instead of waiting until they spontaneously come out of it, which they will. So, emerging. First, you signpost that you're going to finish the session. Second, you tell them what to expect. And 3, run whatever you've told them for the emergence. It's now time to come back to the here and the now. In a moment, I will count from 1 to 3. And at the number 3, your eyes open, you're fully alert, fully refreshed, your head is clear, and you feel wonderful. 1, coming back to the here and the now. 2, stretching. And 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. How do you feel? And then they say wonderful. Now here's the tricky thing. Remember, even though you've emerged them and even though their head is clear and they're all great, they're still in hypnosis. You still got about 30 seconds to a minute. You can be firing in suggestions. And anything and everything you say at that point is a suggestion. So when you emerge them, don't go doing things like this. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling great. So I really hope that worked. Because now you're getting the chance suggestion of failure. So don't do that. Reinforce the session work when you've got their eyes open. Now in a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 5, and at the number 5, your eyes open, you're fully alert, your head is clear, feeling wonderful. 1, 2, back to the here and now. 3, 4, stretching, and 5, eyes open, feeling wonderful. How's that? Feel good? Certain forms of hypnosis require an abreaction, which is a very intense experience, often a revivification of a past traumatic event. If we're doing regression therapy or hypnoanalysis, we want that because we're going to work with it. However, if you're watching this series and you don't have any previous hypnosis experience, or you're not trained in hypnoanalysis, regression to cause, or abreactive therapy, then don't play with abreactions. Sometimes, and it's rare, but it does happen, people will have what are called spontaneous abreactions. Something happens and they have an abnormal experience or an intensified experience in trance because things have opened up and they're more likely to express or their unconscious wishes to have catharsis. If you are untrained in abreactive therapy, here's what you need to do. Stop the abreaction gently and firmly. Now, if you aren't touching the person in hypnosis and they go into an abreaction, do not panic and do not touch them. We don't want to inadvertently set a touch to the abreaction. Rather, and if you are touching them, don't suddenly move away. Just continue doing what you've been doing and don't make any sudden changes in the environment. If you want to stop an abreaction and the person is in hypnosis, just remember these magic words. And the scene fades. Concentrate on your breathing. And then deepen the breathing experience. And the scene fades. Concentrate on your breathing. That's from the Ellman School of Hypnoanalysis, but others use this same pattern. Basically, you're giving the suggestion to let whatever's bothering them just float away. Now, if you're doing recreational therapy or show, entertainment, hypnosis, an abreaction comes up, you probably don't want to stop the show or do something else and work with that individual. Or if you're doing other kinds of hypnotherapy and an abreaction shows up that's not appropriate for what your session is about, you can set the abreaction aside and the scene fades. And then later, after hypnosis, you can talk to the client whether or not they want to work on that particular issue. Some people don't want to work on all their issues. Other people do. But you must remain calm, do not panic, and simply say, and the scene fades, concentrate on your breathing. And in most cases, that's all you need to do, and you'll be fine. If in the event they don't stop the abreaction, then repeat it, do a deepener, shift their attention to something else in the space or the room, and then deepen from there. You'll be fine. And the scene fades. Concentrate on your breathing. Breathing in, breathing out, and relaxing. There's some people who just love hypnosis. They go into hypnosis and it feels so wonderful. Oh, I'm just floating. I love it here. And then you tell them, 1, 2, 3, eyes open. And their eyes don't open. They just stay in the chair. Oh, I feel so wonderful. And they don't come out of it. Now, no one can get stuck in hypnosis, and no one is trapped in hypnosis. So if they're not emerging when you give the suggestion, they are doing so for a reason. Sometimes it's because the experience is so wonderful that they want to hang on to it. Sometimes because they want to avoid things outside of the trance. They don't want to go back to their life the way it is or whatever. And sometimes it's just to screw with your mind. However, don't panic, because if you panic, you will send a suggestion that something is wrong. All you need to do is use the emerging again, make sure they hear you, and if they don't respond, there's something called the coma threat. And some people who do stage hypnosis will use this threat, and it's more likely to happen in those situations, but any context it's possible. Personally, I don't like the coma threat, but it is a tool that you have in your toolbox in situations where you're unable to emerge them otherwise. The coma threat works this way. Wow, I see you're really enjoying the experience. It's a nice, deep, relaxing state. In a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open, you're fully alert, clear-headed, feeling wonderful. Now, if you do not emerge when I count from 1 to 3, I am going to hypnotize you deeper. I am going to hypnotize you so that you can never, ever enter this state again. 1. At 2 and 3, eyes open. Most people will respond immediately because for most people, they're not emerging because they really like the experience. Okay? And so that's the coma threat. Use it sparingly, okay? And never, ever, never, ever follow through with the seal of blocking someone from the use of hypnosis. It's a threat. It's a bluff. Use it in that context. Seals are very inappropriate. In a moment, I will count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open. And if they do not, I will hypnotize you so that you could never feel these feelings again. So you must emerge now. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. Well, that's it for workhorse inductions. I hope you've enjoyed the sessions, and I hope that you have gotten something valuable out of it. Obviously, this is just a cookie cutter approach to hypnosis training. I give you the explanations, I show you the examples, but the real work is on you. If you really want to learn this stuff, you need to take notes, you need to outline the processes, and you need to go out and practice with real live humans. But once you've done that, you can always go back to the DVD and review, check processes, and please, please enjoy. Obviously, there's a whole lot more for you to learn, but for now, that's the workhorse inductions, and good day. Hello, I'm Brian David Phillips, and welcome to Imaginative Suggestibility. This DVD set is developed for you to learn about what are traditionally called suggestibility tests, or test effects for hypnotizability. Please don't assume that if a person responds, they are easily hypnotized, or if they don't respond, they can't be hypnotized. It is erroneous. These are also not tests. They're effects. When I present them to clients or trance partners, I don't call them suggestibility tests. I call them imagination games. And there's a couple reasons why I do this. One, there's no pass or failure. It's all feedback on how a client or trance partner responds to a certain type of effect. Suggestion. Two, if you project to others that you're giving them a test, that gives them the idea that there's a chance of pass or failure. And failure, if they don't perform the test the way they seem to think that they're supposed to, that means they're less likely to be responsive to other suggestions. Personally, I like to run with successes, so I always praise the person no matter how they respond, and then use whatever their response is as feedback for the next effect. These suggestibility effects, these imaginative games, are also excellent bridges into hypnosis. So many hypnotists miss the boat. And they think that they have to do, when they've done the effect and they've got a response to it, they then stop and start their induction. Well, guess what? That is the induction. If you have a positive response to any of these suggestibility effects I will be demonstrating to you in the course of this program, if you get a positive response to any of them, you have hypnosis. All you have to do is convert it. Just take it and convert it, deepen it, and boom, run with your session. All suggestibility effects are hypnosis inductions. Now, I know many of these will have the eyes open, but you don't need the eyes closed for hypnosis, unlike what some people seem to think. You can run this as an induction, or you can just run it as a playful game, a bridge or stepping stone into more formal work, if that's how you want to plan it. But in this program, I'm going to be explaining a whole lot of effects. Okay, more suggestibility effects than most people ever perform, and I will be demonstrating them. Your job is to watch, listen, learn. Listen to the explanation, listen to the pattern in the examples, learn the process, and then go out and practice. Okay, run it with different folks, and most importantly, have fun with this stuff. It's naturally fun. I call them imagination games when I present them to people, and so if it's a game, be playful, have some fun. Our first suggestibility effect is called the finger magnets. This is one of the most common effects used by stage hypnotists and therapists, people who learn hypnosis. Now, the classic version of doing this is to ask a person to interlace their fingers to create a clasp in the hands. And then you have them hold their first two fingers up. Don't have them do it too quickly because you'll spoil the effect. So I'm going to ask you to clasp your fingers together like this. Clasp your hands. In a moment, not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to ask you to hold your fingers up, keeping the hands clasped together. Now, look between your fingers. Hold them up and look between your fingers and imagine magnets pulling your fingers together closer and closer and tighter and tighter. Keep your eyes focused on that spot as the fingers get closer and closer until they touch. And then they move and they touch. All right, now here's the deal. This is not a genuine suggestibility effect. Rather, it is a bridge to use for enhancing imagination later, because physiologically, if they follow your directions, the fingers must move, because the fingers together, the hands like this, if you hold those fingers up, they naturally close because of the pressure of the hands. All right? Now, some hypnotists don't tell their clients or trance partners or audience that they're running a suggestibility effect with, that that's the case. I do. I always explain it that way because I know that there's going to be intelligent people in my audience who figure it out. And if they find that I'm misleading them, I've destroyed their trust and I lose rapport with them. Rather, I say, pretty cool that most of you it moved. Most of them it will move. Some will not. Some will have no movement or their fingers will go away. Those who have no movement aren't actually following the directions or they don't want it to happen. Those who move away, they're asuggestibles. They're fighting against your suggestion. They're contrarians. Now, most of you it moved. Isn't that cool? But here's the deal. The imagination enhances the movement, but even if I didn't tell you that the fingers would move together, they probably will feel pressure to move toward one another. It's just that your enhanced concentration increased the effect. So, since that's a physiological effect, let's do it this way. Hold your hands up like this, two fists. Index finger up, put them together. Now look between your hands, between the fingers, concentrating, and imagine the magnets pulling them together. Closer and closer and closer until they touch. In fact, the closer they get, the stronger it becomes. The closer it gets, the stronger it becomes until they touch. And when they touch, it's as if they're glued together. Glued together. The more you try to pull them apart, the tighter they become. And relax. Let go. Now, when your fingers move this way, that's a genuine suggestibility effect. And you can do that all sorts of variations. I've done on stage, because I'd already done this with a bunch of people, with a crowd. I decided I didn't want to do that with an individual, so I changed it up, had the fists and the thumbs, and she went through this process. Okay, so that's thumb magnets kind of deal, or you can have the back of the hand, whatever. Whatever you choose to do, you can play with that. But that's basically the finger magnets. Okay, first we're going to do some imagination games. So okay. I want you to take two hands, interlock the fingers, and now in a moment I want you to put both fingers up here. Go ahead and put these two fingers up, and I want you to imagine magnets pulling the fingers together, closer and closer. Concentrate and imagine the magnets pulling together, closer, 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 closer. I tie a string around it, tie it tighter, 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 tighter. And the closer they get, the stronger it becomes. The closer it gets, the stronger it becomes, until they touch. And when they touch, it's like glue, 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 one piece. The more you try to pull it apart, the tighter it becomes. Try to pull it apart, it gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and stop. And let go. There you go. Okay, and undo your hands. And we'll quickly just go take two hands like this, put them together. Now this time, look right here, and imagine a gravity well, pulling the fingers together closer and tighter, and imagine it getting stronger. As the fingers begin to move closer and closer and closer, it gets stronger and stronger. The closer they get, the stronger it becomes. The closer they get, the stronger it becomes. Closer and tighter and tighter, closer, closer, tighter, tighter, closer. Tie a string around it, pull it tight, 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 until they touch. Or glue, glue, glue. The more you try to pull it apart, the tighter it becomes. Try to pull it apart, it gets tighter and tighter and tighter. And relax. And there. How's that feel?
Good.
Good? Okay. Hand magnets are very similar to finger magnets, except you have the person hold their hand in front of them. I usually have them move the arm straight out so that it'll move easier. Instead of here, I have them put it out. But basically have them hold the hands in front of them, look between their hands. Either they keep looking at that spot or they can close their eyes and imagine they're looking at that spot. Okay. Now imagine that there are magnets on the hands pulling them together tighter and tighter and closer and closer. The tighter they get, the stronger it becomes, moving closer and closer and closer. Now that's one way to do it. John Sorbonne has a wonderful adaptation to this where he has them imagine a gravity well pulling the hands together instead of magnets. It's a nice little bit, but either way, the effect is for the hands to be moving closer and closer. Many people find that if their eyes are closed, the hands move more easily. So when they open their eyes, they're shocked at how close the hands are. They will either touch or they will simply be moved a little closer. Watch for how much movement you get, and that'll tell you what kind of a physical responder this person is. Either a really high responder or a slight responder with a slight response. Okay, but that's the hand magnets. Very simple, very straightforward, and incredibly common and very easy to use. Okay, how you feel? Okay, take your two hands, hold them out like this. Boom, right there. I want you to look right here. And as you look here, I want you to imagine as if there's a gravity well pulling your hands together closer and closer and closer. In fact, the more you try to stop your hands from touching, the tighter it gets. They get closer and closer, like that gravity well right there, pulling closer and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. In fact, try to stop them from touching, but it gets even stronger. The more you try to stop it, the tighter it becomes. The more you try to stop it, the stronger it becomes until they touch. And when they touch, it's like they're glued together. They're glued together. One piece of wood glued together. Try to take it apart, but it's stuck. Try to take it apart, but it's stuck. Really try. I mean, try hard, but it's stuck even tighter. The more you try to take it apart, the tighter it becomes. Now watch this. This is really cool because in a moment, I'll count from 3 to 1. At the number 1, your hands come apart and it's like a really good feeling, whoosh, right through your body. It feels wonderful. Is that all right with you? 1, 2, 3. Whoosh. How's that? Hand clasp can be done as a suggestibility effect or as a classic hand clasp induction. Process is very simple. Have the person hold their hands out in front of them, arms stretched out. Interlace the fingers, creating a clasp. And then have them look at the thumb or some other area on the hand and imagine their hands getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Now really play with this and make sure you use your words tighter, tighter, tighter. So tight as if I'm placing glue on it. Rubber bands holding your hands together tighter and tighter. So the more you try to take them apart, the tighter they become. The more you try to take them apart, the tighter they become. Try to take your hands apart, but they can't. They're stuck fast. Your hands are stuck together. And at this point, you'll see people straining and stressing and really trying to get it across. Others will just let go, easily take their hands apart, but you'll notice the really good responders are the ones who are stuck together. Then release them and make sure that you allow them to move their fingers because that can really get sore in your hands. Take two hands, your hands, hold them out like this. Take your hands, interlock them like this. Look here, and imagine your hands begin to get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. I put rubber bands around it so it's tight, really tight. I pour glue on it so we're between all the fingers. There's glue in there getting tighter and tighter and stuck and stuck and stuck and stuck and stuck and stuck and stuck. The more you try to take it apart, the tighter it becomes. Try to take it apart, but it's stuck tight. Try to take it apart, but it's stuck. Really try. Are you trying? Try harder because it sticks even more. The more you try, the stickier it becomes. We should leave it about 15-20 minutes? Or at the number 3, it comes apart easily and a wonderful feeling whooshes through your body. Is that all right with you? 1, 2, 3. Whoosh. And it comes apart. Okay. How's that? Okay. Now, that's a little hard on the fingers. The rest of them will be soft. Arm levitation, arm lowering, also called the balloon in the dictionary, or the bucket of rocks and the balloons. Have the person hold out both hands, both arms, straight out in front of them, and they can close their eyes. Breathe in, breathe out, close your eyes and relax. And imagine I've tied strings to your wrists. One string is tied to a bunch of balloons. So every breath in, the balloons begin lifting your arm higher and higher. The other wrist is tied to a bucket of rocks. So every breath out, the rocks get heavier and heavier. Breathe in, the balloons get lighter and lighter. Breathe out, the rocks get heavier and heavier. And so on. And watch their responses. Now, the really high suggestibles are going to be way apart. Others are going to be a slight difference, but most people will definitely move. And the way I emerge or terminate this process is breathe in, breathe out, freeze. Open your eyes and look around. Look at your arms and look at those of those around you. And then they'll notice that if you're doing a large group. And just seeing a slight movement, that's going to be very nice to work with. Of course, you can use this as an induction in and of itself, or run it as a deepener. But that's the bucket of rocks and the balloons, which is how I usually run it. It's also a dictionary and balloons, or simply arm raising, or arm levitation, arm lowering. Okay, 2 hands out like this. Close your eyes, breathe in, breathe out, and relax. And imagine I place a string on this hand and a string on this wrist. And imagine that on one of the strings is attached a bucket of rocks. And every time you breathe out, that bucket of rocks gets heavier and heavier. And on the other, there's attached balloons, so that every time you breathe in, those balloons go higher and higher. Every breath out, the rocks get heavier and heavier. Every breath in, the balloons go higher and higher. Heavier and heavier, higher and higher, heavier and oh so heavy, higher and higher. Keep your arms where they are, open your eyes and take a look. Okay, and you can go ahead and bring them down. Arm stiffening is also called arm catalepsy. And arm catalepsy is basically the inability of the arm to move. Either it's so relaxed that it just won't move, or it's so tense that it's impossible to move. For the arm catalepsy or arm stiffening suggestibility effect, you have the person hold their arm out, straight out, and look at the thumb. Okay, either like this or like this. Doesn't matter how you hold it. Have them look at that thumb and say, imagine your arm getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And I usually pull along their arm as if I'm tightening it up. Tighter and tighter. Imagine a steel bar from your shoulder through your fingers, so tight, so tight. The more you try to bend it, the tighter it becomes. The more you try to bend it, the tighter it becomes. Try to bend it, and it's tight. It's unbendable. It will not bend because it's stuck tight, tight, tight. And then relax and bring them out. Now realize that the muscles are going to get sore if you held it for too long. You can also convert that into a very simple, straightforward hypnosis induction. It's beautiful for that. Now what you'll notice is some very few people, their arm, when you say try to bend it, it's stuck tight, tight. It will not bend. Try to bend it. Then they'll just bend it because they stop concentration. If they're concentrating and focusing on a tight arm, then it cannot be stressed and loose at the same time. In order to relax it, they must stop concentrating. They must stop following your directions. So you now know you have to work with that person in terms of concentration and focus and following the directions. It's nice feedback. But if they are stiff, you can immediately convert that to full-on hypnosis, and it's a wonderful, wonderful process. Or just terminate the session, because what you're after is just the explanation and the experience itself. Take your trance hand and hold it up like this. Just one of them. Only need one. Okay? Look here. Look here and imagine I place a steel bar from here through your fingers. And that steel bar gets tighter and tighter and tighter. In fact, the more you try to bend it, the tighter it becomes. Try to bend your arm, but it's stuck. It's tight. It will not bend. The more you try, the stickier and tighter it becomes. Really try to bend it, but it won't because it's unbendable. Are you trying? I'll try. Okay. In a moment, 1, 2, 3, relax and let a wonderful feeling whoosh right through you. In fact, all the soreness just whooshes right away. Whooshes right away. How's that? Okay. Pendulums. Heavy objects on strings. That's a pendulum. Pendulum ideomotor action is a suggestibility effect where you have the person hold a pendulum, a heavy object on a wire or a string. You can use keys or even a cell phone, or if you like, a little puppy by the tail. But I wouldn't do that. That's creepy and gross. So a heavy object on a chain. Doesn't actually matter how you hold it, whether it's like this or like this. I use a weird thing where I loop it around the fingers. It doesn't really matter. Okay? You can do it from your ears or your nose and you'll have the same effect. But hold it up, or have the trance partner hold it up, and tell them to imagine the pendulum begins to move. Up and down, up and down. Now, without consciously, physically moving it, just imagine it's moving. Now, imagine it can change direction all by itself. Now, you can then ask the person, are you moving it as it goes in circles? Or is it moving by itself? And they'll say, oh, it feels like it's moving by itself. Or consciously. If you're getting conscious movement, then you're not getting an ideomotor or effect. Idea, motor, movement. The idea of the movement causes it to move. Now this is nice because you can just carry a pendulum anywhere and play with it. I carry them around with me all the time and use them as nice conversation starters. They also work as inductions. And in and of themselves. But since we're looking for suggestibility effects, That's all you're after, is just simple movement. The idea moves it. And changing the idea changes the movement. But that's pendulum ideomotor suggestibility effect. It's a nice process and has so many applications once you're particularly comfortable in getting the movement itself from thoughts. Okay, let's get a little pendulum.
Ooh, crystal.
Okay, this is a pendulum. Would you hold it, please? Hold it up right here so it's nice and pretty. And here's what I want you to do. I just want you to hold it. But as you hold it, without shaking it, I want you to imagine the pendulum begins to move. The pendulum begins to move in one direction. And imagine it getting stronger and bigger. Now, are you moving that, or is it just swinging by itself?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's okay. We can find out, because if you imagine it begins to move a different direction, and it begins to move a different direction. Now, are you doing that consciously, or is it just happening? And it switches again, and it switches again, and it switches again. There it goes, there it goes, there it goes.
I'm not trying to make it switch with my hand.
All right. Now, this is called ideomotor effect. Ideo, idea, motor, movement. The idea moves it. So all you're doing is you just think of it moving one way, and just the thought alone causes your unconscious mind to move muscles in your hand or body that you don't normally consciously be aware of, but it happens. Just as pendulums can move just by thinking about it, and so can fingers, ideomotor effect can go through the whole body. The postural sway test, or effect, you have the person stand, and as they're standing, put the heels together, the feet together, stand at attention, have them close their eyes, and just imagine the body beginning to sway back and forth. Now, you need to be watching the person. Make sure you can catch them safely. Anchor your feet in a way so that you are able to support them if they go too far back. Make sure that you keep hands safely in front of the shoulder to keep them from going too far forward. Some people are very trusting that you will catch them, and so you make sure you will. The postural sway is just the idea of swaying or moving back and forth, and their body begins to respond. Once again, that's easily converted into a hypnotic induction. That's postural sway. All right, now we're going to do a postural sway, which is very simple. I just want you to turn this way and close your eyes. Put your feet together and just allow yourself to remain steady. And I just want you to imagine that you're beginning to move back and forward and back. But you will not fall, you just begin to sway. I'm here, just beginning to go, and every breath in, every breath out, your body relaxing. Your legs stay straight and firm, and you sway forward and backward. That's right. Forward and backward. Just imagine yourself going even further. And backward. And relax. Okay? Open your eyes. How's that feel?
Good.
As a suggestibility effect, muscular relaxation is simply to have the person close their eyes and imagine themselves relaxing. Breathe in, breathe out, and relax. And imagine the muscles in your body just getting loose, limp, and relaxed. Breathing in, has a suggestibility effect, we're only looking for simple relaxation. Of course, muscular relaxation that's been suggested is part of several induction styles, which you can learn appropriately elsewhere. This one's easy. All you have to do is close your eyes. Breathe in, breathe out, and relax. Breathe in and relax. Every breath out, tell yourself that you're relaxing more and more. That's right. Every breath out, just relaxing more and more. And relax. In a moment, I'll count from 1 to 3. At number 3, your eyes open and you feel wonderfully relaxed. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. You feel relaxed? Okay. So that one was easy, wasn't it? Finger ideomotor action, similar to postural sway, similar to pendulum ideomotor. Basically, you have the person look at their hand and imagine relaxation. And in a moment, one of your fingers will begin to move. As you breathe, you can imagine a feeling building up, a charge. So I don't know which finger it's going to be, but in a moment, you may notice a twitching or a shaking as that finger begins to move. And then follow through. That's finger ideomotor action. Obviously, in formal hypnosis, we can set up finger movements as signals for yes and no or other responses that allow us to speak directly to the unconscious mind. For our purposes in this program, though, we're just checking to see the movement itself. It's a nice little thing. Alright, here's what I want you to do. All you have to do is just look at your hand. Can you see your hand okay? I want you to look at your hand and just pick a spot anywhere on your hand and just imagine that drawing you in. I want you to imagine something interesting. And every breath in is as if energy is crushing through. You're breathing in energy, and that energy begins to flow into your hand. And perhaps you can feel a warmth or a tingling sensation as that energy begins to get stronger and stronger and stronger. Now, I don't know what will happen as the tingling begins, a tingling feeling. And as that tingling feeling gets stronger, your fingers begin to dance and move a bit, all by themselves. But it's a nice feeling because the tingling is a wonderful, wonderful feeling. Now, in a moment, I'll count from 5 to 1. And with each number I say, that tingling feeling gets stronger and stronger until by the time I say 1, all of the fingers are just tingling and dancing. It's a weird feeling, but it also feels wonderful. Tingling gets stronger with every breath. 5, stronger and stronger. 4, even stronger. 3, and notice the other fingers begin responding as well. 2, now at the next number they all dance. They all dance, and it's like a wonderful feeling all the way through your body, just whooshing all around. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, are you moving that, or are they moving by themselves?
So weird.
It's weird. Now, here's the really cool thing. If you take your hand and pull it up to your face and close your eyes, there's like a whoosh. Is that all that energy? It just comes right through you, and it's like a wonderful feeling. and they'll stop tingling, but your entire body feels energized and alive and wonderful. So go ahead and see how that feels. Watch what happens. Whoa, there it is. How's that feel? That feels slightly good.
Like I wash my face.
Okay. And notice the fingers don't tingle anymore. That was weird, right?
Yeah.
It's called idiomotor effect. Okay. Have you ever noticed that when someone is talking about something unpleasant, you experience it, like the smell of dead fish or rotten eggs, negative smells and things like that? Well, the lemon test takes advantage of that particular effect. And here's what we do. I'd like you to imagine that I have a lemon. Now this is a lemon, a nice yellow lemon. And I take my knife and I cut the lemon. Set the knife, ooh, it's a wet one, so I've got a wet half of the lemon. When I take this lemon, I just watch the response. If they feel a dryness, they feel the sourness, that's the suggestibility effect. That's what you're looking for. They have a physical sensation, physical response based upon the suggestion of the lemon. I'd like you to just imagine that I take a little yellow here, a lemon. Imagine when I take that lemon, I take a knife and I cut it. Oh, it's a wet one. Put that one aside, so I've got a little wet, juicy lemon. And I take that wet, juicy lemon and I close your eyes and relax. And imagine you're standing in a desert. And in that desert, the sun is beating down hot. And you begin to notice how dry your throat is as that heat pours down and it just gets hotter and drier and drier. Perhaps you begin to notice how your lips are parched. How your lips are parched, your throat is dry, and you're just getting thirstier and thirstier. Open your eyes and then ask, are you thirsty? How does that feel? Most people will be wetting their lips, swallowing their saliva, taking a drink from their drink. As the lemon suggestion is a physical response set, so is the thirst suggestion or thirst hallucination. Close your eyes and just imagine. Imagine you're standing in the middle of a hot desert with a hot sun beating down on you. And imagine you can feel the gentle burning warmth of a breeze on the desert. And imagine that uncomfortable feeling as it begins to get hotter and hotter. And imagine your throat beginning to dry up and your mouth beginning to get parched. And imagine that feeling as you just need a drink. But it's the desert. So your lips are dry, your throat is dry, and just imagine that feeling. Okay, 1, 2, 3, eyes open. How do you feel?
Thirsty.
Thirsty, okay. That's what we want. Thank you. Eye closure suggestibility is very straightforward. Have the person look up, not physically, but their head straight. Look up at a spot on the ceiling or wall. We get a fixation point. Breathe in, breathe out. Keep looking at that spot. Every breath out, you relax more and more. And I'd like you to imagine, as you relax more and more, your eyes become heavier and heavier. So heavy, they just want to close. Every breath in, each and every breath out, your eyes get heavier and heavier. You may begin to notice you're blinking more and more. In a moment, I will count from 10 to 1. With each number I say, let yourself relax even more and allow your eyes to become even heavier. So heavy they just want to shut down. So by the time I reach the number 1, your eyes just close right down. 10, so heavy. 9, so heavy. 1, eyes closed. I want you to look right here. Now, don't move your head, but look up as far as you can. Don't move your head. Look up as far as you can comfortably. Okay? What I want you to do is just keep looking at that spot. I want you to breathe in and breathe out. And imagine, as you continue to look at that spot, that your eyes begin to get heavier and heavier and heavier. Keep looking at that spot, but notice how your eyes begin to blink more and more. And notice with each blink that the blinks get slower and heavier because your eyelids, imagine them getting heavier too. Heavier and heavier. As you keep looking at that spot, your eyelids begin to get heavier and heavier until they just want to close down. But you need to just keep looking at that spot, that your eyes get heavier and heavier, and they just want to close, but they don't. You just blink slower and heavier. Perhaps you could feel a slight stinging in the eyes or a tearing sensation as the tears just lubricate those eyes, but you keep looking heavier and heavier. And with each number I say, they just get 100 times heavier, very much heavier. 5, so heavy. And notice as they get heavier, your body relaxes more and more. 4, relaxing and relaxing. As you sink into the chair, you can feel a gentle warmth of relaxation washing all through your body. 3, all the way. 2, must close, close now. 1, and relax. And stop looking at that spot and just let a gentle wave of relaxation wash through. That's right, breathe in. And as you breathe out, let all the stress and worry of the day just wash away. Breathe in fresh, clean, good feelings. And breathe out all the stress and all the worry. And just allow that to happen. That's right. You're doing perfectly. In a moment I'll count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. How's that?
Good.
The Spiegel eye roll isn't really a suggestibility effect, but it is used by many hypnotists as a test for suggestibility or hypnotizability. For our purposes, I just want to make sure that we're complete so you have an idea of how it runs. Ask the person to relax and to look up as far as they can comfortably without hurting or overstraining the eyes. Now slowly they should close the eyes, and as you watch, there's a moment where the eyes stop and you can make a note. You'll need to check the traditional scales. If it's all white and no iris visible, the person is considered extremely highly suggestible. That is a natural somnambule. If there's no movement at all, and yes, there are people who, when you ask them to look up, their eyes don't move. So you have complete iris visible. That's a 0 response. And those people, according to Spiegel's work, are non-suggestibles or non-hypnotizable. Now what I have found is that the eye test does correlate with a lot of the highly suggestibles, but not necessarily as non-suggestible. In fact, when Spiegel used the test himself, he found that people who should be hypnotizable, he was not responsive with. He was not successful. So there is that. Some people train themselves to be able to look back. So it doesn't correlate exactly. It's just a nice little bit of hypnotic history that's worth knowing. Although I have found that many people who have really nice 4 or 5 level for the Spiegel eye test, they're also highly suggestible and you can pop them very quickly. However, folks who have 0 or 1 response are still hypnotizable. You just take a little time with them. So don't take it as canon, but it's worth knowing simply because of the historical importance put on it through a certain thread, Spiegel-based hypnosis. Okay, in a moment I'm going to ask you to keep your head straight, but actually put your head facing this way. Perfect. Right like that. And I'm going to ask you to look up without moving your head. Look up as far as you can comfortably. So go ahead and look up as high as you can. Roll your eyes up as high as you can comfortably. Now, keep your eyes looking up as high as you can, but as you look up, slowly begin to close them. Keep looking up, but close your eyes slowly. Right there. Perfect. Breathe in and relax. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. Feeling wonderful. Hand tingling is a lot of fun. It doesn't have to be the hand, but you can use other parts of the body. But basically the pattern is to have the person either look at or notice the feelings in their hand and give suggestions that they begin to notice the feeling is different in the hand. And they begin to notice a feeling of tingling or another sensation. And perhaps that tingling sensation begins to get stronger and stronger until the hand begins to feel that tingling sensation. Now, I don't know which finger will move first, but one or more fingers may begin to feel the tingling getting stronger and stronger until that tingling is so strong the finger or hand begins to twitch. 5, stronger and stronger. 2, feel the tingling in more places now as it begins to grow. 3, even stronger. 2, and there it is. 1, twitch. I'm highly suggestible, so I get the effect even with myself. But tingling sensation in any part of the body, and you can contextualize it to appropriate context. So if it's a appropriate adult relationship, the tingling can be in certain parts of the body of a different quality. If it's an educational environment, just on the hand. That's easy, simple, straightforward hand tingling. Place your hands comfortably in your lap. Okay. Close your eyes. Breathe in. And breathe out. And relax. Now in a moment I'm going to ask you to open your eyes. Hold on to that relaxation, but open your eyes and look at your hand. Go ahead and look at your hand now. And I'd like you to imagine something very interesting as you breathe in and as you breathe out. And relax. Imagine as you breathe in, you can begin to feel a change so that one hand feels slightly different from the other. And as you concentrate on that hand, notice how the feeling of difference begins to grow. Now, I don't know if you'll begin to feel the warmth right away, or if it'll be a slow change as you begin to notice the blood beginning to flow differently. Perhaps you begin to feel a change in temperature. Perhaps you might begin to feel a slight change in a throbbing or a tingling sensation. Now, I don't know if that's going to be a strong tingling or a very slight one. I don't know if it's going to be quick or slow, in tune with the beating of your heart. But imagine and notice the change beginning to grow. And with each breath in, imagine that tingling sensation getting stronger. And imagine with each breath in, that tingling gets stronger. Now, I don't know which fingers will feel it strongest first, but imagine you can begin to feel that sensation in your fingers and growing and growing. And you may begin to notice a tingling sensation as the fingers begin to tingle, as the fingers begin to, in a moment, with each number I say, imagine that tingling sensation getting stronger until by the time I reach the number 0 or even sooner, one of those fingers, and we don't know which one yet, will begin to twitch and move. 10, tingling stronger and stronger. 9, imagine that blood flow starting to grow and the warmth beginning to grow. 8, and that twitching feeling in the fingers starting to just slightly. 7, 6, and notice how it gets stronger. 5, and you can even see the difference in the skin tone. 4, and that twitching gets stronger and stronger. 3, and there it is. 2, and 1. Now here's the cool thing. As you hold those hands together, they can equalize. And the twitching can stop, and the tingling can flow away and relax. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. How's that? Now you've already learned the balloon and the dictionary effect of the rising and lowering hands. The next two effects are very similar. First, let's do arm lowering, which is easier for most people, and that is hold out one arm and the patter is simply, and the arm begins to get heavier and heavier and heavier as loose. Heavy weights are tied to it, and every breath out, imagine those weights getting so heavy it begins to go down, down, deeper down. That's arm lowering. You can mark it, have them close their eyes so they remember where it is, do the patter, open the eyes, and there it is. Or you can do it completely with the eyes open, but that's arm lowering. Hold both arms out like that. And I'd like you to close your eyes. And imagine as you hold your arms, I put strings on the wrists. And the strings are attached to buckets full of rocks. And the rocks begin getting heavier and heavier. I put 10 more rocks. heavier and heavier. 20 more rocks, heavier and heavier. 30 more rocks, and they get even heavier and heavier. 100 more rocks, so heavy. And your arms begin to pull down as the rocks get so heavy, so heavy, so heavy. 1,000 more rocks, heavy rocks. These are really heavy rocks. 2,000 more rocks, so heavy, so heavy, so heavy. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, look at your arms, and the rocks go away. The rocks go away. All gone. Pause it. Arm levitation is similar to arm lowering. It's just the opposite. Have them hold the arm out, mark it. They can close their eyes or keep it open. It's up to you. But with every breath in, imagine balloons lifting your arm higher and higher. Each and every breath in, those balloons begin lifting higher and higher. And it begins to move by itself higher and higher and higher. Have them mark it, open their eyes, see how the movement was. That's arm levitation. Now notice that with arm lowering I use the breathing out, and with arm levitation I use breathing in. Arm lowering obviously because as they breathe out the shoulders go down, 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 and that's nice to hook that in with that suggested effect. Arm levitation I use breathing in because when you breathe in deeply you can feel the shoulders rise, and there's a natural tendency for a slight lift which can be leveraged into the suggestibility effect. So you have suggestion that takes a physical starter and becomes much more pronounced. Alright, hold out both arms. Close your eyes. Imagine I place strings on the wrist. And imagine those strings are attached to balloons. And the balloons begin lifting higher and higher. 10 more balloons, 20 more balloons, 30 more balloons. And they begin lifting your arms even higher, higher and higher. And here's the really cool thing. These are happy balloons. So the higher they go, the better you feel. The better you feel, the higher they go. 50 more balloons. Whoa! Every breath in, feel those balloons lifting even higher. Every breath out, your body relaxing more and more. But remember, they're happy balloons, so the higher they go, the better you feel. And the better you feel, the higher they go. The higher they go, the better you feel. The better you feel, the higher. Oh, so wonderful. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. What color are the balloons?
They're colorful.
Okay, I'm going to count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, I cut the strings, the balloons float away, but you still feel wonderful. 1, 2, 3. How's that? It feels kind of cool, right? Eye catalepsy is tied in with the idea of the eyes becoming heavy, so relaxed that they just won't move, and then you leverage that or tie it in to the concept or idea that the eyes are so heavy that they become sealed tight. In fact, the more you try to open them, the tighter they become. And then you watch the responsiveness to see if they open their eyes, which is a failed attempt, or if there's movement as they try to open their eyes but they fail to. Now the trick to this is really go ahead and tell them that relax your eyes to the point that they just won't work. That the eyelids are so relaxed and heavy that even if you wanted to, they just wouldn't open. And when you know that they are relaxed to that point, go ahead and make sure. Test it and make sure they're so heavy they just won't open, and then watch the responsiveness. If they follow your directions as you've guided them, you'll have eye catalepsy. If not, and their eyes open, then you need to go in and work out exactly where they're not understanding or unable to feel the suggestion or imagine it as an actual effect. This is very quick and very simple. Close your eyes, and I place glue on your eyelids so your eyelids are stuck, and you try to open them and they're stuck tight. Try to open them, but they're stuck. But here's the cool thing. In a moment I'll count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, the glue goes away, your eyes pop open, and it's like a good feeling whoosh right through there. 1, 2, 3, boom. There you go. Just like other forms of catalepsy, the leg catalepsy effect is to suggest that the legs are so heavy, so relaxed, they just won't move. Now, I've used it as the legs are bent so they can't straighten out, or the legs are straight and cannot bend, or simply that they're so relaxed that they just won't move. And then you run the pattern, watch the effect, and capitalize upon whatever the response is to deepen the effect itself. This one is unusual, not weird in any way, just incredibly unusual. Watch this. That leg, it won't straighten out. Imagine your leg, it will not unbend. It's stuck that way. Now here's the unusual part, because this one will straighten out. You can straighten this one out. Go ahead, straighten that leg out. And now it won't bend. It's stuck. This is stuck. This is stuck. Are you trying to move them? Here's the weird thing. I lied. It is weird. I'm going to count to 1 to 2, and at the number 2, they'll switch. This one will come out, and this one will bend. 1, 2. This one bends. This one comes out. This bends. Okay. It'll bend. It bends. It's okay. This bends, but this one comes out, and it won't bend. Now, 1, 2, 3, they can bend all you like. You control them now. Go ahead. 可以. 1, 2, 3, it's okay. Back to normal. Back to normal. So go ahead and bend and unbend a couple times just to make sure. Okay, go ahead all the way, both of them all the way. Good. Depending upon where you live and the culture that you're surrounded in, some people are uncomfortable with the concept of the open mouth catalepsy, and others have no problem with it. Basically, you suggest through a running pattern that they're relaxing more and more. In fact, they're relaxing so much that the jaw muscles relax and the mouth slightly opens. In fact, the mouth is open and it will not close. The more you try to shut it, the more it's down. Now you can tie that into the inability to speak if you wish, as their jaw muscles, their tongue is so relaxed they're unable to speak. Or you can just go for the physical effect. But that's open mouth catalepsy. Now, because I live in Asia, I have found that some people are uncomfortable with the idea of a person sitting there or standing there with their mouth hanging open. But most of the Americans or Westerners that I've worked with have had no problem with the effect. Honestly, most of the Chinese I've worked with here in Asia also have no problem, but I've run across audience members or trainers who are uncomfortable with it, and so they impose their ideas on it. But do be aware that some people are uncomfortable with that, either because they're uncomfortable with how it looks, or there are other things going on, for instance, dental features and things like that. That's open mouth catalepsy, very straightforward. Watch the example and go play with it. I'd like you to imagine, just imagine, everything's normal. Everything's completely normal, except I'd like you to imagine that your jaw, just relax the muscles around your jaw. In fact, the muscles begin to relax so much, your jaw gets heavier and heavier, and perhaps your mouth begins to open. As the jaw gets heavier and heavier, the mouth gets open, wider and wider. In fact, the jaw gets so heavy the mouth just won't close. The more you try to close your mouth, the wider open it becomes. And I'll ask you your name, but it's just impossible to say because your jaw is just so heavy and so relaxed. What's your name? I'm sorry? I can't hear you. And notice it gets even more relaxed. Now in a moment I'll count from 1 to 2 and it's perfectly normal again and you can speak perfectly. 1, 2, 3. What's your name? Emily. Okay. Suggested name amnesia. Now you can go with name amnesia, and you can also leverage it with catalepsy. So lip catalepsy is a suggestion that the mouth just won't form words correctly. So you can leverage, many people won't take a name amnesia, that is forget your name, forget your name, forget your name, but they will take a suggestion they're unable to speak their name. So if you're doing a demonstration, you want to leverage that so that you capitalize and reinforce your success. So if you don't get name amnesia, you still have catalepsy and they're unable to speak their name. This is a traditional piece. Stage hypnotists use this all the time, and that's one way to leverage it to make it fine. You can use it for recreational and in sessions. I've used it as well for therapeutic sessions. It has no therapeutic gain, but it does have session responsiveness gain. When this touches your nose, you'll find it very weird because when I ask you your name, it's impossible to say your name because your lips are in the way. Your lips go blah, 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 blah. It's impossible to speak because your lips and mouth are all turned around. It's really weird. It's like your tongue just slides out. Your tongue just slides out. What's your name? Do you have a name? What is it? Do you know your name? What is your name? She's getting pissed off at me. Okay. And it's normal. What's your name? For some reason, stuttering is funny if it's suggested. Obviously, real stuttering is no laughing matter, and as hypnotists we can help people so that they can overcome a stutter, particularly one that's emotionally based. However, for fun, to induce a stutter in a person who doesn't normally have one can be a very interesting effect. And basically you do that through lip catalepsy, as before, and a direct suggestion that the more you try to speak, the more you stutter. And when giving the suggestion, you can increase your effectiveness by stuttering yourself. The more you try to talk, the more your tongue is tied, etc. And you'll find you've increased the effectiveness of that particular piece. Some people don't respond well to it. Most people do. And it is quite humorous when you do that. Both for yourself, your audience if you have one, but also for the trance partner, as long as they approach it with a playful attitude. And that's what all of these imagination games should be approached with, a playful, fun-loving attitude. You can speak perfectly, okay? Except you speak perfectly as a stutter. So the more you try to speak, anything you try to say is difficult, but you will try to speak. What's your name? Ed. That's an unusual name. How long have you been named Ed? Your name is... Where do you live? Where do you live? Kilo. Okay, great. Now you can speak perfectly. Where do you live?
Kilo.
And your name?
My name is Elle.
All right. Name amnesia. Forget your name. The more you try to find your name, the more gone it is. The more you try to find it, the more gone it is. Now you know you have a name, and you'll get it back in a moment, but for now, it's just gone. Nod your head if you understand. Right. That suggestion pattern increases your success with name amnesia. The more you try to find it, the more gone it becomes, because using the word try enhances the idea that there is failure. You know you have a name and you'll get it back in a moment, but for now, it's gone. Nod your head if you understand. So you explain that they're going to get it back. It's just a game, that their unconscious can play with themselves, and also the idea that they nod their head to accept suggestions is often used in a very wonderful way. Now, what I do with name amnesia is I establish it. They've forgotten their name. Then I will say, oh, here's your name. I'll give it back. Your name is Snoopy. I changed the name to Snoopy or Polly or Peter Pan or Tinkerbell. Doesn't matter what name you change it to. I use humorous or funny names. Your name is. In fact, you're very proud that your name is. As I push it into their brain, you're very proud. So whenever you say, my name is Snoopy, you feel really good. Eyes open, feeling wonderful. And then, what's your name? And you run the pattern. That's name amnesia plus name replacement. Always give their name back. When I give their name back, and Snoopy is gone, and here's your real name. And when you say your real name, you feel proud. You feel wonderful and confident. Hook their name to the concept of confidence and self-esteem, and they'll thank you for it. All right, what's your name?
Elle.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Yep, absolutely sure. Okay? Your name is gone. What's your name? The more you try to remember it, the more gone it is. What's your name?
No, right.
I know your name. I forgot your name. What's your name? Do you have a name?
Yeah.
You do. What is it? There's your name. Peter Pan. My name is Peter Pan. What's your name? You have a name, right? What is your name? My name is Peter Pan. Your name is Peter Pan. In fact, you feel really proud when you tell us your name is Peter Pan. And it's always been Peter Pan. What's your name? Peter Pan? Okay, what's your name? Peter Pan. Okay. All right. Has it always been Peter Pan? Of course. It's not Peter Pan. Your name is Evelyn. And notice when you tell us your real name, you feel wonderful. What's your name?
My name is Evelyn.
Okay. All right. Close your eyes, relax. In a moment I'm going to ask you to open your eyes. When you open your eyes, I want you to notice I have something really cool. It's a happy toy. And this happy toy just shakes and shakes and shakes. And they open their eyes and they see you holding the hand and says, here. And you grab their hand and start shaking it. In fact, your hand is shaking now. It shakes so much that the more you try to stop it, the faster it goes. The more it goes, the faster it goes, the happier you feel. The better you feel, the faster it goes. The faster it goes, the better you feel. Faster and faster. Now you've got one on the other hand. You got one on the other hand. Now on your feet, and get them going all over the place, and then boom, you can stop it. You can convert it into an induction, or just use that as the suggestibility effect right there. It can be a lot of fun. Don't let it go too long. People get really tired shaking and shaking. And some folks will shake so hard they'll fall out of their chair. So you got to make sure that their butts stay in the chair. In fact, give them a suggestion. Your butt is glued to the chair. I'd like you to see something really cool. If you look here, see that? A friend of mine gave me that. That's called a happy toy. In fact, the more my hand shakes, the happier and the better I feel. In a moment, I'm going to give you the happy toy, and you'll notice your hand begins to shake and shake and shake. In fact, the more you try to stop it, the faster it goes. But the faster it goes, the better you feel. Here's another one. You've got two of them. In fact, they go faster and faster and faster. The more you try to stop it, the faster it goes. Try to stop it, but it goes faster and faster and faster. And the faster it goes, the better you feel. The better you feel, the faster it goes. The faster it goes, the better you feel. The better you feel, faster and faster and bigger and bigger and moving and moving and moving faster and faster. And you've got it on your leg. You've got it on your leg. You've got it on your leg. Both legs, both legs, both arms. Faster and faster, moving, goes so fast, fast, fast. Try to stop it, it goes even faster. Try to stop it, it goes even faster. Try to stop it, it goes even faster. 3, 2, 1, sleep. And relax. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. To fasten a stick to someone's hand through suggestion alone takes a lot of confidence at first, but after you've done it a few times, you realize it's very simple and it's a lot of fun. Now, the suggestibility effect is traditionally called fastening a stick, but it doesn't have to be a stick. It can be a drumstick, it can be a broom, it can be a pen or pencil, or a business card. I'll carry business cards with me and fasten them to people's fingers quite often, and then after I unstick it, I let them keep the card. Pattern's very simple. Hold this. Now look and imagine your fingers getting tighter and tighter and tighter. In fact, so tight, the more you try to let go, the tighter it becomes. Try to let go, but it's stuck. Try to let go, but it's stuck. Now I'll often use patter with this so that I can switch. So when you take it with this hand, that becomes undone, but this one is stuck. And there, now let go. Let go, let go. Try to let go, but it's stuck. It's stuck, and then you move it around and round, and you can do it to body parts, stick it to body parts or anywhere. And relax, and then let it go. Very simple. It's a lot of fun. You can do it with an eyes open suggestion, or you can have them close their eyes. It doesn't really matter. Ideally, the eyes are open so they really see something incredibly fabulous and wonderful is happening. All right, see the stick? Now this is interesting. I'd like you to hold out your hand and hold the stick right in the middle, right in the middle. Now watch what's. The hand is stuck to the stick. The stick is stuck to the hand. It's fastened together. Try to let go, but it won't because it's stuck. Go ahead, try. Try to let go. Try to get rid of it, but it's stuck. Nothing you can do because it's stuck. But that's okay because, oh, really try without hurting me, okay? Okay? You're really trying, but it's stuck. But here's the cool thing. That's because you're holding it at the wrong spot. If you hold it right here, this will come undone. It's free. Undone. It's undone. Go ahead, let go. This one, let go. It will let go. It's okay, because that's stuck. Without hurting yourself. Oh, it's okay, because see that point right there? That's stuck. That's free. It's okay, because they're both stuck. Would it be really cool if we had like a rope we could hang you from it? And it's stuck. They're both stuck. That's the weird thing. Because this one's free. This one's free. No problem. This one's free, but this is stuck. But here's the weird thing. See this? It's stuck to your nose. Yes. She remembers my name, said with anger. And
Going to remember this.
yes, you will, because I'll give you the video. But here's the thing. If you pick it up, it'll come undone. Yeah, it's not on your nose anymore. It's free. These are stuck. But it's okay, because when I take it, they'll both be free. They'll both be free. Dude, they're both free. No problem. Would you like to hold it again?
No.
Impossible to sit is very straightforward. The person is standing. Suggests that the legs are stiff and rigid, so you go for leg catalepsy. In fact, they're so stiff that it's impossible for them to sit. And hit the idea that they cannot sit no matter how hard they try. They cannot sit. And if you like, you can also give them the suggestion that their butt is missing, so their butt's missing, so they'll just slide out of the chair anyway. The more they try to sit down, the more they just slide out. And run either of those two approaches or combine them together for impossible to sit. Okay, all I want you to do is sit down. Go ahead, sit down. Easy, no problem. Stand up. And your legs are stiff. They will not bend. They will not bend. The more you try to sit down, the stuck they are, and you cannot sit down. It's impossible to sit. Try to sit, but your legs won't bend. In fact, your ass won't even touch the chair. You try, but it's like something pushing your ass away. You try to do it, and it's just, go ahead, try. But you can't do it. It's impossible. It's just kind of stuck. And I'll count to 3. At the number 3, you can sit easily. 1, 2, 3. You can sit easily. Go ahead. No problem. You can sit easily now, but you have no butt. So you try to sit down, but your butt just kind of slips away. Go ahead, try to sit, but your butt's gone. Try to sit. And there, you've got a butt. No problem. But it's a weird thing. It's not your butt. It's somebody else's butt. You have somebody else's butt. And here's a really cool thing. See this? That's called a butt inflator. And if I push the button, your butt gets really big. Bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Go ahead, push it.
I don't want a big butt.
Oh my God, it's broken. It's really getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. How's that feel? That feel weird? Would you like a smaller butt?
Right.
Okay, pull the lever here and it'll release. And your butt is smaller and smaller. Normal and smaller and smaller. It's a very tiny butt now. You've got one of those little bitty bony butts. And smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, here, this is the correct one. You press this, it'll be your butt and it'll be the exactly right size. You feel that? Okay? How's that feel? That feel weird?
I feel like I have a ton of fat here.
Would you like to keep that? When suggesting to a person that it's impossible for them to stand, you can relax them to the point that their legs just won't work, or you can form a catalepsy so that the legs won't bend or unbend, so it's impossible to get into a standing position. Or you can also throw in the idea that their butt is glued to the chairs. The more they try to stand up, the more stuck they are. You can use all three of those to work it together for a very simple pattern of you cannot stand. It is impossible to stand. All right, just sit comfortably. And I'd like you to imagine something very interesting that you can relax. Your eyes are open, but you can relax and relax. And your legs begin to relax and feel heavy and heavy and relax. In fact, your legs are so heavy, they just won't move. And if you try to stand, your legs won't straighten out. Go ahead and try to get up, but your legs are so heavy, they just won't work. Just try to get up, but your legs won't move. Are you trying? Just come on, get up, and your legs are so heavy, they just won't. And so heavy, but you'll stay in the chair. You're not going to fall on the floor, but they just won't. Are you having trouble? And they're normal. They're normal now. You can stand up easily. Go ahead and stand up. Your legs are normal. They work now. They're no longer heavy. They're normal and they're fine. So your legs will work fine and you can stand up easily. Okay, is that okay? When you suggest to a person that they're feeling drunk, it can be a lot of fun, particularly for people who know what it feels like to drink. If they don't know what it feels like to drink, change the pattern to something along the lines of high. You feel high. If they don't know what it feels like to be high or drunk, they can imagine what the feeling is and allow themselves to feel that feeling. Now you'll notice in the example here that I use a slight variation on this as I give them drinking fingers. So when I touch your forehead, you feel twice as drunk or 10 times as drunk. This is a nice little way to do this, and eventually I'll give them the finger so they can do it to themselves. That's a nice thing. Now, in the drunken suggestion, as a suggestibility effect, you're going for a physical effect plus emotional. Now, many people who've been drunk before have been sick from being drunk. So you need to make sure you use pattern of, it's not going to make you sick, but you're feeling drunker and drunker. It's not going to make you sick, but you feel drunker and drunker, high and drunk, feeling wonderful. And then go for that. If you're doing this standing up, you'll notice that they begin to sway. When you use the drinking finger, they'll often, they start to lose equilibrium. Make sure that they stand safely. You're not going to fall, you're going to be able to stand, but you do feel drunker and drunker. And pattern to that effect and you'll go fine. Watch the example and play with this and understand that if you can suggest drunkenness to a person with no formal induction, in fact it is an induction in and of itself, you can also suggest other positive physical and emotional states in the same way. Breathe out and relax. I'd just like you to imagine a feeling of being drunk. And imagine every breath in, you get drunker and drunker. Every breath out, you get heavier in the chair, but every breath in, you get drunker and drunker. And it's not going to make you sick, but you get drunker and drunker. In a moment, I'll count from 5 to 1. And each number I say, it's as if you're taking 2 or 3 drinks, getting drunker and drunker. Not going to make you sick, but you get drunker and drunker. 5, drunk, drunk. 4, even drunker, feeling wonderful and loopy. 3, drunker and drunker. And it's a good drunk. It's a feel-good drunk. Like 2, so drunk, so drunk, so drunk, so wonderful, drunk, drunk, drunk. And if you sit up and you look at my finger, this is called a drinking finger. And the closer it gets to you, the drunker you feel. The drunker you feel. Not going to make you sick, but it gets drunker and drunker. When it touches your forehead, it's like whoosh, and you're 100 times drunker and drunker and drunker and drunker. It's a feel-good drunk. You feel really good, but drunker and drunker. Oh, there's 2 of them. Drunker and drunker and drunker and drunk. So drunk, so drunk. How do you feel? You feel drunk? It's not going to make you sick, but you feel drunker and drunker. Do you know what a sobriety test is? That's a test the police give people to see if they're drunk. And one of the things you have to do is take your finger and press your nose. Now you're so drunk that when you try to touch your nose, you're going to miss. Go ahead and try to touch your nose, but you're so drunk you just miss. Try, but you miss. Try, but you miss. Go ahead and try, but you miss. Ooh, almost there, but you're drunker and drunker. Use 2 fingers, and you'll miss even more. 1,000 times drunker and drunker, and oh, it slides to the side, slide, there it goes, there, almost there, but you miss. It's drunker and drunker. Ooh, there you go. Use 3 fingers, and notice every time you touch, you get even drunker, even drunker. So you've got 3 drinking fingers, and you get a miss, but you get drunker and drunker and drunker, and it just slides right through because you're drunk and drunk and drunk. Drunk and drunk and drunk and drunk and drunk and drunk. Even drunker now. Use 4 fingers. That's 4 drinking fingers, but you're going to miss anyway. You're going to miss because, yeah, you get drunker and drunker and drunker and drunker. Oh, so drunk, so drunk. Oh, that's right. It's okay. You can use all 5. You can use all 5. And when you use all 5, you're going to miss big time, but you get even drunker and drunker and drunker and drunker and drunker. And notice the closer they get, the weirder it feels because it's so drunk. so drunk. Go ahead, use 2 hands. You got 10 drinking fingers, but you're still going to miss because you get drunker and drunker. So drunk, so drunker and draw. There it is. Oh, you floating? Now here's the weird thing. You know, a lot of people, they go out at night and they get drunk, right? Because it feels good, right? You feel good. But sometimes you just want to let go. But the nice thing about this is you can just wake up and be alert. No longer drunk. Completely alert, feeling wonderful. 1, 2, 3, completely alert, feeling wonderful. How do you feel? That weird?
I'm tears.
That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Spontaneous Qigong is an optional skill set for the Society of Experiential Trance, which I trained for. But I'm going to describe it here so that you understand basically. Some Qigong practices are based upon suggested energy flow. And in spontaneous Qigong, what you're doing is you're creating a full body ideomotor effect based upon a concept of animal energy. And so you have the person stand and breathe comfortably and simply imagine the energy of an animal archetype coming through them. And their body begins to move by itself, of its own accord. You don't control it, it just happens all by itself. Now it can be the upper body, it can be the trunk, the lower body. You may have large movements or soft movements. You can do it with your eyes shut, closed, or open. And it can still have the effect that you feel the energy moving through your body on its own. And that's spontaneous Qigong. Simple ideomotor effect, although the suggestion of increased energy and a healing power goes a long way on this one. It can be a wonderful experience both for yourself and for your trance partner or clients. Ouija dancing. Ouija is from a Ouija board, which is a board with letters on it that people supposedly talk to spirits with, because you place your fingers on the glass and it moves to the letters. It's actually an ideomotor effect, and Ouija dancing is performed with a group of people. So you'll need to go out and get a bunch of people for this one. Doesn't have to be a lot of people. 3 to 5 to 7 is fine. I've done it with as many as 15 people, but it does get unmanageable at those numbers. So a nice small group is fine. Play some music, and then everyone just stands in a circle and holds hands. And as you close your eyes and breathe, imagine the music flowing through you. And your body begins to move in very small ways. Just let it happen. And as the movement of your body affects the movement of others around you, you'll notice that the group begins to move and sway in patterns. And those patterns, sometimes they'll twist and make knots. Sometimes they'll build flowers. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. It's also extremely wonderful for group bonding. But that's Ouija dancing. Hot and cold. Basically, close your eyes and relax, or keep your eyes open and look at your hands. But notice how one hand is beginning to feel warmer and warmer, and the other hand is getting cooler and colder. I've taken the one hand the cool hand and placed it in a bucket of ice water. And imagine I'm putting more ice as the hand gets colder and colder. But the warm hand I placed in warm water. Notice I put in some more heat and the water begins to get hotter. And your hand begins to warm up more and more. Now be very careful not to suggest frozen. You do not want frostbite, or boiling. You do not want boil burns. You just want hot and cold, cold and hot. And take the hands, place them on the face. They will notice a difference in how they feel. And if you hold the hands, you will notice. Make sure you take the hands and put them together to equalize the temperature, and they'll be fine. Make sure you do that. Alright, this is a variation of what's called hand tingling. We already did a form of hand tingling with the fingers moving, but this is very interesting. Close your eyes and imagine you can look at your hands. And as you imagine you can look at your hands, imagine them starting to feel a little different. Because imagine that you place this hand in a bucket full of cool water. And this hand you place in a bucket, but it's full of warm water. Now here's the interesting thing. I place some ice cubes in the cool water. And I have a little small warming pad under the warm water. So the cool water begins to get colder and colder, and the warm water begins to get warmer and warmer, colder and colder, warmer and warmer. Ice begins to form in the cold, cold water. The warm water begins starting to get a little hot, hotter, hotter, cold, freezing, freezing, cold, hot, hotter, hotter, colder, 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 hotter, 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 colder, 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 hotter, hotter, hotter. Open your eyes as the hand continues to get colder and hotter. How does it feel? How's this hand feel? And this hand? Place both hands on your face and notice the difference. Do they feel different? Oh yeah. And here's what I'd like you to do. Take your hands, put them in front of you, rub them together, and the temperatures equalize, and they feel wonderfully relaxed. How's that?
That's weird.
Okay. They feel okay now? For relaxation, a client or trance partner needs to know how to let go and just be loose and limp. Some folks have problems with that. So here's a nice little bit you can do to teach them how to relax. Do as I do, or rather do as I say. Hold up one hand with the finger up. Make sure it's the index finger, not the middle finger. Take the other hand and place it on the finger, and relax the hand to the point that the only thing holding it up is the finger. Relax that arm and hand so the only thing holding it up is the finger. When it's relaxed to that point, now move the finger away. Now what happened when you did that? Most people will end up with their hand like this. That's wrong. I said relax your hand to the point so that the only thing holding it up is the finger. So if you move the finger, the hand should drop. Now I didn't drop my hand because I'm looking to see if you're paying attention. If you're following my directions, or if you are anticipating following what I'm doing instead of listening to the directions. Once you've established that the person's hand is like that or like that, if they drop, you know they're going to be a good subject, a good trance partner, a good client, because they follow your directions. If their hand stays up, you need to train them how to relax, because this is not relaxed. And you do that by holding the wrist and telling them to relax. And it should be heavy. Give them your wrists so that you show them weight of heaviness like a wet rag, and not of someone who's still got some tension there. This is stupid. Yes, it is. But it's very, very useful as an effect to show people that they need to follow your directions. Okay. Hold up one finger, the first one. Okay, take the other hand, place it on top. And all I want you to do is relax this hand. Relax this hand so that the only thing supporting it is the finger. So relax it so the only thing holding it up is the finger. Breathe in and breathe out. And imagine that hand getting even more relaxed. And move the finger away. Move the finger away. All right. Now I know you're not relaxed. What were the directions? If the only thing holding it up is the finger, if you move the finger,
So not the
the
whole,
hand must fall.
or the arm as well.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought it was just the hand.
We're pretending an IQ deficiency.
No, I thought you were just the hand.
All right, sit back. No, you already did that one.
I did it wrong.
And
I'm gonna do
you
it
did
again.
All right, those are the suggestibility effects for this program. Now, let's see an example of how to put these together in sequencing. Because you don't have to just do one and then stop and do one and stop, as I did in the demonstrations, which are for the educational purpose of this video program. In fact, the best way to use these suggestibility effects is to have an effect and then leverage it to another one, and to do patterns and processes and have a very playful, fun time with it that eventually leverages into hypnosis. So let's see some sequencing. Oh, this will be fun. Okay. Breathe in. Close your eyes and relax. I just want you to imagine that with every breath out, you relax more and more. Just every breath out, you relax more and more. That's right. I'd like you to imagine the muscles in your jaw. Just relax. Imagine the muscles in your jaw, muscles in your face relaxing more and more. And imagine your jaw muscles becoming so relaxed that they just slightly open and relax. That's right. And the muscles in your tongue just relax. The muscles around your mouth, your lips, your jaw just relax. Muscles in your tongue and in your face just relax. Now in a moment, I'll ask you to open your eyes. And when you do, just let that relaxation continue. And so you'll find something very interesting. When I ask you your name, the muscles in your mouth are just so relaxed that you just can't say your name. You'll try to say your name, but your tongue just kind of slips out. Your tongue just slips out, so it's got, because it's just so relaxed that you just can't speak. And the more you try to speak, the more relaxed you become. Nod your head if you understand, and you relax. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. How you feel? What's your name? And it just gets even more relaxed. And even more relaxed. And it's okay, you can speak now. What's your name? Okay.
I got a mode.
There you go. Okay, Let's do. Hold this. Close your eyes. Close your eyes and relax. Close your eyes and relax. And open your eyes and look here. Look here and imagine your fingers getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Tighter and tighter. So tight, so tight, so tight. So tight, so tight, so tight, so tight, so tight, so tight, so tight that the more you try to let go, the tighter it becomes. Find that you try to get rid of it, but it won't go because you're stuck. It's stuck. The stick is stuck. The pen is stuck. Try to get rid of it, but it's stuck. Try to let go. It's stuck. It's stuck. Go ahead. Try to let go, but it's stuck. It's stuck. Try to let go, but it's stuck. It's stuck, but that's okay. Here's the cool thing. Because you can let go easily, you can let go easily because it's stuck here. It's stuck here. Try to let go, it's stuck. Try to let go, it's stuck. It's stuck. That's okay. You can try, but it's stuck. You can try, but it's stuck. But that's the cool thing because you can let go because it's stuck over here. It's stuck over here. Go ahead, try. Try to let go, but it's stuck. Try to let go, but it's stuck. Try to let go, but it's stuck. And that's okay because it's stuck here. And it's stuck here.
Hey.
And they're both stuck. Okay, they're both stuck. That's okay because you can let go here because you can let go because this is stuck. Go ahead, try to let go. Stuck. It's stuck. It's stuck. Try to take it down, but it's stuck. It's stuck. But here's the cool thing. See this finger? It's a magic finger. When you touch this finger to the tip of your nose, that will become unstuck, no problem. And that's stuck. Ah, you try to cheat me. Stuck. It's okay. If you take this thumb and touch your ear, that'll come off.
Is it going to get stuck?
Yes, it is. It's going to get stuck right to your ear, but that'll be done. So which is worse, on the ear or the nose? It's stuck. It's stuck. It's stuck. And here's the cool thing. When I touch my nose, that becomes unstuck. But a wonderful feeling just washes through you. You'll be unstuck and you'll feel wonderful. Is that okay with you?
Okay.
Oh. There you go. How's that?
Okay. Maybe better if
That's
you got
always
stuck.
fun. I'm unstickable. That was fun. No.
You want me to turn it off?
No. We'll do one more. Here, give me your hand. Breathe in. Breathe out, relax. Breathe in. Breathe out, relax. You can sit up. And when you open your eyes, you can say your name. You can say your name perfectly, but you'll say it in a stuttering way. So it'll be, and you'll get it out. You'll say the whole thing, but you stutter. Every time you try to speak, you stutter. You can speak perfectly, but you speak in a perfect stutter. Is that all right with you? Say, okie dokie. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. What's your name?
Magda.
There you go. Where do you live? What city?
I live in Taipei City.
Taipei City. How long have you lived here?
I've lived here for 6 years.
And you can speak perfectly. And how long have you lived here?
I've lived here for 6 years.
Really? Where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
Canada. Do you know what part of Canada? No, you don't. You forgot. You forgot where you're from. Where are you from?
Canada?
Canada. Where in Canada? It's okay because you remember. You remember perfectly. You're from Never Never Land. Where are you from?
It's Philly.
Where? Where are you from?
Neverland?
Have you always been from Never Never Land?
No, I don't think it's a real place.
Okay, so if it's not a real place, then where are you from? And you remember perfectly the real place. Where are you from?
Canada.
Where in Canada?
BC.
Okay, great. That's it. That's imaginative suggestibility. I hope you have found some useful information and some worthwhile skills in this video program, and that you have taken note of the processes and you've gone out there and practiced and played with them. With practice, with experience comes mastery. So just watching the video is not going to be enough. You've gotten all the instruction you really need to master this material, but the only road to true mastery is for you to go out there and play with it. So take these imagination games, these suggestibility effects, and with a very fun-loving, playful attitude, go have fun. Welcome to Solid, Instant, and Rapid Hypnosis Inductions. Hello, I'm Brian David Phillips, and this is the third part of a comprehensive program in basic hypnosis. In this DVD, I'm going to be explaining to you a number of rapid and instant hypnosis inductions. Some of them are standard, some of them are original to my own work. And then I will give you an example. I'll show you how it's done with an actual person. Now, this is an interactive program. In order to get the most benefit, you're just going to have to watch it, listen to the explanation, watch the examples, and then go out and practice. When you need to, come back to the DVD and refer to the explanations and examples again. You can't learn hypnosis just from a book or watching a video. You really have to go out and practice. Now, instant and rapid hypnosis inductions are those inductions or processes that guide people into hypnosis in 3 to 4 minutes or less. Speed hypnosis is something that I'm very aware of, that I'm very familiar with, and I'm quite well known for. This particular DVD is part of a package program which you may have bought on its own or as part of a set. It doesn't go into my whole speed hypnosis program, which is part of my training regimen, but it gives you the solid key inductions that get you started. And whether you are an experienced hypnotist or a brand new beginner, this material is valuable for you and you can just run with it. Let's get started. The Phillips arm pull induction is very straightforward, very simple, and only takes a couple moments. First, ask the person for their hand. Then talk a bit. And finally ask, "Oh, are you right or left-handed?" No matter what they say, "Oh, then give me your other hand." Take the other hand. Say, hold the hand up, begin moving it from side to side. Say, "Look here," place your other hand behind their neck at the top of the back, okay? As you're moving, begin to defocus your eyes, and when you see them going into a trance-like state, or at the moment, and you'll begin to recognize it, pull the arm, gently tap the back, but do not push, and it's a gentle pull, by the way, and say, "Sleep," and they'll go down. Now, why do you ask to change hands? If they say they're right-handed, then take the opposite hand. If they say they're left-handed, take the opposite hand. Take the hand you're not holding at the beginning, no matter what they say their handedness is. Well, why would you do that? It confuses them. The hand you're holding has nothing to do with the induction. It's their expectation that it does that increases the effect. That's the Phillips arm pull induction. Very straightforward. Now, if you Google Phillips arm pull, you'll see some examples on the internet, or just the example you'll see here. It often looks like I'm pulling hard, but I'm not. I'm pulling very softly, and it's a very gentle induction. It only looks like it's a jerk because it's an immediate effect for many people, and they go straight into a deep trance state, which is our goal. But please, gentle does it. Never ever jerk hard. Never ever slam them. That's inappropriate and it's unnecessary. And what you do when the people who are jerking hard, they're creating a resistance, and they're also giving hypnotists a bad name. So let's be gentle and effective. Give me your hand. Alright, when I say sleep, just shut down everything, okay? Just go into a nice deep trance. Are you right or left-handed?
Right.
You're right-handed. Okay, then give me this hand. Okay, look here. Sleep. Breathe in. Breathe out. Close your eyes. Relax. And relax. That's right. Clasped hand induction, very straightforward, very simple. Clasped hands, as in the suggestibility effect from a previous program, have them hold them out, look at a point, imagine your hands getting tighter and tighter and tighter. As they're focused on that point, all you need to do is gently press down on their hands while saying sleep, and very gently I tap the back. Okay, it's not a push, it's not hard, but it looks very effective, and it's extremely excellent for getting a deep trance state very quickly. Two hands. Hold your hands out like this. Clasp the fingers, arms straight, look here, look here, look here. And imagine your hands getting tighter and tighter and tighter, 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 tighter. I poured glue on it, tighter, tighter, tighter. It's like one piece of wood, so that the more you try to pull it apart, the tighter it becomes. The more you try to pull it apart, the tighter it becomes. Try to pull it apart, but you can't because it's stuck. It's stuck. It's tighter and tighter. Try to pull it apart, but it's stuck. tighter and tighter. The more you try, the tighter it becomes. Are you trying?
Yes.
Try harder because sleep. Just relax. Just relax. Let everything relax. And let yourself sit comfortably but relax. Breathe in. Breathe out and relax. You can sit comfortably and relax even more. Even more. Breathe in. Breathe out and relax. That's right. Breathe in and relax all the way out. Every breath out, just relaxing more and more. That's right. Every breath out, relaxing more and more. In a moment, I'll count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open. Feeling wonderful. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open. Feeling wonderful. How's that feel?
Good.
Okay. Do not attempt the drop back induction if you are much smaller than the person you're working with. Okay, a drop back induction takes the following suggestibility effects into account: the sway or postural sway, hand clasp, fixation, and compliance. Have the person stand with their arms out, perform the hand clasp, the body is stiff and rigid. As they look up at an angle, they're clasped in. This is to disorient and increase the likelihood of a swaying sensation. And you pull them back as the body is straight down, and you put them on the floor and relax them. It is a very effective induction. On stage, it looks amazing, but you need to be aware of your safety parameters. Okay, make sure you can balance the person. Make sure you are planted so that your feet are set so that you can guide that person easily. And never ever attempt to drop back induction with a person who is much larger than you, whose body you can't move. Same size to smaller is safer. Okay? It's a nice induction. It's very effective. But if you can't control your environment, do not attempt it. Also be aware that many people don't like to be laid out on the floor, particularly if it's a dirty environment. So be aware of the context clues. Alright, okay, I want you to take 2 hands, put them out like this. Clasp the hands, look here, look here, look here, tight, tight, tight. Your hands getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Head up, hands getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. Tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. Your entire body rigid. Your entire body rigid, 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 beginning to sway, beginning to sway. Tighter and tighter and tighter. All the way, all the way, all the way, all the way. And dropping and relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Sleep. Even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Breathe in. Breathe out. In a moment, I'll count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open, you're fully awake, fully alert, head is clear, wondering, what the hell am I doing on the floor? 1, 2, 3, eyes open. How you doing? Thank you.
I'm here.
The finger and thumb shake hypnosis induction. This is a rapid induction, very straightforward. You hold the person, the trance partner's thumb. Okay, just take the thumb, hold it like that, and tell them to relax. So you're holding it up, they're not. So you can move it around a bit. So normally what I do is with my left hand, I'm holding their thumb, their right thumb. And I have my right finger up, okay, finger. And I say, look at my fingertip. And I hold it just above levels so that they're looking up, and then I move it from side to side while moving the thumb from side to side. Now you can get patter according to relaxation, so breathe in, breathe out, relax. And then at the crucial moment where you can see a glass eye, or rather a glassiness in their eyes, I'll separate these two. So my finger comes to this side, the thumb hand comes over here, and then I will say sleep and throw down the hand, not hard, you just drop it. Drop the thumb and begin moving the fingers towards the face. And what I'll do is I'll extend my fingers out like this, so they're still looking here, but I've got the hand coming towards their eyes. I take the other hand and I move it behind them to the back, usually right at the back base of the neck, not on the neck, but on the back itself, so that as I say sleep, I'm pulling them forward and moving here. And take this hand, move it, they'll close their eyes, and you just gently rock. Breathe in, breathe out, and give deepeners. And that's basically the process. Now I know from my description, whether it's written or spoken, it sounds confusing, but it's not. Watch the example and you'll see how it runs. Everything moving at the same time while you're firing in that suggestion for sleep, and they'll go right in. Okay, that's the finger and thumb shake hypnosis induction. Very simple once you've got the process worked out, and very powerful and effective. Plus, it's a lot of fun, so give it a go. Give me this thumb and just relax, okay? Relax, relax. I just hold the thumb, okay? And look here. Look at my finger. Breathe in. Breathe out. Just allow yourself to relax. That's right. Sleep. Breathe in and relax deeper and deeper and deeper. Relax. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open. Feeling wonderful. How do you feel? It's okay. You're gonna float in and out, in and out, in and out. Hand drop inductions are very fast, very effective, and very, very strong for getting an instantaneous deep trance experience. All right? It's very simple. Face the person or sit slightly to the side. Put your hand out like this, down, and ask the person to place their hand upon your hand. Okay, take the other hand, your other hand, while they have their hand on yours. Your other hand goes on their back, upper back, with the thumb. I usually place the thumb so that it's gently at the base of the neck. All right, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Look here. Okay, I'm looking to your eyes. Press down on my hand. They press on your hand, and what I do is I go walleye just a little bit trancy, and I move my hand away. Gravity forces their hand because of the pressure they're getting down, and gently at that same moment I say sleep, and I tap the back of the neck to give a signal to move forward. I do not push. Okay, once again, you're not jerking hard. It's just, it can be very gentle, and you never ever push them down. You just signal they'll come down. Make sure you can catch them. I usually have them fall into my chest because you can see I've got a big teddy bear body here. It's a nice soft landing for many people. Of course, you need to make sure that it's an appropriate context for any physical contact of any kind. But very simple. Press here, sleep. And you can also do it soft and slow. Sleep. Gentle. and relax. That's the hand drop. It's one of the most effective instant or rapid inductions and very much worth your while. All right. Bring your hand. Place it here. Push. Look here. Sleep. All the way down. Deeper. 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 Relax. That's right. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open. Feeling wonderful. Okay. Fully awake. Fully alert. Feeling wonderful. Milton Erickson was very famous for the handshake interrupt induction. He would walk up to people, and the very first time he met them, he would often shake their hands and then move them into trance automatically. In fact, it got to a point where he was so abrasive about this and intrusive that many of his colleagues at the hospital refused to shake his hand because they knew he would do this sort of thing. Now, for our purposes, we never ever do a hypnosis induction without explicit consent. So we're not going to have that issue. So when we use the handshake induction, there's a couple variations. One is an expectancy variation, which is very straightforward. And that's simply Dave Ellman's version, which is to say, in a moment I'll shake your hand 3 times. On the third shake, your eyes close and you go into a very deep hypnotic state. 1, 2, 3, and they go into hypnosis. Now the Erickson version is very different. He shake hands, and then in a normal handshake, when normally you would let go, he doesn't let go. Rather, you very gently maneuver your fingers so you can keep contact with that other hand, that person's hand, and then you move by hold it up like this and say, look here. And they look at their own palm and say, and now relax. And notice the patterns in your palm. And as your palm comes closer and closer to your face, you go into a very relaxed state. When your hand touches your face, your hand drops, your eyes close, and you go into a very deep and profound hypnotic state. All right? It works wonderfully because of the interrupt, but you don't have to use it that way. You can just explicitly say, look at your hand and let it come to you, and it drops, which is a hand movement induction. You can do this covert or overt. I do not recommend non-consensual hypnotic inductions. But the handshake induction is a nice pattern. You can use it in different ways, explicit and implied, and have some wonderful success. But you do have to practice the moves. Okay. Just shake my hand real quick. How you feel? You feel okay? All right. Okay. Let's do this right. Yeah. Look here. And as you look at your hand, look at the patterns. The hand begins moving towards your face. And the hand begins moving towards your face. Your hand going towards your face. When it touches your face, your eyes close and you go into a deep, deep trance. All the way down. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open. Feeling wonderful. The pencil drop hypnosis induction is very straightforward, very simple. Basically, hold up a pencil in front of the person and as an eye fixation point just above eye level so that they're looking up, and simply tell them, look at the end of the pencil or pen, and as it comes down, imagine and feel as if your eyes get so heavy, they just close and you go into a wonderful, deep, relaxed state. Now, you don't want to go too slow on the movement. As your eyes are getting heavier and heavier and heavier. And imagine your eyes getting so heavy, they just want to close down. And the eyes follow, the body relaxes. You just slight pat and they'll move their body to follow and then go immediately into deepening. That's the pencil drop hypnosis induction. You don't actually drop the pencil. You could though, but I don't know why. Okay, this is very simple. I have a pencil. See my pencil? It's a pretty pencil. Just look right here and just look. And notice as you breathe and you relax. Breathe and sleep all the way down. Just allow yourself to relax even more. Breathing in, breathing out, relaxing more. And more. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, fully alert, feeling wonderful. Okay, how do you feel? The rapid hands together hypnosis induction is a very effective induction. It's very nice. It's based upon the suggestibility effect of the hands together or the hand magnet. Have them hold their arms out all the way out. Look between that spot and imagine that hands beginning to be pulled together closer and closer. Now, before the hands touch, you then reach forward, grab the wrists, both wrists, pull forward and say sleep. And they'll go right down. Now make sure you catch them. Don't allow them to fall on the floor or anything like that. You've got to be aware of safety concerns, but it's a wonderful induction. It's very effective for a deep state very quickly. How do you feel? All right, I'm going to shift over here just for a second. I'd like you to take 2 hands, please. Your own hands. Place them out in front of you like this. Right here. So look here. Look here and close your eyes. Keep looking at that spot with your eyes closed. And imagine your hands coming closer and closer. That spot you're looking at is like a gravity, pulling your hands together closer and closer until they touch. Closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer. When your hands touch, they're glued together, glued together. The more you try to open them, the tighter they become, and sleep. Breathe in, breathe out, and relax. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. How was that? That kind of startled.
Shocked.
Yeah, okay. Sometimes that's because the eyes are open. Now we'll do it with the eyes closed. That was eyes closed. We'll do eyes open. Okay. Both hands like this. Okay. Look here, but only look at that spot. And that spot right there, imagine it's a gravity well. Imagine that gravity well beginning to pull your hands closer and closer and closer until they touch. Closer and closer, getting closer and closer and closer and closer. Sleep. Breathe in. Breathe out. Relax. Double that relaxation. Double that relaxation. Even deeper. And relax. The arm catalepsy hypnotic induction is based upon the arm catalepsy or arm stiffening suggestibility effect. Have them hold the hand out. Look here. Imagine your arm getting tighter and tighter until it's unbendable. The more you try to bend your arm, the tighter it becomes. Now, once you've got that unbendable state, all you have to do is gently press down on their hand and say, or their arm and say, sleep. and pull them forward. Relax. Let yourself relax. Their eyes shut. They go into a very deep state. Watch the example a few times and go out and play with this. It's very effective, very fast for a very deep trance state almost immediately. Choose whichever hand you like and hold the arm out like this. You have to choose one of your own. Okay. Look here.
Okay.
Look here. And imagine your arm getting tighter and tighter, tighter. As if I place a rod, a metal rod from the shoulders out through the fingers, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter. So tight, so tight, so tight, 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 that the more you try to bend it, the tighter it becomes. It becomes unbendable because it's so tight, so tight. The more you try, the tighter it becomes. Try to bend it, but it's tight, tight, tight. Are you trying? Try harder. Try harder, but you can't because sleep. And relax. Just let everything go. Breathe in. Breathe out and relax. That's right. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open. How's that?
Good.
Good? Okay. It'll get better. Here's a wonderful example of a suggestibility effect that's routined in such a way that you get waking hypnosis. So it can be an eyes open effect and it moves straight into hypnosis. And this is the stick stuck to hands routine, where you put a pencil or a stick or a card, have them hold it, and suggest that their fingers are getting tighter and tighter. In fact, so tight, the more they try to remove it, the tighter it becomes. They cannot remove it. It's stuck, it's stuck, it's stuck. And then routine that so that move the effect around. The stickiness moves. You can get them to have different parts of their body stick, and then boom, close your eyes and let yourself go into a very deep relaxed state. I will often take the stickiness so that their hand is stuck to their forehead or something like that, and they're pulling and pulling, and I'll give them the suggestion that in a moment I'll touch your forehead, the arm pops free, your eyes close, and you go into a very deep state, and then down they go. Play with this, have some fun, be creative and playful. It's a lot of fun. Go ahead, give it a go. Hold this. Close your eyes. Close your eyes and relax. Close your eyes and relax. And open your eyes. Look here. Look here and imagine your fingers getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Tighter and tighter. So tight, so tight, so tight. So tight, so tight, so tight, so tight, so tight, so tight, so tight that the more you try to let go, the tighter it becomes. Find that you try to get rid of it, but it won't go because you're stuck. It's stuck. The stick is stuck. The pen is stuck. Try to get rid of it, but it's stuck. Try to let go. It's stuck. It's stuck. Go ahead. Try to let go, but it's stuck. It's stuck. Try to let go, but it's stuck. It's stuck, but that's okay. Here's the cool thing. Because you can let go easily, you can let go easily because it's stuck here. It's stuck here. Try to let go. It's stuck. Try to let go. It's stuck. It's stuck. That's okay. You can try, but it's stuck. You can try, but it's stuck. But that's the cool thing, because you can let go because it's stuck over here. It's stuck over here. Go ahead, try. Try to let go, but it's stuck. Try to let go, but it's stuck. Try to let go, but it's stuck. And that's okay because it's stuck here. And it's stuck here.
Hey.
And they're both stuck. Okay, they're both stuck. That's okay because you can let go here because you can let go because this is stuck. Go ahead, try to let go. Stuck. It's stuck. It's stuck. Try to take it down, but it's stuck. It's stuck. But here's the cool thing. See this finger? It's a magic finger. When you touch this finger to the tip of your nose, that will become unstuck, no problem. And that's stuck. Ah, you try to cheat me. Stuck. It's okay. If you take this thumb and touch your ear, that'll come off.
Is it going to get stuck?
Yes, it is. It's going to get stuck right to your ear, but that'll be done. So which is worse, on the ear or the nose? It's stuck, it's stuck, it's stuck. And here's the cool thing. When I touch my nose, that becomes unstuck, but a wonderful feeling just washes through you. And you'll be unstuck and you'll feel wonderful. Is that okay with you?
Okay.
Oh. There you go. How's that?
Okay, maybe better.
That's always fun. Another example of a suggestibility effect that can be routined into a straightforward, rapid, or instant induction is the impossible to sit or stand effects, where you can play with impossible to sit, then allow them to sit after you've played with that, and impossible to stand, and then right down into a deep hypnotic state. Or more routining of suggestibility effects, which you can learn about in another section of this comprehensive course. Deeper. Oh, that's right. Sit up straight. Now here's the cool thing. In a moment I'll ask you to open your eyes. When you open your eyes, you're going to notice something very weird, something very cool, but very, very weird. And that is your legs will not unbend. The more you try to unbend them, the more they're stuck the same. In fact, you'll find it's impossible for you to stand up. The more you try to stand up, the more impossible it is. Eyes open, feeling wonderful. You feel good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's take a break for a second. Let's stand up.
Turn it off?
No, don't turn it off. Just stand up. Today. Is stand on up there. Okay, you're not standing. Okay, watch this. This is cool. You can stand easily now. You can stand easily. But now you can't sit down. Your legs are stuck. They're straight. They will not bend. You cannot sit down. Try to sit down and they won't. Go ahead. Try to sit down and your legs are stuck. Your legs are just stuck. Go ahead. Try to sit down, but they won't. Oh, and your legs just won't do it. Your legs won't do it. But here's the cool thing. Now they will. You can sit comfortably, but you have no butt. Your butt's gone. Your butt's gone. And if you have no butt, where do you sit? You don't. You just slide away. Slide away. Try to find it. There it goes. But you can stay in the chair. Your butt's back. Your butt's back. But here's a cool thing. See this? Watch this. This is a pump. If you push on that pump, your butt gets bigger. And bigger. And bigger. Go ahead. Do that. And notice how it feels. Your butt getting bigger. And how's that feel? I feel fucking weird. You just got a big ass big butt. Bigger and bigger and bigger. That as big as you want? Would you like to have it bigger?
No, I'm pretty
sure. It's 100 times bigger. I got mega button here. Would you like to deflate that ass?
It's weird.
Just pull this plug and it just... Now it's a little tiny little butt. It's like one of those little bony butts. Okay, now here. Press this button right here and your butt goes to normal size. And I'll take that butt towards mine. You don't get to play with it. You alright?
Yeah.
Have you ever been hypnotized before?
Yes.
You think maybe you might be hypnotized now?
Probably.
Okay. In a moment, I'll ask you to take a look and notice my hand is shaking and shaking, and your hand is shaking. Pass it off so they're shaking their hands faster and faster. In fact, your hands are shaking so fast, so fast, so fast, the more you try to stop them, the faster they go. Try to stop your hands, they go faster and faster and faster until the person in the suggestibility effect is going really fast, and then finally overload the senses with a simple sleep. and they will stop and they'll go into a deep trance state. All right. See that? This is really cool. It's called a happy toy. And the really cool thing is when I give you the happy toy, it feels wonderful. It feels wonderful. Watch. In fact, it feels so wonderful, the more you try to stop it, the faster it goes. It goes even faster. Try to stop it, it goes faster and faster. Look, you got two of them. And it goes faster. Both of them go faster and faster. And the faster they go, the better you feel. The faster they go, the better you feel. The better you feel, the faster they go. You got one here. You got one here. You got one here. You got one here. Stronger and stronger. Tighter. Try to stop it, but it won't stop. The more you try to stop it, the faster it goes. The more you try to stop it, the faster it goes. Try to stop it, it goes faster. The faster it goes, the better you feel. The better you feel, it'll go faster. And sleep. Breathe in. Breathe out. And relax. Double that relaxation every time you go deeper and deeper, feeling wonderful. Every time going even deeper. Oh, that's right. Sit up straight. As you've been watching this series, this program of a comprehensive basic course in hypnosis, you probably noticed my logo, which is a dream catcher with a hypnotic spiral and an eye in the middle. That's the symbol for my work in waking dreams hypnosis. You notice the eye though. The eye is also part of the logo for the Society of Experiential Trance. This program that you have, this comprehensive course in basic hypnosis, has all of the skill sets required for certification as a member of the Society of Experiential Trance. So, as you watch this and learn the skills and master them, you can also be learning them towards certification, if you wish. Obviously, you don't have to. And you can go to www.trancesociety.org for more information on certification, or contact me directly. And I'm happy to work with you, although there are other instructors for the Society as well. But that eye in the middle of the logo has significance. And here we have it. This is what we call the eye of experiential trance. Yes, it is a wedget from Egyptian mythology and iconography, also called the eye of Osiris or the eye of Horus. It has many different names, and it does have, for some, occult meaning. But here's the reason it was selected for the logo or the seal of the Society of Experiential Trance, or the SET. And that's because this symbol isn't just an eye. It's actually a iconographic display of how the Egyptians viewed human senses. Today we speak of 5 senses for humans. We interact, our minds interact with the world through the 5 physical senses. For the Egyptians, they believed there were 6 senses. And this eye symbol actually represents all 6 of the senses. And for my work, I consider this eye to be the eye of experiential trance. Let me go into what it means. Every component of the eye represents a different sense. First, we have the basic component, which is a stalk growing out of the ground. That is the sense of touch. Next, we have wheat growing from the stalk. That's the sense of taste. Now, next, we have, this is pointed towards the nose, the sense of smell. Over here we have a component pointed towards the ear, the sense of hearing. And of course, you're familiar with the eye in the middle. Obviously, that's the sense of sight. But there's one more component to this eye, and that's here. And for the ancient Egyptians, this was the sense that put them all together. That is the sense of thought. Without thought, the rest mean nothing. And with thought, through experiential trance or experiential hypnosis, we can simulate or create within our mind and body any of the other senses. Through hypnosis, we can do this. And so that's the eye of experiential trance and the seal of the Society of Experiential Trance. This video course is a course in hypnosis. It's actually basic hypnosis. All of the basic skills and more necessary to become a competent hypnotist. And you take these basic ideas and skills and put them in different contexts and master other specializations. This is hypnosis. But one form of hypnosis, which a lot of people hear me talk about, is experiential hypnosis. And people ask me, well, what is that? Because my definition of hypnosis is basically a ritualized context for intensified imaginative involvement that bypasses the critical factor of the conscious mind and establishes appropriate selective thinking for any context. Experiential hypnosis is the form of hypnosis requiring somnambulism or deep trance experience, and that's basically what you suggest is realized as if it's real. So if I tell you in hypnosis that you're becoming an animal, you actually feel as if your body is changing, and you can feel and see fur growing all over your body. Now, I don't normally do that, although I've done it. But experiential hypnosis is a form of hypnosis in which we have deep trance phenomenon with certain contexts. And as you learn more about hypnosis, you'll be exposed to the differences between light trance and relaxation therapy and more experiential processes. And experiential is actually one of the processes or forms of hypnosis where the learning and suggestions are most effectively realized. In this program, we've talked a lot about techniques, and that's really what I'm after. I don't really teach much on theory when I'm doing workshops and teaching hypnosis because I want to get right into it. I want to do the demonstrations, the explanations, and get to the practice. For theory, I feel that you should really be reading a lot of books. This is just a starting point course. This is not everything you need to know about hypnosis. You will never ever learn everything. You got to get out there and you've got to read, study, take live courses from as many different competent teachers as possible and get practice in there. But when you are formulating suggestions, there are some guidelines I'd like to impart. These are general ideas. Obviously, you need to do some trial and error experimentation and sow your oats, so to speak, but also do a lot of reading and understanding of what trance really is and how to best maximize your effectiveness. Many hypnotists tell you never use never. Don't use negative words when you're giving suggestions. And so they spend a lot of time avoiding negative statements. For instance, like, you are not a smoker. They don't say that. They say, you are a non-smoker. And so they move towards pleasure and they avoid the negatives. One reason for that is when we use negative expressions, the unconscious mind is said to undergo a process in linguistics called parsing. And parsing is basically a parse. So in order to understand a negative, we have to understand the positive first, and we can get stuck on that positive. Honestly, it's not quite so simplistic. The unconscious mind is simple-minded, yes, takes simple suggestions and it wants direct and straightforward language, but it can still understand negatives. So if you use a few negatives, it's not a big deal. However, I do find that we're much more effective if we do use active, positive suggestions and phrasings rather than negative or passive suggestions. Understand the limits of your session. Understand the limits of your scope of practice. If you intend to take this basic knowledge and learn more about hypnotherapy and you want to help people in that respect, you really need to know what your scope of practice is according to legal definition in your area. Understand the laws and obey them. You may not agree with some of those laws regarding unlicensed practice of hypnosis, and honestly, in some places the laws are ridiculous. However, even if you don't agree with certain laws, you need to make sure that you are obeying the law and that you are doing so in good faith. If you disagree with the local laws in your area, find others who also disagree and work together as a block so that your voices are heard and get those laws changed. This category is called trance depth testing, but it's not really about testing. Traditionally, there is a belief in depth of trance, depth of hypnosis, and certain phenomena are considered more difficult or easier than others. And there is a 6-stage scale, the Aaron's scale of hypnotic depth, that many people will use as a measure of how deep is my client or trance partner in hypnosis now. Doesn't actually work that way in practice, but as a hypnotist, you should be able to elicit any of these levels with a trance partner or client. And one way to do that is start with the lower levels and move up with the more difficult. In a moment, you're going to see an example where I start with the simple and I move straight through to all of the depth levels with an individual. And those levels are as follows. Level 1, eyelid catalepsy. Eyelid catalepsy is the eyelids are so heavy they just won't move. Simple. Level 2 is arm catalepsy. Arm catalepsy is either referred to as so heavy and relaxed it just won't move because it's so relaxed, or stiffen up the arm and it won't bend. Okay, those are two forms of catalepsy. Arm catalepsy is level 2. Level 3 is an inability to articulate. You suggest that the person can't speak and they can't. Level 4 is suggested amnesia. They can't remember something. And you've seen examples of that early on in this program. This course has the suggestibility effects and other processes. Some of the toolbox processes rely upon amnesia as a setup. So, suggested amnesia, level 5 is a positive hallucination. That's seeing something that's not there. My little fairy dragon, it isn't there, but people see it. The lemon, some people actually see a lemon. Positive hallucination is level 5, and the most difficult, supposedly, level of hypnotic phenomenon is the negative hallucination, not seeing something that is there. Now, in a moment, you'll see an example of just a quick run through. You should be able to elicit each and every one of these phenomenon with a trance partner. Practice it, have fun with it, It's not a test, even though they call it trance-step testing. It's really just having fun with trance. All right, sit comfortable. You feel okay? All right. What I want you to do is place your hand here. Okay. And look here. When I say the word sleep, your eyes close and just let yourself go into a deep relaxed state. Okay. Okay, press down. Look here. Sleep. Breathe in. Breathe out. Relax. Just let yourself relax. Now let go of your arm, go even deeper into relaxation. Deeper, deeper, deeper relax. That's right. Breathe in. Breathe out and relax. Concentrate on the muscles around your eyes now. And just feel your eyes getting heavier and heavier. You can sit comfortably and go even deeper into relaxation. But your eyes get heavier and heavier and heavier. In fact, your eyes get so heavy, so heavy, so heavy that they just won't open. Your eyes are so heavy, they're glued shut. Try to open them, but they're getting tighter and tighter. The more you try, the tighter they become. Try to open your eyes, but they're stuck tight. They're stuck tight. And stop trying and let a wonderful wave of relaxation go. From the top of your head to the tips of your toes. In a moment, I'll lift your arm. Don't help me. Just let it go heavy and loose. That's right. When I let go, double that relaxation. That's right. The other arm, heavy, heavy like a wet rag. When I let go, double that relaxation. That's right. You're doing perfectly. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now I'd like you to imagine that I can take this arm and put it out here, and it stays. Stays. In fact, it's like a steel bar. It's like a steel bar. The more you try to bend it, the tighter it becomes. It's unbendable. You cannot bend your arm. The more you try, the tighter it becomes. Try to bend your arm, but it's stuck. It's stuck tight. That's right. And sleep. And relax. Even deeper. That's right. You're doing perfectly. Now in a moment I'll ask you to open your eyes, but you hang on to this feeling, this wonderful feeling of relaxation. When you open your eyes, something interesting happens. You're not able to speak correctly. You have a stutter. I'll ask you your name and you'll say because you know your name, but you can't say it. I'll talk with you and ask questions, but every question you try to answer, and you really want to answer, you can't speak properly. You go, and it's impossible for you to articulate or pronounce. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. How you feel? Good. What's your name? You know your name?
Right.
You know your name, but what is your name? Your name is Finger?
Oh. Like, it's like,
What's wrong?
oh.
You're having trouble saying your name?
Right. I can spell it.
You can spell it, but you
Right.
can't say it. Okay, well here's a cool thing. Look at this finger. When it touches your forehead, you can speak perfectly, no problem. What's your name?
My name is
Evelyn. Are you sure? That's right. Here's something really cool. Your name is gone. Your name is gone. You can't remember your name. You have a name, but you can't remember it. What's your name? Your name is
No.
What's your name? Your name is
No.
Do you have a name?
Of course.
Of course you have a name. What is it? Oh, look, there it is. Your name is right there, Tinkerbell. What's your name?
My name is,
Your name is Tinkerbell. What's your name? Do you have a name? Do you remember your name? What is it? What's your name? Okay, here's your name, right there, right there. And you remember perfectly, that your name, you remember your name is Tinkerbell. In fact, when you say, my name is Tinkerbell, you feel really cool, you feel wonderful. You have a name, right? What's your name?
Tinkerbell.
I'm sorry, I can't hear, I'm an old man.
My name is Tinkerbell.
Really? Has your name always been Tinkerbell? Of course, right. Your name is no longer Tinkerbell. Your name is Evelyn. And notice that when you say, my name is Evelyn, you feel wonderful. What's your name?
My name is Evelyn.
How's that feel?
My name is Evelyn.
Okay. Evidently, your name is very violent. Okay. Oh, cool. Hold your hand out. Look right here and notice an egg. What color is the egg? Yellow. No, it's really cool because the egg is starting to shake and get a little heavy. And the egg cracks open. And out comes a little fairy dragon. What color is the fairy dragon? Yellow. Now the cool thing about the fairy dragon is when it walks down your arm, it tickles. It goes up your arm and it starts licking right behind your ear and you can hear it purring and it comes back right there. Now here's the cool thing, watch. The dragon flies around the room. Watch it fly. It comes down and lands again. Now these are special fairy dragons. If you want, you can keep this one. Would you like to keep it? Alright, so if you hold this hand up, I place a little box, and if you put your hands together, the dragon can go inside its little box. Now it's bigger on the inside than the outside. It's a beautiful little dragon home inside, perfect for your fairy dragon. And if you take that box, you can actually fold it up very tiny and hold it. And then you can take that and place it in your heart, and your fairy dragon is always with you. Now anytime you want, you can take him out. All you have to do is just breathe in, and as you breathe out, just take out the box and unfold it, and there's your dragon. Is that okay with you? Alright, so make sure he's back, you put him up. Alright, great. Now, I'd like you to sleep. Deeper, deeper, relax. In a moment, I'll ask you to open your eyes. And when you open your eyes, you'll notice something very weird. You only closed your eyes for a moment. When you open them, I am gone. I must have stepped out. And Lorraine is gone. So there's no one else in the room. You're completely alone. Just for a moment. But when I say now, you can see us clearly. But until I say that, we're invisible. You cannot see us. It's as if you're alone. You can see anything we do if we move things, but it'll be as if they're moving by themselves. But we're gone, we're missing. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. Now, and we're back. Can you see okay? Okay. Sleep. Breathe in. Breathe out. Relax. Once you know how to elicit trance phenomenon, such as in the trance-depth testing earlier, you should be able to utilize them in positive ways towards suggestion. And you do that in a whole number of ways, but here's some ideas that you can utilize trance phenomenon in a positive way in a session. For instance, for age progression is a trance phenomenon of imagining yourself older. So you see a future time, and you can utilize that by giving statements such as, you see yourself doing really well in the exam, or whatever. Age regression is when we bring someone back in time to an earlier period in their life, and you can use that in a suggestion by having them remember a time when they had a positive resource that is very effective or useful for them. Amnesia, you've seen me demonstrate amnesia suggestions many times in this DVD program, the full course program that is. Well, you can also do amnesia suggestions for positive results, like you find it very easy to forget and let go of the past or past issues or difficulties, or you find it easy to forget anger. So there's many different ways of doing that. Dissociation is a trance phenomenon where you don't feel connected to yourself, you're watching yourself. So a suggestion for that would be something along the lines of, you watch yourself do well. Okay. Positive hallucination and negative hallucination. Negative hallucinations, you don't notice something bad, so it doesn't push your buttons anymore. Or positive hallucination, you notice how pleased you are. You elicit some sort of effect that way. Post-hypnotic suggestions, we've worked with that before. Set up things so that in the future a certain trigger will have a very positive outcome for them. Sensory distortion, so they feel full earlier, or they no longer feel a need. The need diminishes for cigarettes or other things, so that the sensations of something are different. Time distortion, similar to sensory distortion, except it's our sense of time. So we feel that a period that normally would feel mind-numbingly boring passes quickly, or we enjoy a positive experience more through an elongation of time. But those are trance phenomena utilizations. Now let's see an example of just all of those put together in one concept. Think of something you would like to change. Okay, something you want to make better for yourself, something you want to make good, some bad thing you want to get rid of. Is it something good you want to make better, or something bad you want to get rid of? Are we reinforcing, or are we losing?
Reinforcing. Reinforcing,
Okay.
right.
Now I don't need to know what it is.
Yes,
Okay,
okay.
so this is a blind technique. And think of that, whatever it is. Is there a feeling in your body when you think of that?
Yeah.
Good. Think of that feeling, sleep, and let that feeling grow stronger. Let that feeling grow stronger. The feelings grow stronger. I'd like you to really imagine yourself doing whatever it is that causes that feeling to be stronger in the future. And actually see yourself in the future doing that and feeling that. And notice how it's stronger and easier for you. And bring that feeling back to the now. And know that you've done it in the future and you've gotten better at it. And so today you can feel it even more powerfully. And if you were to imagine yourself remembering a time in the past and feeling that feeling in the past, and let that feeling grow through time even more powerfully. And if you could forget all of the bad things associated with not having that feeling, or if you could have amnesia and let go of whatever stops you from having that feeling now, you can move forward and see yourself now having that feeling growing stronger and stronger and stronger. And notice how easy it is not to see any of the blocks to this feeling, because they're simply not there for you, as you can now imagine very clearly all the resources you need to make that feeling stronger and stronger. And in future, anytime you want access to that feeling, it's there for you. All you have to do is to remember to breathe in and breathe in that feeling. And there it is, right there. You breathe in that feeling, and there it is, right there, strong and powerful and feeling wonderful. And notice how it can become even more powerful. And notice that as you have that feeling, time moves differently for yourself and powerfully within that. That's right. You're doing perfectly. That's right. You're doing perfectly. Well, those are the solid core instant and rapid hypnosis inductions. You got a very straightforward program there of examples of some inductions. Obviously, it's not a comprehensive coverage of this sort of hypnosis induction, but it is very straightforward, and you should be able to take these processes and those examples and go out and practice and do yourself have a lot of fun, do yourself some good, and master these skill sets. Obviously, you've got the basics, everything you need to go and get this core material and work, but in order to master it, you need to do the work. You need to go out there and you need to practice and become a master of solid, instant, and rapid hypnosis inductions. I'm Brian David Phillips, and I'll be spending this time with you. You either purchase this set on its own as a standalone product or as part of a package, part of a comprehensive basic hypnosis course. Either way, you can jump right in and use this material, although it does imply or assume that you have some basic hypnotic skills before you start using this particular material. So I'm not going to go into inductions or how to guide people into hypnosis. I'm going to assume that you already have that information and those skill sets. In this program, I will be explaining a number of key processes and then giving you examples of myself running the process with a person. It's a very interactive program. In order to learn this material well, you're going to have to practice. So listen to the explanations, outline it, do the work, watch the examples, see how the pattern flows, and then go out and run the patterns with actual humans. Okay, I said humans. You can't use the family dog, sorry. You're going to have to go out and do some work. But you're going to have a lot of fun, and many of these processes are extremely valuable, whether you are a beginning hypnotist or someone who's been at this for years. So let's get started. There are many different ways to perform anchoring. Anchoring is basically a process in which you anchor a feeling or response to a stimulus. And that stimulus is often a physical setup. The process I'm going to show you here is very straightforward. Induce hypnosis. Have the person close their eyes and think of a time when they had the resource or feeling that they wish to anchor. In the example, I believe I used the resource of just feeling good, although you could use confidence or leadership or thinking straight or the zone for sports improvement or sports excellence, whatever resource state you wish to anchor. Once they're in that state, that is, think of the last time or a time, think of a time when you felt really good or whatever the resource is. Got it? Now make it stronger. Really feel those feelings you felt right now. Then give them a physical anchor or touch. I often have them press the finger and thumb together and say, and as you press the finger and thumb together, imagine that feeling getting stronger and stronger. Imagine you have a link, a connection between that touch and that feeling. Now stop touching, open your eyes. Now you haven't opened the eyes, so you break the state. Remember, we want to anchor to the resource, the feeling, not a specific time. Once you've broken it, close your eyes. And once again, think of another time when you felt that resource, or you felt really good, you felt confidence, or you felt whatever. Got it? Now, press that finger and thumb together, make the touch, and imagine those feelings getting even stronger, more powerful, and feel a connection forming. Break the state again, open the eyes, close the eyes, do it again with another time. And another and another. Do it 3 to 5 to even 6 or 7 times if you wish. Each time intensifying the feeling. You'll notice when I do this, I often, while they're pressing the physical trigger, I'm often pressing on the shoulder. And many times when I say getting stronger and stronger, I do a sliding anchor. I touch on the arm and I move that finger up to the shoulder, there, even stronger, so that I'm connecting a secondary link to that positive resource state for my use with them in session, only in session. while they're creating their own trigger or response set. And that's pretty much it. When you've done it a few times, you then emerge, 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful and alert. Now, look at that pen, or look at a diet soft drink or a cup of water. Now press those together and notice what happens. You should see an immediate response as the anchor fires. Okay, now have them look at a neutral object, fire off the anchor for your anchor test so that they see that, okay? And then let them know that they can then use that anchor anytime they wish, in any context they wish, as they control it. And the neat thing that you tell them is that the anchor only fires when they wish it to. So if they accidentally rub these together and they're not expecting or wanting the trigger to fire, it doesn't happen. It only happens when they do it or an appropriate person. So if you have a shoulder anchor, some guy on a bus who accidentally touches them isn't going to fire it off. But that's anchoring. It's very straightforward. Go out and play with it. Have some fun. All right. Close your eyes. Think of a time when you felt really good. Got it? Now, don't just think of the time, think of the feelings of feeling good. Feel it in your body and notice that feeling. And when I touch you right here, notice that feeling gets stronger. And just associate this touch to that really good feeling. All right? Open your eyes. Close your eyes. Think of another time you felt really good. And got it? Feel the feeling. Feel the feeling of feeling good. And associate that touch to that good feeling. That's right. And notice as I touch, it gets stronger and stronger. Feel it in your body and your mind, and getting stronger and stronger. That's right. And stop thinking of that time. Open your eyes. And close your eyes. Think of another time you felt really good. And this time, that feeling gets even stronger. That feeling gets stronger. As I touch, that feeling gets stronger and stronger and stronger. That's right. Associate this touch to that feeling. So when you have this touch, that feeling fires. That's right. Eyes open. Okay, how's that feel? Okay, go ahead and look into the camera and notice. There it is. Okay, now here's the cool thing. When I touch, no effect. Okay, when a random stranger on a bus touches, no effect. But when you touch, boom, you have that feeling. Go ahead and touch. You touch it and notice there it is. Okay, stop touching. And when I touch, it's gone. How's that? The drug of choice, induction. This is a process developed by Richard Bandler as part of the growth of neurolinguistic programming. It's been published in many locations and it's gained almost mythical proportions. But actually it's a very simple concept. If you're working with someone who wants to give up a substance, or anything actually, that has some sort of positive gain for them, it feels good, but they don't want the negative effects of it, draining their wallet or physical side effects, for instance with drugs. If they've experienced it once, they can experience it through hypnosis. And so all you really need to do is induce hypnosis and then suggest that they now feel that. Now, when I do this process, I don't actually induce hypnosis first. Rather, this is my induction into hypnosis. And what you'll see here is what I call the drinking finger variation of the drug of choice concept. I use this in my stage show as an opening induction, and I also play with it as well as help people therapeutically. Basically, it works like this. Tell the person that they need to imagine, just imagine feeling drunk or high if that's appropriate for the person, and just imagine yourself getting drunker and drunker. Now, I always say it's not going to make you sick, but you're getting drunker and drunker. Those of you who have seen the suggestibility effect portion of this comprehensive basic hypnosis course, you're already familiar with this as a suggestibility effect. All you need to do to lay it into a useful process or an induction itself is to intensify the experience. And I do that with my fingers by saying, this is my drinking finger. As it gets closer and closer, you feel drunker and drunker. And then I'll often count 5, drunker and drunker, 4, so drunk. You'll see physical effects occurring. Some people, if you get them drunker and drunker, they will start feeling nauseous. And so you need to make sure you say something along the lines of, it's not going to make you sick, but you're getting drunker and drunker, drunker and drunker, you're getting so drunk. And then I'll take my drinking finger coming towards them and say, oh, I got 2, even drunker now, drunker and drunker. When you touch their forehead with the finger, the drinking finger, you'll see an immediate effect of them immediately becoming more drunk. And I do too. Now you'll notice that with some people, I also do a deepening technique for this based on the sobriety test. And the old sobriety test is you take your finger and you touch your own nose, and I'll tell them that you have a drinking finger, and the more you try to touch your nose, the more you miss. You're getting drunker and drunker, and they miss. And then I give them 2 and they miss, and 3 and they keep trying. And I keep accelerating that as I create a deepening experience as well as a playful game. Now, after you play with this, okay, and it is a lot of fun, and please do make it a playful experience. After you've done your play with it, you can then give them the option to keep it, so that anytime they wish to feel that feeling of being drunk or high, all they have to do is breathe in, breathe out, touch their foreheads, close their eyes, and get drunker and drunker and drunker without actually having the negative effects. So if they need to, they can come right out of it. They can feel drunk or high, go out clubbing, and be the designated driver so that they enjoy the experience of being with their friends without the physical effects. Because the neat thing about this is you immediately come out of it when you wish to. So you don't have to worry about being drunk while driving, because you're alert when you need to be. Okay, and that's the drinking finger variation of the drug of choice. There are other ways of handling this, but that's the one I use, and it's a lot of fun. Go out and get drunk. All right, close your eyes, and I'd like you to imagine the feeling of being drunk or high, whichever you prefer. Now, have you ever been drunk or high? Okay, just imagine the feeling. I'd like you to imagine it feeling good, okay? And I'd like you to imagine that feeling getting stronger and stronger. And that's okay. It's not going to make you sick, but you feel better and better. So it's a very good high or a very good drunk. Not going to make you sick, but you feel really good. Higher, higher, drunker, drunker, or both, Gently you pull back. And notice that feeling begins to get stronger and stronger. Eyes open. Now this is my drinking or high finger. And as it gets closer and closer to your forehead, you get even higher. Feeling even higher and higher and higher. And when it touches, it's like a whoosh. Your entire body and mind getting drunker and higher, drunker and higher and drunker. Really feel it stronger now. Getting stronger and stronger. And whoosh. There it is. There it is. Eyes open. Now I'm going to give you a drinking or high finger. So when you touch yourself, you can have that feeling anytime you like. And you notice it's like a floaty finger. As it gets closer and closer, you get higher and higher, or drunker and drunker. Not going to make you sick, but you get drunker and drunker and higher and higher. When it touches your forehead, touch your nose, it's okay. And you get drunker and drunker and drunker. And you can go ahead and give yourself even more. Every time you tap, even drunker, even higher. That's right. That's right. And eyes open, but still feeling drunker and drunker. Have you ever taken a sobriety test? Sobriety is when you're drinking and the driving and the police say you have to have a test. And so sometimes they ask you to do things like take your finger and touch your nose. Can you do that? Can you actually take your finger and touch your own nose? Boom, okay? Now watch. You're so drunk, so drunk, so drunk that you can't even find it. The more you try to touch your nose, the more you miss. Try to touch your nose, but you miss. Try to touch your nose, but you miss because you're so drunk. You'll miss. You're missing. Drunker and drunker. Go ahead and use two fingers. Use two fingers, but you still miss your nose. Try to touch your nose, but you miss. Try to touch your nose, but you miss. Drunker and drunker and drunker. And sleep. Deeper, deeper, deeper. No longer drunk. No longer high. But feeling wonderful. Okay, how's that? Okay, eyes closed. Experiential guided imagery is a form of trance guidance where you induce hypnosis and then you tell the person to imagine things. Now, when I use this process, I usually make it an open-ended thing. First, stage one, eye closure. Eye closure because you want them to concentrate on your words. And part two of that stage is deep breathing for relaxation. So eye closure and breathing for relaxation. Every breath out, you go deeper and deeper into trance. And all that I tell you becomes more and more real, as if it's real. Imagine it as if it's real. Now, part two of a guided imagery is the image itself. First, a prelude where I give them a little story or idea. Imagine yourself walking through the forest, and in the forest you come to a clearing, and in the clearing you come to a castle, and in that castle you see, and tell them the basic setup of the imagery. Make sure that you're only giving open-ended imagery, and make sure you're using what are called positive reinforcement words as well as escape words, so that if you accidentally, and you should never do this, but if you were to accidentally come into an imagery that is uncomfortable for the person, and you always check for phobias and things they don't like, make sure that they have a way of telling you if you're getting into that sort of ground. But if you accidentally get into that point, they can just imagine something else, or they can imagine it as if it is comfortable. So to the degree that it's comfortable for them. If someone has a water phobia, you don't want them in the middle of the ocean, that sort of thing. But they could be watching someone at a pool or other things like that. I do the setup imagery, and then after that I always have a period of silence where I say, and for the next few moments, which is all the time you need, you can explore this wonderful imaginative experience. Feel it, see it, smell it, hear it, taste it. I enhance the sensory apparatus so they experience it as fully as possible, but I also give them an open end so that they can experience it in a positive way created by their own unconscious. I don't need to know what they're experiencing. And if you're doing things like recreational adult guided imagery, you can allow your partner to have a fantasy fulfillment in hypnosis without any issues of jealousy. They can share it at the end if they like, or they can keep it private without harming the relationship. Some people are uncomfortable with that, I know, and so if you are uncomfortable with that sort of trance experience with your partner, then don't do it. But for those who do enjoy that sort of exploration of fantasy, that's a wonderful thing you can do. Of course, you can also put yourself, or rather allow your trance partner to put you in the trance and guided imagery experience. After a period of open-ended, self-directed experience, I then go to part 3 of an experiential guided imagery, which is simply the emerging, finishing it off. Start with a signpost that allows them to know it's time to come back to the here and now, and then tell them what you will do to terminate the imagery. Usually I'll say something along the lines of, "It's now time to come back to the here and now. Say thank you to your guides," or whatever of the experience. In a moment, I will count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open, you're fully alert, your head is clear, and you feel wonderful, taking all the positive learnings and experiences with you so that you can remember it and have positive benefit. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. So after you've done the signpost, do the count up. Eyes open, and they're fine. And then if they wish to share, they will. If they don't, that's okay too, as long as you make certain they have a positive experience. That's experiential guided imagery. The experiential part of that is the enhanced sensory apparatus. So make sure you use pattern and other activities in the imagery to enhance how they feel it. You'll see it in the example, but go out and have fun. That's right. I'd like you to imagine walking through a forest. And in that forest, I'd like you to imagine you come to a little pool of water. Clear water with a clear mountain stream coming down through it. And as you look into the water, I'd like you to notice something very interesting. As you look into the water, you can see your own reflection. And as you look at your own reflection in the clear water, notice something interesting begins to happen. Your face and your body begin to change. They begin to change shape and form. As your body begins to change into an animal form. You can feel as you see your body change, your face begins to change into an animal's face. You can feel the change in your jaw, in your teeth. You can feel the change in your arms and in your legs. And in fact, if you touch your arm, you can feel fur from the animal. What kind of animal are you changing into? Now it's an
Fish with fur.
Really interesting. Now notice that you can change into any kind of animal you like. What kind of animal would you like to change into? Okay. And you begin to feel that change. You feel your jaw change. And go ahead and touch your arm and notice you can feel the change. Do you have fur or scales? What kind of fur do you have? What color fur is it?
It's brown.
And feel the brown fur. And feel your jaw. And notice the change in your teeth. Do you feel that? Do you have a long tail, a short tail, or no tail?
Nice long tail.
All right, now notice you can actually feel that tail. You feel that? And notice that you can change, and because you now have an animal form, notice that you can smell more clearly. That's right. And notice you can feel more clearly. And as you imagine that change becoming more and more real, imagine you can walk through the forest on 2 legs or 4. It's up to you. Because you can be completely in animal form, or you can be in a human animal form. It's up to you. But as you walk through the forest, notice how the colors are different, how the smells are clearer, and notice how you feel more and more alive, more and more special. Now, every animal that we could change into has an attribute, a characteristic, something special about that animal. Some animals are very curious, and they delight in a playful joy in discovering new things. Some animals are very brave. Some animals are very agile, or they are as if every movement is a dance. Some have great courage. Some have great strength. And as you walk through the forest and notice the change in the air and the smells that come to you, notice that attributes of this animal flow through you. You feel more energy, more alive. That's right. Now in a moment, going to count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open. You're fully human, but those positive traits of this animal that you wish to keep can remain with you. At any time you like, you can return to this forest and return to this animal form anytime you like. Is that all right with you? 1, coming back to the here and now. 2, human form again. 3, eyes open with that wonderful attribute inside. How's that? That interesting?
I said a monkey.
Monkey. Why a monkey?
I don't know. It
just came to you.
Birds and the brown birds is monkey.
I thought you would do
With
it.
the long tail. I can feel the tail.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Swing my
You could
tail.
also, you can use the tail and swing.
Yeah.
Maybe because you're a pole dancer.
Oh.
'Cause you can
Very
use your
alert.
tail.
Monkey,
okay.
right.
Could you feel the fur?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you feel a difference in your face?
The jaw. The long jaw. Yeah.
You could feel that. Okay, that's
As if.
experiential. I thought you would do a cat.
No.
Okay. But that's a lot of fun. It is. It's I borrowed the idea from the old shaman, the shapeshifters. They would do Indian witch doctors. They would become wolves. Or
It's very interesting. It's a very good experience. Yeah.
When I'm going to do that in the metaphysical class in June, as well as the animal spirit guides. But it's really nice. I like to do the wolf. I like wolves.
Wolf?
I've done wolves and bears,
Oh, okay.
but I don't do monkeys or cats. But Lorraine does cat. But it's interesting, especially when you feel it. And some people do that for all sorts of reasons. But it's very to take that form. Actually, you could try this. You don't have to. You can try it. take on the monkey form or any animal you want
Yeah.
while you're doing a physical activity. So like I know you do dance.
Yes.
So while you're doing the dance, you take on the animal form and let that, see how that changes how you dance.
Mm-hmm.
If it makes you more confident and comfortable. Because there are some things monkeys do.
Mm-hmm.
Easy, no problem.
Right. Climbing the trees.
Climbing and
Right.
swinging.
Yeah.
Actually, monkey works really well for your pole dance stuff.
Excellent.
Because you are hanging a lot.
Right.
It might be interesting. You don't have to. But it might
Maybe
be
that's
interesting
why
to see how it
I
feels.
just pictured the monkey. Maybe that's one of the
you've
reasons.
been doing that.
Yes.
Eyes open, focused trance experience. Basically, this is hypnosis with your eyes open. It's a misconception among many, including among hypnotists, that in order to induce hypnosis, you must ask a person to close their eyes. Nothing can be further from the truth. Actually, even though we often use words like relax, close your eyes and relax, that actually isn't the hypnosis. It's just the context we use. It helps facilitate the hypnosis, but it's not a necessary part of the hypnosis. And so, in order to induce hypnosis with the eyes open, pretty much do the same things you do when you ask them to close their eyes. You can do any sort of induction, any sort of suggestibility effect with the eyes open. Just remove the part with the eye closure and run with it from there. Now there are a number of processes and effects that are excellent for eyes open work. Learn those, play with them, but please understand that hypnosis doesn't require eye closure for an induction. You can do hypnosis any way you like. And this is a really powerful and wonderful way of engaging people through critical factor bypass through the intensification of imaginative involvement. So go out there and have some fun. Alright, this is very simple. Your eyes are open. I'd like you to imagine. Choose something you would like to change about yourself, a habit you'd like to get rid of, or something good that you'd like to make stronger. It doesn't matter what you choose, and you don't even have to tell me. Okay? You got it? Now I'd like you to think about whatever. Is it something you want to change, something you want to stop, or something you want to make stronger? Stop, okay? Hold up this hand and imagine the feelings of when you do that thing you want to stop. And feel it in your body, but imagine those feelings going right here. It could be like a ball of energy, it could be a box, it could be a shape, it doesn't matter. You got it? Alright, I'm going to place this over here, and it'll stay there just for now. Now in this hand, I'd like you to imagine how you would feel after the change. So all the positive things. You got it? Past, present, and future. So this is the old state, this is the future, the good thing. You got it? Do you notice a difference in the two feelings? Which feeling is better? Which one's stronger? Okay? Now here's the thing. Sometimes we have a past behavior. We do it sometimes not just because it's a bad thing, otherwise we wouldn't do it. There's something inside there, some reason for doing it. But sometimes the good reason for doing something, we don't need it anymore. or there are other ways to do it that allow us to get what we want. Now, as you see and imagine and feel these two feelings, notice something weird. As your hands begin moving closer together, by themselves, only as quickly as they need to move, a shift begins, so that the negative parts over here begin whirling away because you don't need them. But the positive parts, anything positive, becomes an important part here that allows you to make the change in a good way. When your hands touch, they'll just kind of fold in on each other. When your hands fold in, you'll feel a change. You'll feel a shift in your body and like little clicks in your mind as the change becomes part of who you are. It's a little weird and really cool, but you'll feel the change. Just let it happen. And it only happens as quickly as your mind needs it to happen for that change to occur in the next few seconds. Notice it gets stronger now, doesn't it? And it just starts going on. There it is, click. You feel that? That feel weird? Would you like to keep that change? You feel the change and would like to keep it. Imagine I'm turning a dial in your mind, and with each number it becomes even stronger. 1 stronger, 2 stronger, 3, 4. At the next number, it's like a whoosh right through you, and it's a permanent part of who you are. It becomes a permanent part. Is that all right with you? Then 5, and feel it click. Whoosh. And let go. How's that feel? Feel it.
It's like I'm not hungry anymore.
All right. Now this portion of this particular program has a very highfalutin title. Flooding sensory experience with positive suggested states. Well, what does that mean? It means making them feel really, really good through hypnosis. Induce hypnosis and then suggest a positive state. Now the positive state you use for your suggestions are going to vary from context to context. Is it for entertainment? Is it for recreation? Or is it adults only material, or are there children present? Are you looking for metaphysical enlightenment, or are you simply out for a good time? Whatever appropriate positive state, you can then suggest it, and you'll get it through hypnosis, and then you can accelerate it. Now we say flooding the sensory experience because we want to just enhance that over and over and over so that it becomes as if the only experience the person has is that positive suggested state. You can use things like bliss. You can use things like ecstasy in appropriate circumstances, or hot and horny arousal, or simply universal unconditional love, which is what I use for the higher self set. Whatever the positive state is, confidence, courage, you just elicit it through hypnosis, get it the state, then you accelerate that. You make it stronger through sliding anchors and simple compounding of suggestion until that person is just overwhelmed, as experiences everything within that state, and they become that state. Play with the concept, play with the idea, but please keep in mind that the title of this particular category is Flooding Sensory Experience with Positive Suggested States. Please don't go playing around with the negative states. I don't want anyone watching this DVD and thinking, Gee, I wonder what it'd be like to overload someone's senses with fear. Let's not induce phobias. Let's not go to hell for an experiential journey. People have enough shit in their lives, so let's just keep it clean and sensible, and let's reinforce positive experiences so that we can keep coming back to this. Overloading with negative sensibilities, it happens. There are people out there who are incredibly creepy who play with this stuff. And they don't do it in a completely consensual manner. Although sometimes they have uninformed consent. But that's not enough. Let's stick with sane, consensual, and safe. Safe, sane, and consensual. Some of you know that phrase. Gee, I wonder where it comes from. Whatever you suggest should leave your trance partner for the better. Okay? So let's leave them better than we found them. Let's give them positive experiences. Right? The principles are simple. The principles are straightforward. Flooding the sensory apparatus, overloading with positive state, which they can then access again anytime they wish. So make sure you set a positive anchor if you wish. Right? Simple stuff. Go play. And you can just relax, feeling wonderful. Notice as you breathe in, let that wonderful feeling continue. And that's right. You're feeling wonderful. I'd like you to imagine an opening in your third eye. And imagine as you breathe in, a wonderful feeling washes through you. Now this could be a wonderful feeling of unconditional love, or it could be a feeling of pleasure. It can be a wonderful feeling. Notice as you breathe in, that wonderful feeling of love, pleasure, and a feeling of bliss just washes through you. And notice that as you breathe it in, it begins to flow through your body and your spirit and your mind. And notice that wonderful feeling begins to grow stronger and stronger. With each number I say, that feeling gets so strong and powerful, so that each time I say a number, it becomes 10 times stronger. That wonderful feeling begins to flow through you, stronger and stronger. That's right. 1, 10 times stronger. Unconditional love and pleasure and bliss. 2, even stronger and stronger. And notice that feeling in your body now begins to grow. That feeling in your spirit now begins to grow. The feeling in your mind begins to feel even more intense. 3, 4, stronger and stronger. That unconditional love opens even further. And that pleasure in your mind and in your body begins to grow even stronger. 6, every number 10 times stronger. 7, flooding your senses. 8, stronger, flooding your body, flooding your mind. 10, all the way, even more powerful. And notice that wonderful feeling. How does that feel? How does that feel? Notice something cool, because it begins to grow stronger and stronger and stronger. That's right. And it begins to flood every part of your body. All the dark places become flooded in a light of unconditional love. All the sad places flooded with the light of forgiveness and joy and love. All the dark places, all the dull places feel the pleasure of love and forgiveness, pleasure and powerful bliss going stronger and stronger, even more powerful now. Flooding every sense, every sensation you feel, powerful, even more powerfully associated with that wonderful feeling of love and bliss and pleasure, stronger now. Now that's right. And relax. Know that anytime you wish, you can re-enter that feeling simply by imagining it. That feeling wonderful right there. That's right. And relax. And relax. And relax. Happy fingers. When I teach a class and I bring someone up and I induce amnesia for a number and I start playing with their extra finger, everyone in the room, not everyone, but a lot of people realize what I'm going to be doing. This is called the happy finger, and I'm rather known for it. I'm known for a lot of things, and this is one of the things I'm known for. But the happy finger is very straightforward. It's a lot of fun. Yes, it's happy, but it's also a great process. Induce hypnosis. Boom. Induce number amnesia. In a moment, I'll have you open your eyes. When you open your eyes, the number 7 is missing. The number 7 is gone. The number between 6 and 8 is now missing. The more you try to find it, the more gone it becomes. Nod your head if you understand. Realize you'll get the number back later, but for now, allow your unconscious to play this little game. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. So, how many fingers do you have? 10. Well, let's count them and make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. And play with that. It's a fun little game. You know, have you always had 11 fingers? Har, har, har. But here's the deal. As the confusion increases and their counting and missing the number increases as well, you end up with the last finger, the extra finger. What I then do is say, oh, I know. Well, your eyes were shut. That guy over there or that woman over there stuck an extra finger on. That's your happy finger. In fact, watch. When I touch your happy finger, it feels really good. Notice how you feel. And then touch it. And then the ooh. Depending on context, you can really go to town with this. Feels good. And hey, guess what? When I touch it, it feels good. But when you touch it, it's even better. Go ahead, touch your happy finger. And they touch it and they feel really good. And then you accelerate that and they play with their happy finger. I wonder what they're doing there. It's a good feeling, whatever that good feeling is, for them in an appropriate context. Then ask them, would you like to keep the finger? All right. In all the years I've been doing this, extremely rarely does someone say, no, I don't want that. Most people want to keep it, and you just anchor that in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom. There it is. The number 7 is back, but your happy finger works. Go ahead and count for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc. And you still got the happy finger. Go ahead. All right. And then make sure you tell them that, you know, the more you practice this, the better it is. So that you have a built-in compounding set. That's the happy finger. It's a lot of fun. And there it is. How many fingers do you have?
10.
10. Okay, let's count them. It's okay. You actually do have 10. It's just that the number 7 is gone. The number 7 is gone. Let's count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, we're going the wrong way. Let's go this way.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10.
Have you always had 11 fingers?
I don't want to have 10.
You have 10, of course. How many on this hand?
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. How many on this hand?
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 and 5 is?
10.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11.
You're cheating.
Okay, you know what that is. I know you know what that is. That's a happy finger. Right there. Right there. Watch this. Watch this. When I touch the happy finger, you feel it all through your body and your mind. You feel it everywhere. It's really cool. Now, I don't know what happy means for you. You got an idea. Okay, watch this. You'll feel it all the way through the entire body. Feel that? Okay, now here's the cool thing. It's stronger. And it's stronger. Now when I touch it, it's just happy. But when you touch it, it's really happy. Go ahead. Every time it gets stronger. Hold your happy finger up. And then watch this. When you use two fingers, it's like you feel it in your body getting stronger. There it is. Now I don't know if you feel it like you're high, or if you feel it like you're drunk, or if you feel it like you're using accoutrement, but it just gets even stronger and stronger. How's that feel?
Good.
You want to keep that?
Sure.
All right. Imagine I'm turning a dial, and with each number that becomes more and more a part of who you are. 5, 4, 3, 2. At the next number it becomes a permanent part of who you are, and every time you use that happy finger it gets better and better and better. Is that all right with you? 5, 4, 3, 2. You feel it locking in. 1. And notice it gets stronger even there. And you can do that when you're hypnotized, or like right now when you're wide awake and you can still feel it. Okay. But the number 7 is back. You have a happy finger, but you also have the number 7 back. Let's double check, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Now your happy finger, notice something neat. It only works when you want it to work. And only works when you touch it or when someone you want to touch it touches it. Okay? So if you don't want me to touch it or use it, there's no effect. Okay? No effect. But when you touch it, boom, there. See the difference? Okay. That way you're not randomly on buses and having people accidentally touch your fingers. You control it completely.
Okay.
Those are fun. The higher self process is one of my absolutely favorite processes to run with people. Induce hypnosis, guarantee somnambulism. I do that through, often I'll run the process with an element induction, plus an Esdell deepener, plus a dial deepener, number amnesia, name replacement, all to make sure I've got intensified imaginative involvement. Then we go to the staircase deepener. They go down the steps into an experiential guided imagery garden of relaxation. So we've relaxed the body. The mind is relaxed and occupied inside the garden of relaxation. For those of you familiar with my web pages, you know what trigger word I use in my free MP3, so that's the garden. Then, while the body's continuing to relax, every breath out, you're relaxing physically deeper and deeper, and the mind is relaxing in the garden, noticing all the experiential sensory inputs there, I then go with the idea of a sensory experience of flooding the senses with unconditional love. So every breath in, notice that your spirit begins to rise and a feeling of unconditional love from the universe flows through you and within you. Each breath in, that loving feeling goes stronger, and it flows around you and through you as if you are floating and being perfect love. You're breathing and being and becoming unconditional love. and that floating sensation begins to rise. As you begin to rise higher and higher, your spirit rises to a place of pure forgiveness, of unconditional love. As you enter into the place of the higher self, one rising to your body, relaxing more and more, your mind relaxing in the garden. As 3, your spirit rises. 4, filled with love. 5, in that place of love and forgiveness, the place of the higher self where answers are available to you. In a moment, I'll count from 1 to 5, and at the number 5, you enter into another place within the higher self, a secret sanctum, a special place of forgiveness. And in that place, that unconditional love flows through you and heals within your body, your mind, and your spirit. All dark spots, all dark places are shined on with light of loving forgiveness. 1, loving. 2, free. 3, peace. 4, and 5. And now all those that you need to forgive are before you, and those who need to forgive you are before you. And all the guilt and shame or fear can just drop away as you realize you are loved and you are loved, etc. That's basically the idea. Deepen into hypnosis, then they lift their spirit into the location of the higher self, which is anchored to a positive suggested emotional state. Then we go into the location of forgiveness. And this is a very powerful process as they just let go of any fear, guilt, or shame that they have felt. And they forgive others who have harmed them, and they are forgiven for any harm that they have done, and they forgive themselves for this. So forgiveness, peace, letting go of any fear, shame, or guilt. Now, I often will say, for those people who, in one session, just a couple minutes, they're unlikely to let go of everything, all their baggage. And some people like to hang on to baggage. So unless they are there specifically for this process of forgiveness, I will, if it's something I'm just doing on the spur of the moment, I'll say something along the lines, and you can let go of all that you wish to let go at this time. So if there's some reason they're not ready to forgive, which is the case with some people, they can hang on to that. You know, people have baggage that they like to carry around, and who am I to mess with that unless they're specifically asking to let go. Then I'll do it. Usually you're going to have tears, you're going to have catharsis, you're going to have joyful peacefulness. It's a very wonderful process. It's a metaphysical process, but it's a solid forgiveness strategy for a lot of people. Play with the pattern, play with the concepts, and work it into your own way of doing things, and you'll be successful with it. I'd like you to breathe in, breathe out, close your eyes and relax. Every breath out, relax more and relax. Just heavy like a wet rag. Relax. Heavy like a wet rag. Relax. Breathe in and out and relax. Deeper relaxed. And imagine yourself standing at the top of stairs that go down into a beautiful garden. And with each number I say, imagine you go down another step. 10. Deeper relaxed. Notice the colors of the garden. 9 deeper. The smells of the garden, 8 deeper. The sounds of the garden, 7 deeper. Flowers, 6. The trees, 5. The soft, cool wind, 4. The warmth of the sun, 3. Deeper, 2 deeper, 1. All the way down. Deeper, deeper, relax. As you step out onto the green grass of the garden, you can go to a bench next to a pond and just sit down and enjoy the feeling of peace in this beautiful, beautiful garden. Notice the color of the fish in the garden's pool. And as you sit there, your body here relaxed in the chair, every breath out, relaxing deeper, heavy into the chair. Your mind in the garden, enjoying the sensations of the garden. I'd like you to imagine now, as you breathe in, your spirit can be rising up to a higher plane, a place of what's called the higher self, the inner mind, a place of love and forgiveness, and joy and hope. And with each number I say, your spirit lifts up higher and higher. And as you go higher, you feel a wonderful feeling of unconditional love. Unconditional love. 1, lifting to the higher self. 2, as if your third eye opens, and every breath in, you breathe in love, and that love washes over you and through you. 3, lifting so high now. 4, floating in love. 5, in a special place, a place of pure love, a place of the higher self. Now in a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 5, and at the number 5 you enter an inner sanctum, a very special place inside the higher self, a place of pure love and pure forgiveness. So any guilt or shame or fear, any wrong in your life, that higher self-love, that unconditional love can just wash through it. 1, pure unconditional love. 2, really feel it stronger down. 3, 4, and 5. And in that inner place of the higher self of pure love, just breathe in and imagine anyone who has harmed you and anyone you have harmed. Just imagine that experience being bathed with forgiveness and letting go. That's right. As that love washes through you and you can let go of the past and you can let go of the shame or guilt or fear that you might have felt in the past, knowing that you are loved and you love, and that you can move forward in a positive way, so that any negative parts that are holding you back, you can now let go, knowing that you can forgive others, and you can forgive yourself. And you can just let that love that pure love wash through you in a very wonderful way. Just let the guilt wash away in love. Let any shame wash away in love. And any fear, just let it go. Just let it go. That's right. Now for the next few moments, in silence, you can let that washing love just wash through your experiences and your life and your body. Any place in your body that holds that fear or darkness, you can just wash it through and let love cleanse you so that you can move forward in a very positive way. Just be love, and be loved. That's right. And release. And release. For the next few moments, just release. And let that loving feeling wash through you. Now you can return to this place anytime you like. All you have to do is breathe in deep, and as you breathe out, close your eyes and relax. Imagine yourself at the top of those stairs, going down into your relaxing garden. When you enter the garden, sit down somewhere. Just imagine yourself enjoying the colors, and as you count from 1 to 5, let that unconditional loving feeling just wash through you as you enter the land of the higher self. And then to the inner sanctum, that special place of forgiveness, just counting 1 to 5, and you feel it. Notice you can just let go and just let that love wash through you. And your stress and worry can just wash away. And you can release. And you can feel wonderful. That's right. Now in a moment I'll count from 5 to 1. And at the number 1 you return to the garden. 5. 4, knowing you can return to the higher self. 3, anytime you wish. 2, 1, back on that bench in your garden, watching the fish. And in a moment, I'll count from 1 to 3. At the number 3, your eyes open, feeling wonderfully refreshed. 1, 2, stretching, and 3, eyes open, feeling wonder. How's that feel? Beautiful garden. Okay, you can do that anytime you like as well. Hypnosleep is something so many hypnotists and members of the public have been looking for, and it's been given all sorts of powerful ideas and stories attached to it. Basically, it's very straightforward. In authentic hypnosleep, you're delivering suggestions to a person while they're sleeping. Sleep goes through cycles. And when we hit the hypnoidal state, we're just between sleep and wakefulness, so we're aware of things around us. And at that point, you're highly suggestible. You can't do a long session with a person like that. It's not advisable. But you can deliver suggestions at this time. If you've worked with someone and you have hypnosis triggers, you can just convert sleep into deep hypnosis. There is a myth that the hidden observer of the unconscious is completely bypassed at this time, and you can really give suggestions that are powerful. I say it's a myth because while some people are seemingly successful at changing another person's behavior and values through hypnosleep, many are not, and they actually create cognitive dissonance in the person, and they end up damaging their relationships. So don't assume that you're going to take your wife who is heterosexual and turn her into a bisexual, threesome loving babe. Doesn't quite work that way, so you need to be aware that keep it within bounds. And honestly, if you're at that point in a relationship and you feel so frustrated, talk to the person. Go get some couples counseling rather than trying to use covert, creepy hypnosis techniques. However, hypnosleep can work very well, helping children learn to study and appreciate things. But just as with all hypnosis, you need to phrase your suggestions well, and so that they are accepted by the unconscious of the person you're working with. Now, another process for hypnosleep is not converting sleep into hypnosis, but converting hypnosis into sleep. It's not genuine sleep, but it's suggested sleep, and it works this way. It comes primarily, most people who use this process are doing so out of the Ellman stream of hypnosis, because in his book Hypnotherapy, Dave Ellman discusses it. And the process he uses is very straightforward. Ellman induction, deepening, suggested number amnesia. For the counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, the number 7 is gone. Now, why would you do that? You do that because you want to make sure you have somnambulism and intensified imaginative involvement. I use convincers and tests of this sort all the time, and you should too. Well, you don't have to if you don't want to. I know some people are uncomfortable with it, but for hypnosleep, you really want to guarantee that the person is in what is commonly called deep hypnosis or deep trance phenomenon. Although I've talked about it earlier, that depth is relative and it's a misnomer. It's actually imaginative involvement, but you want to guarantee high imaginative or intensified imaginative involvement in the session when you're doing a hypnosleep. So you take away the number 7, and you give the suggestion. In a moment I'll have you open your eyes and number 7 is gone. But when I touch my nose, or whatever trigger you're going to use, you fall into a deep natural sleep. And in that deep natural sleep, all suggestions are accepted. And 1, 2, 3, eyes open. Count, verify that the number is gone, and say, oh, that's interesting. Look at me. And then they pop down into deep trance. They're not actually asleep, they're hypnotized, but their hypnotic state is a suggested sleep. And at that point you can fire in whatever suggestions you need to use at that point. Make sure you give back the number 7 or whatever number or amnesia, and understand if they don't take the number amnesia, you can do something else. Do name changes or some other guarantee or effect to show imaginative involvement. Now, when you get that, that's where, once you have high compliance for one thing, you can convert it to others. And so you can still do this process if they fail on one test, but you want to make sure you have success in something else and build from successes, but not from failures. And never ever say, well, gosh, you failed that, you really suck, or something like that. What you want to do is, oh, that's interesting, let's try this one, and move it on to something else. Hypnosleep. Don't abuse it, but it can be very powerful. Breathe in. Breathe out. And relax. Now, A lot of people want to try to hypnotize others while they're asleep, and so when they're sleeping, they talk to them. And there are ways to do that, but there's another way you can use sleep and hypnosis, and that is you can actually get someone to go into a deep trance, a sleep-like state, where the hidden observer of the mind sleeps as well. Because usually in hypnosis, we always have a hidden observer, right? And that hidden observer makes sure that suggestions only work if we want them to. But there's actually a way to cause sleep for the mind, sleep for the body, and sleep for that hidden observer. So all suggestions are taken. And I'll demonstrate it for our purposes here, but it's very straightforward, very simple. Usually one would use number amnesia, but for our purposes we'll use another kind of thing. So in a moment I'll ask you to open your eyes. When you open your eyes, I'll ask you to count. When you count, the number 7 stutters, so you can't say the number 7. The more you try to say the number 7, the more stuck it becomes. Also, when you open your eyes, I have a signal for you. When I touch my nose, you go into a deep sleep. Not just hypnosis, but sleep. You actually go to sleep. Nod your head if you understand. Great. 1, 2, 3. Eyes open. How do you feel? Okay, let's first count. This is called verification of somnambulism.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10.
Okay, look here. Sleep. Going into a deep, deep, natural sleep. And in that sleep, all suggestions become even more powerful. I created the magic egg fairy dragon process on the spur of a moment. I had been doing a playful session with a young woman. I did all my inductions, did my little suggestibility effects, did some change work processes that helped her through some things. I had plenty of time left, so my little brain was thinking back to something that inspired me as a young man. First time I read it was a story, a short story by Frank Stockton called The Magic Egg. Now the story itself is about a mesmerist who hypnotizes an entire audience into seeing a little egg that cracks open and out comes a phoenix. It's a beautiful story, although it has a sad ending, but it inspired me. And I got to thinking in this session, what can I do with that idea? I didn't want to do a phoenix at the time, although I do use this process with phoenixes or fairy cats or fairy anything, but I like fairy dragons. They've always excited my imagination. So, hold your hand out. Imagine there's an egg in the hand. Feel it. You'll notice the weight change. Open your eyes. What color is the egg? That's right. Doesn't matter what color they say, they're always right. Now notice that the egg begins to move and shake and change. There's a heaviness to it. Something begins to break out of that egg. Oh, look, it's a fairy dragon. A little fairy dragon. What color is that dragon? That's right. Doesn't matter what they say. The color is always correct. Often it's their favorite color, sometimes it's an expected color. Doesn't matter. You know something about fairy dragons, the little bitty dragons? When they touch human skin, it feels really good. And have them watch the dragon and feel it go down the arm, up the arm to the shoulder, and then they can hear a purring by their ear or even a little lick behind the earlobe, just for fun. And then they come back and it's a pleasure sensation. Goes back and this is your dragon. Now here's something really cool. Hold out the other hand. Place an invisible box. That box is for the dragon. It's bigger on the inside than on the outside, and the dragon has a wonderful place there. Put the hands together, the dragon goes in the box, then take the box, fold it into a very small piece, and place it in your heart. Anytime you like, you can take your fairy dragon out and play with it. You just breathe in, and as you breathe out, pull out the box, unfold it, and out comes your little dragon. So you know you always have a friend with you. Now tonight, in your dreams, your dragon may visit you. And the thing about fairy dragons, they all have special names. They only tell this special name to the human they're connected to. So tonight, perhaps your dragon will tell you its name. And then that's it. That's the dragon process. Fairy dragons, the magic egg process. If I know someone likes a particular type of animal, like I've worked with a lot of young women, well, older women do, who like cats. So it's a fairy cat. A little bitty cat with wings. It can be a fairy dog, a fairy chihuahua, a fairy turtle. Doesn't really matter. I usually use fairy dragon because it captures the mythos of the concept of the idea. I have used the phoenix, which gives energy. Make sure you, for a phoenix, as you know, it's a flaming bird. It's on fire. So make sure the fire is cool to the touch and feels really good. It fills them with energy. You can use it for therapeutic purposes. I tend to use it for fun, entertainment. I've used it on stage, but mostly I use it for recreational. You can use it for whatever contexts are appropriate and play with it. It's a wonderful process. I still get email from people years later telling me that they still, every once in a while, take out their fairy dragon and play with it. And I get email from therapists from all over the world, from Turkey to India to the United States and Canada, Japan, and also here in Taiwan where I live, who use the process and find that it's very powerful for therapeutic help. Fairy dragons, magic eggs, you can't lose. Go out, have some fun, play with it. I'd like you to imagine in your palm is an egg. Hold your palm up and imagine that egg and feel the weight of the egg. Is it a heavy egg or a light egg? Heavy. What color is that egg? And notice, you can imagine, you can begin to feel a feeling as you open your eyes and look at that egg. And notice the feeling as the egg begins to move down. Like a tap, tap, tap from the inside. Click, click, click. And the egg begins opening. And notice you can begin to see hatching from that egg a very small fairy dragon. And that fairy dragon, what color is that dragon? Yellow. That little golden fairy dragon comes out of the egg. And now fairy dragons are special because when they touch human skin, it feels wonderful. And if you look inside that dragon's eyes and it looks inside your eyes, a wonderful feeling of connection and a wonderful feeling of love. And that dragon can walk down your arm and up your arm and go and feel the weight of it as it goes to your shoulder and your neck. And you might even feel a little lick, lick, lick behind your ear and feel and hear the purring sound. And everyone knows fairy dragon purrs feel wonderful. They give us a sense of love and contentment. And your fairy dragon can walk back down your arm and back to your hand, and you can hold it up. Now, is your fairy dragon a boy or a girl?
It's a girl.
A girl. Wonderful. And if you hold this hand up right here, I place a little box. And if you place the hands together, the fairy dragon can go inside the box. Now that box is bigger on the inside than the outside. And inside is a special magical home for that fairy dragon. And if you wish, you could fold that box up now. Just fold it up into a very small little piece. And it folds and folds on the inside and the outside. And inside is, of course, a magical home for your fairy dragon. But here's the cool thing. You can take that box and you can place it in your heart. And notice when you do so, you feel wonderful. A wonderful sensation of love and companionship just for you. And go ahead and place the dragon in your heart. And know that anytime you wish, all you have to do is breathe in and breathe out. Close your eyes and imagine yourself taking the box out. And the dragon can play with you. Now, fairy dragons have special names. And they're names that are known only to the human they have bonded with. Only the person knows your own fairy dragon's name. So tonight, in your dreams, your fairy dragon will come to you. And she will whisper her name to you. And notice that connection. That feels wonderful. Is that all right with you? Great. You're doing perfectly. And sleep. And sleep. And sleep. Just let go. Breathe in. Breathe out and relax. Post-hypnotic suggestion trigger response. In hypnosis, tell them that you're going to do something out of hypnosis, emerge them, and use that trigger that you set up. It could be something simple, like when I touch my nose, you feel feathers tickling you. Or something a little more complex. When I say your name, you're going to move the chair and sit on the floor. When I ask you what you're doing, you'll give me a reason, but you won't remember the hypnotic suggestion. Or it could be something a little more therapeutic. Whenever you see someone light up a cigarette, you immediately feel a tar sensation in your mouth. Which is kind of creepy, but some people use that for certain types of processes. But basically, in hypnosis, you set up a trigger, and out of hypnosis, it fires off. Compound it. Make sure it works. If it's recreational, just for fun, and a lot of stage hypnotists do these, you need to make sure that you exit it when you're done. So you don't want people randomly feeling tickle feathers from strangers on the street touching their nose. So that's it. Post-hypnotic suggestion that goes to a triggered response. You have your hand? Are you right or left-handed? Right? Oh, give me that one. Oh, big. Okay. Ready? Okay, look here. Sleep. 1, 2, 3. Sleep, 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 sleep. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Sleep even deeper now. In a moment, I'll ask you to open your eyes. When you open your eyes, something very weird happens. Every time I touch my nose, it's like feathers tickling you all over your body. Every time I touch my nose, hundreds of feathers tickling you everywhere on your body, getting funnier and funnier, laughing and laughing because it's so ticklish whenever I touch my nose. Feathers tickling you everywhere. 1, 2, 3, eyes open. How do you feel? You feel good? Okay. What? Nothing? Nothing at all?
Nothing.
Nothing, really?
Right.
Do you feel anything? It's okay. It's because it's like really, really, really strong. It's okay because it's just everywhere.
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 I feel my ears very itchy. I
Your
don't know
ears are
why.
itchy. Really? Because the feathers are not in your ear. There's no feathers in your ear. They're in your nose. It's okay. They're not in your nose. They're not in your nose. They're right behind your ears.
Okay.
It's okay. They're not behind your ears. They're on your sides.
Stop it.
And here's the cool thing. They're gone. They're gone. Now, you feel it now? Okay. Do you want to keep them or you want to get rid of them?
I want to get rid of it.
Okay. Then they're gone. The vicarious experiential machine is a kind of deep trance identification or deep trance modeling that's very powerful for learning physical skills as well as other skills, but it also has entertainment and some wonderful recreational application. Process is simple. Induce hypnosis. Have the person watch a video, a movie, read a book, look at photographs, and give the suggestion that whatever the character or person in the video or on the pictures or whatever in the story is doing, you feel. You experience it as if you're the one doing it. So if you're watching a video of, say, Tiger Woods whacking on golf balls, your muscles feel the movement as if you're the one who does it. Now, your client or trance partner is just sitting there, zoned out, watching the piece, but their muscles will feel it. I've used this with athletes for competitive swimming, martial arts. I've used it for dancers, and they often report that their muscles are sore after they've done this because they felt it. I've also used this for recreational purposes, and people have learned how to use it for movies just to feel that. Now, be aware that when you use it for a film, especially things that have exciting things, Indiana Jones, you need to have a fail-safe so they can keep the distance while they experience the excitement. So if there's zombie attacks, they don't actually freak out, that sort of thing. But usually you're okay because anyone doing this process for recreational purposes or entertainment would understand those parameters built in. But go ahead and explicitly say them and you'll do much better. If you're using this with an appropriate partner for viewing, experientially viewing, say, erotic films, make sure you've got stuff there that the person is okay with. So if your boyfriend or girlfriend doesn't really like certain sexual activities with certain types of people, you really don't want to throw in the bondage bisexual babes from bimbo land and expect them to enjoy that experience. So use common sense. Common sense is your friend. Now, if you're using this process for skill enhancement, like the swimmer that I worked with, a world-class athlete, he brought in videos of other athletes, particularly Olympic competitors who are very good in certain movements or strokes, and we built a clips video of all these different strokes that he needed to work on from different angles and ran that through the process. After he's watched the video, shut your eyes, and in a moment I'll count from 1 to 10. At the number 10, you experience the whole thing again. In fact, with each number I say, you experience the entire process very quickly. 1, experience it. 2, experience. 3, experience. 4, experience. 5, experience. 6, experience. All the way to 10, experience the entire process. Really feel it in your body as your body learns the habits of this experience. Now, in their mind, they're going to rerun the whole video or the whole process that they've already learned through the experiential process in real time by watching the video. They just do it really quick. It's like fast forward of the whole thing. Then, in a moment, I'll count from 1 to 10 again, but with each number I say, you experience the entire process again 10 times. Even more powerfully. 1, 10 times. And it just accelerates. Now, the brain is running through the process synaptically. Neurons are firing very quickly over and over. You're overloading and creating a very fine-tuned habitual response in the brain-body connection all the way through to 10. If you want to keep doing that, you can. Eventually you're going to stop and then emerge them. And many times they will report soreness from practicing, even though they've actually just been sitting there. Now, I've done it for therapeutic use. I've done it for skill enhancement, for sports, dance, physical skills. Works really well with. Done it with movies, done it with video, television programs. I've done it with photos. I once worked with a young man working on Tai Chi. He was enhancing his Tai Chi set, and he just had photographs of the forms, and we went through the photo book. It wasn't a video, wasn't real time, just still photographs showing the process. And the next time he went to his class, the master praised him for his improvement a great deal. He went from very low in the class to the top student in 1 week. Now, granted, Tai Chi skill sets, if you're physically fit, the forms are relatively simple to learn. There are just so many steps. And he was able to do that very quickly. Other skill sets may not be so accelerated, but they are always accelerated. You always speed up your improvement in a physical skill set using this process experientially. And it's fun for recreation, but that's the vicarious experiential machine process as I run it. That's the Phillips variation. Pendulums. You've already heard about pendulum ideomotor response and the suggestibility effect portion of this comprehensive course in basic hypnosis. However, here we're going to talk about auto-questioning. Pendulum auto-questioning is a really wonderful tool to have in your toolbox. You can use ideomotor effect questioning in many different ways. Pendulum auto-questioning, you have a card. And on that card, and I'll show you the card here, and you can go to my web pages to see other examples of auto-questioning cards, or just Google it. Basically, it's a card with a diagram on it. And you hold the pendulum over the diagram and first calibrate for the responses. Just think of the word yes, and it moves in a yes direction. Then I think of the word no, and have it move in a no direction. I also have directions for maybe, also the ready position, and I have a direction which is a circle for rephrase the question. I have another direction for there's no answer to that question, and I have a direction, another diagonal for DWA or don't want to answer. But I go back to the ready position. And then I ask questions of the person who's holding it. It's unconscious movement. I ask questions that we already know the answer to. These are calibration questions. For instance, am I a man? And it goes to the yes answer set. Go back to ready or maybe. And I do a few of those, your age, things like that. Are you married? Go back to ready position, and then you ask questions you maybe don't know the answer to. For instance, do I have a handsome son? And you let it move. And for me, it goes to the no position. Go back to ready. Now maybe I don't have a handsome son, but I have an ugly son. So I need to ask, do I have a son? And it goes to the no position, which basically means as far as I know, I have no son. Go to ready. And I can ask other questions like, am I gay? And that's a no set. Go back to ready. Do I love my wife? And for me, it goes to the yes position. And I go back to ready. And I thank myself for answering the questions. That's it, pendulum auto questioning. You'll see the answer card in the example, as well as a run of this particular process. You can use it to introspectively look into yourself and find answers to many different questions, yes or no answers. Or if you've lost something, say you misplaced your keys, you can use the pendulum to try to figure out where you last had them. That's pendulum auto questioning. It's extremely powerful, very simple, and works wonderfully. Now here's the cool thing. If you look here, I have a card, and it just happens to have this direction, up and down for yes. I'd like you to think of the word yes and imagine the pendulum moving up and down in a direction. That's yes. Now left and right, just think of it moving left to right and think of the word no. Just left and right and no. There you go. Now you see diagonal this way. That's maybe. Just think of maybe and imagine it moving in this direction. That's right. Now the other diagonal this way, it says DWA on this card, which is don't want to answer. But imagine this direction and think of the response, don't want to answer. Now what you're doing is called calibrating. You're calibrating an answer card for what's called idiomotor questioning, which is a technical term you don't have to worry about, but it's there for you anyway. Now imagine it going clockwise. Just a circle clockwise, and that's RQ, or rephrase the question. And if you concentrate and imagine it begins spinning the other direction, a circle counterclockwise. And don't worry, it takes a bit for it to get used to it. It goes the other circle, going from one direction of a circle or the other. It's a little more difficult, but it'll happen. And imagine that circle. And that's NA or no answer. Now I'd like you to now imagine it going back to that maybe or ready position. Just the diagonal in the maybe or ready position. And when it goes to that direction, you can now, since you've calibrated the answers, you can now speak to your unconscious directly. Have you ever wanted to do something but you kind of didn't want to do it, or you wanted to do something but you kept screwing it up but you didn't know why you kept screwing it up? Mm-hmm. Okay. And in English we have an expression of I'm of two minds about that, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, sometimes your unconscious and your conscious have two very different value sets. Here, you can actually find out things. First, you can ask yourself questions you already know the answer to. For instance, are you a woman? And then we see what the answer is. You just think of the question, and then it will tell you the answer. And we'll hope it's correct here. And according to this, it's claiming yes. And go back. Then you, after you get the answer, you go back to the ready position. And then you can ask another question. Are you a biological woman? What is that? Maybe? That's a yes. And you can go back to ready. Are you over 40 years of age? And here, your unconscious is claiming no. It goes back to ready. Then you can ask questions that maybe you don't know the answer to. But I won't ask those questions on the video. I'll let you ask those questions at home. For instance, are you gay, or do you want to go out with the ugliest person you've ever met, or something creepy, okay? Or should I rob a bank tomorrow? That sort of thing.
So you can do it by yourself?
Yes, you can. It's called auto-questioning. Auto, self-questioning while you ask yourself questions.
Cool.
Okay, that's called ideomotor response. And from your response, I can see that actually you're a very good trance subject.
Okay.
Because some people, for some people, the first time they hold it, it moves like that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and so you've got good response. So that's
When you asked if I was moving it, I'm like, I don't think I am. I'm really trying not to move my hand.
But you are. And, you know, you'll find, if you go to the internet and you look for crystal mediums, you'll find people selling them as ways to talk to spirits or the aliens. And there are people who sell answer cards for getting lottery numbers. You can't get a lottery number.
Well, because it would be something internal.
That's right. It can only be things that you would know. But have you ever lost your keys?
Yes.
Or your cell phone, evidently.
So many times.
She actually, you started the Facebook group for shit I lost over the holiday because I'm too damn drunk.
Actually, it was Vaughn who started that,
Okay.
and then I changed it to like things that I've lost due to whatever. Like he actually made the group. He sent out an email, and then I made a group that matched it.
Okay.
Like shit that I've lost because I'm too drunk or too stupid to keep my eye on it.
But if you lose something, you can actually use this. Because you can do a series of yes/no questions for your unconscious may be aware of where you had it last. And you can do a process of elimination. Once you get to, did I have it when I was at work? Did I have it when I was at home? Did I have it? And then you break down, if you get to a room, you can break it into quadrants. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can just keep going to a process of elimination. This is yours.
Yay! I've never had that.
In the workhorse induction section of this course, I talked about the expectancy induction. Well, basically, you can use that with anything, and one part of expectancy is placebo. You can suggest an effect. Here's a glass of water, and it's a hypno drug. It'll put you right out, and then go out. Now, placebo in that way is controlled in many places, so it's not actually legal for everyone to do that. Only certain types of individuals, like a doctor or a psychiatrist, would be able to use a placebo in that way. But placebo can also be part of the expectancy. And in a moment you'll see one way of using expectancy. For instance, I love Star Trek. TV show, the movies, I just eat it all up. And one of my favorite characters is Spock in the original series, the Vulcan. And the Vulcan has the mind meld, which is a wonderful hypnotic process, but he also has the Vulcan nerve pinch, where he puts his hand on someone's shoulder and pinches, and then they go right out. So I got to thinking, That's pretty cool. So what if there really was a nerve cluster that just puts someone right out into deep hypnosis? Sometimes I tell people that there is such a nerve cluster. I don't put it on the shoulder usually. My Vulcan nerve pitch is usually just to lightly massage that cluster of nerves at the base of the skull on the back of the neck, because it feels good anyway. And I set it up. Sometimes if I'm with the right kind of people, and unfortunately I live in Asia where a lot of people aren't really that familiar with Star Trek, but when I got the right kind, I'll tell them that, ooh, the original show with Gene Roddenberry, the creator, actually used to be a hypnotist. He was part of the MK Ultra project, and he understood that there were processes. Actually, originally it was supposed to be Dr. McCoy, the doctor, who used this process because it was physically a fact. But because the producers didn't want the doctor doing it, they had the alien doing it. But it's all real. Let me show you. And then I'll gently tell them that in a moment I'm going to touch these nerves. And I know how to massage them so that you're just going to be like you just turn off. Your mind just shuts down. Your body goes into a very deep relaxed state, and your unconscious is completely open to suggestion. It's very weird, and it'll feel really neat. It always feels good. And then I do it, and boom, down they go. But that's an expectancy induction. There is no actual nerve cluster to touch, which sometimes I call the Roddenberry cluster. It's just expectancy. It's a placebo, but it works wonderfully, and it's a lot of fun. And I use these kind of expectancy setups quite a bit because they're just so much fun to do, particularly in certain contexts. Don't abuse it, but have fun with it. Here's what I want to do. Okay, this is physical. This is not a mental induction where I tell you to imagine something. This is completely physical. There's a cluster of nerves right here at the base. Where's your skull? There. Okay. At the base of your skull. You feel that? Mm-hmm. Now, if I press it in the right way, I have to put my fingers in the right spots. I press it in the right spot, you'll feel the nerves will tighten a bit. It's safe, okay? And I know where to go. The nerves will tighten a bit, and your body will just completely relax, the entire body. Now, you'll be able to sit, you'll sit in the chair, you'll still be okay, but it's like the entire body just relaxes completely, and you'll feel a euphoria. You know, like some people when they get high or drunk, they feel really good, right? You'll feel that kind of sense. You won't be drunk, but you'll feel really good, kind of like euphoria or bliss. And you'll go into a deep trance. Is that okay with you? Okay, now I want you to notice that this is different from any other hypnosis induction we've done, which was slower. This is very fast and very, very deep. Okay? All right, now, here we go. Deeper, deeper, deeply relax. Breathe in and relax all the way down. That's right. There, relax even more. Right there. There you go. Sit up, eyes open. How's that feel? Sit up, eyes open. How's that feel when that happens?
Good.
All the way down, deeper. And let that wonderful feeling. You'll notice each time it gets even stronger and feels even better. Eyes open. You feel loopy? breathe in, breathe out, and relax. 1, 2, 3, eyes open, feeling wonderful. Eyes open, feeling wonderful. How's that feel? Okay? Okay, clear? Okay, good. That's it. Those are the Trance Toolbox hypnotist techniques. Go out, play with them, have some fun, practice makes perfect, and master these techniques. Watching the video isn't enough. You gotta understand the process, and you need to go out with real people in real situations and use these processes and master them. With practice comes mastery. Until next time, I'm Brian David Phillips, and I hope you've gotten some really good information out of this video set.